Hello everybody, welcome into the latest live stream. My name is CareyHolzman. Today is Tuesday, September 25th, 2018. And today I want to get started on one of the 4 Nuka-Cola builds that I'm doing, only because I've got these parts here and I need to consolidate everything together. It's just getting too much here in the house, and I need to just try and reduce some of the confusion. And so by putting the parts into the box, at least what I have, I can get rid of a lot of boxes. So that's my motivation for starting this today. It's a bit ahead of schedule than what I was planning to do, but that's okay. Behind me, I still have old Threadripper here. I contacted Enermax about their cooler, and they asked me, so I emailed them yesterday after the stream. They emailed me earlier today. They asked me for my shipping address and phone number, along with a picture of the cooler, along with the picture of the serial number and a copy of the original sales invoice. And they wanted to know the make and model of the cooler. So of course the make and model of the cooler is listed very clearly on the receipt, and I don't know who else would be making it. Why would I contact Enermax for a cooler made by somebody else? The make should be assumed to be Enermax. So this RMA process is a bit bureaucratic. It seems to collect unnecessary information. The only reason I can think they do that is to discourage you. You know, I see a lot of places when you go to open a technical support call, you know, Corsair will do this too. They want to know what CPU you have and what RAM and what model specifically of the RAM and how many sticks of the RAM and where did you insert the RAM on what motherboard specifically and what model before they've even asked you, before you've even had the opportunity to ask them a question. So for example, when I needed a power switch, why should I be answering questions about a CPU, motherboard, or RAM? It's irrelevant to the case. If I'm having fitment issues, that's a different story altogether, but those should be questions collected as needed. I see them as a discouragement for people to go, now I got to go get the serial number, I don't know where it is, or I got to go get my reading glasses to read the darn serial number once I can find it. I understand the need for a serial number, that totally makes sense. Why Enermax wants a picture of their own product? Do they not know what it looks like? My disappointment in Enermax is so profoundly deep, I'm not quite sure how I can express that. This type of information collection bears no logical reasoning other than to discourage the customer from filling in all the required information. Now, in Corsair's benefit, they do only require some questions be filled out, and the others are optional. I don't know if Enermax is dealing with some kind of strange scam or fraud where people say they've got one and they don't. But my understanding from reading forums is Enermax doesn't even want the cooler back. My understanding is when they RMA you a new cooler, they just send you a brand new cooler. So I suppose even following this process, if you wanted 2 Enermax coolers, just tell them you've got a problem with yours and fulfill all their information, and you can still scam them all day long and get 2 coolers for the price of 1. I have no idea what the folks in Enermax are thinking. They're just continuing to punish honest people, and then the thieves can still get away with stealing from them. None of these obstacles they placed in the way are in any way discouraging from that. So I'm a bit disappointed in that, but it is what it is. I filled out the information and sent them a copy of the receipt from Newegg, and I sent them a picture of the serial number, and we'll see what they've got to say. I just think, you know, every company has a bad product. It happens, you know, something goes wrong, and it's how they deal with it. And so far, I'm not happy with how Enermax is dealing with this. I understand why they don't want the old cooler back. It's heavy. It's going to cost quite a bit to ship it, and once they get it, there's nothing to fix. I get that. But what I don't understand is why they just don't make this a very simple and painless process. With the serial number all by itself, they know the make and model, and they know whether or not it's in warranty, unless we're close to the end of the warranty. If we're close to the end of the warranty, meaning that based on the serial number, they know the month and the year they built it. So if we're right at the edge or just past that warranty period from the manufacturing date, then and only then should they ask for a receipt to verify that The warranty actually starts from the date that you purchased it, not the date they manufactured it. But if it's got a 3-year warranty and you're within, let's say, 20 months or 2 years, that you've, since it's been made, when you need an RMA, they know that from the serial number. Requesting a receipt is just nonsense. It's BS. It's completely unnecessary. And it's discouraging to some people who perhaps don't have the receipts. Now, these days, when you buy off sites like Amazon and Newegg, one of the advantages you have is it'll collect all your receipts and save them, all your order history, indefinitely. I can go back 10 years or more on Amazon and Newegg, I think, to find receipts long, long ago, which is a wonderful service. And it's another benefit to buying online that you're just not going to get with a normal retailer. And retailers often use thermal paper, which fades over time. So when you're dealing with something 5 or 6 years old and you pull your receipt, it's probably nothing more than a white sheet of paper. So, lots of advantages to buying online, and Enermax is still treating it as though you just bought it at a retailer. So again, I think that their process is bureaucratic and nonsensical without any logical reasoning behind it, other than it discourages people from filling out the forms. So with that, we'll see how they treat me. We'll see how fast I get a replacement. In the meantime, I need to put old Thready back together here, and Thready's still a bit loud for me, to be honest. I was listening to it last night and I thought, it's quiet, don't get me wrong, but it's not as quiet as the Ryzen 7 over here, which you almost can't even tell it's on. In fact, the system I sent to Louisiana, the gentleman said he had to walk by and check it a few times. He didn't believe it was on. That's how quiet it should run. So I think what I'm going to end up doing when I get the Enermax cooler back is I'm going to turn off this fan and this fan and this fan, so that we're going to have one fan blowing over the video card, this fan blowing over the heatsink, and then the fans for the cooler will blow up and out. Remember, you don't need fans blowing out in 2 directions. If you're going to have fans blowing out the back, then you don't need fans blowing out the top, and vice versa. And that's going to significantly reduce the amount of dust and noise, I believe. If it doesn't, then it's going to be time to change out those fans that I'm using for Noxious. I won't change them all out. I may actually just remove them. This is a part of the NZXT case I have now decided I no longer like. These 3 fans in the front, there's no reason you should ever need 3 fans in the front. There's no drive cage here. So if there was a drive cage, down here, I could see the bottom fan, the graphics card. Even if you had a second graphics card, these 2 bottom fans. I don't see any reason ever for this top fan. I don't see where this would ever come into play. I think it's there for looks, and it adds noise and it consumes more power than you need. And the little motor generates heat, so you're adding heat to the system. Remember, moving air doesn't cool anything down. It doesn't lower the temperature of anything. If you're in a hot room and you turn on a ceiling fan, the temperature of the room will not change. You're going to feel cooler because of the air rushing over you. So by adding, and granted, it's not a major heat source, it's a minor one, but one we don't need. So why have it? And again, my major concern is the noise. So I think that fan's coming out, that fan's coming out, that fan's coming out. The cooler will go in. If the cooler fans are still too loud, I'll replace those with Noxious. And that's assuming that there's something wrong with this Enermax. If I get another Enermax and it performs cooling as poorly as this one does, I'm done with them. I'll never use them again. So that's where I'm at with it. And I need to put this away so I can get started on the next build, which of course, as I mentioned, is the Nuka-Cola build. And we're going to start that off with a Carey-Cola. All right, cheers. All right, let's pick that up before I step on it. Now, right back here, if you can see that, that's a TARDIS miniature, and it's got a lava lamp in it to emphasize how stupid RGB lighting is. I want to talk to you for a minute, just a minute, about RGB lighting. I'm going to make a prediction, and we can come back to this video in years from now, and we'll see if I'm right. I believe that 10 years from now, a case similar to the Corsair 200R, let's just use the 200R, is still going to look just fine 10 years from now. But I think when you look at one of these RGB cases with all the colors and flashing lights 10 years from now, it'll be like looking back at a disco ball. It'll be like looking back at the 70s. You're going to go, what were we thinking? That's so tacky. I think 10 years from now, that case would be, you would be embarrassed by it. And you would be embarrassed for anybody that would still use one. Like if you walk into somebody's house with a disco ball, you're like, really, a disco ball? You know, it's shag carpeting. It's all very, very tacky. And it's interesting to me to see this come back around again, that we have not evolved past it. So mark my words, 10 years from now, look at a Corsair 200R next to a case with all these RGB lights, and we'll see which one will be the one you would want 10 years from now. That's all I have to say on that. Time will prove me right, or time will prove me wrong. But yes, lava lamps, that is basically what we're building today. Not us personally, but what a lot of people are doing. Just this part right here. This is it, man. This is your modern computer right here. And what does this do exactly? I don't know. But it looks good as a TARDIS. Okay. I hope I made my point. Leisure Suit Larry all over again. Anyway, so what I've got to do with old Thready here is I want to put her back together, and that means I got to completely remove the cooler, and then we'll put the lid back on and button her up. So this will just take a moment, and I'm going to have to make sure I put these screws away, because when the new cooler comes in, I will obviously need those to put the new cooler back on. And there's a lot of them. So thank goodness I've got the cordless driver for this job. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 across the top, 6 across the bottom. It's a little overkill. That's about, I would say that's about twice as many as you really need. But we got them, so we'll use them. It certainly doesn't hurt to use more than you need. It just takes a little bit more time. And you'll get diminishing returns. In other words, it's not going to hold it there any better. It does look nice with all the screws in it, kind of like rivets. It's not really doing much, that's all. So you're putting effort and time into something, and all you're getting back is a look instead of function. But honestly, 2 on the edges and 2 in the middle, that's all it needs to hold it in place. And I mean, even shipping it across, thousands of miles, it would be just fine. In fact, 2 in the middle don't even have to be there. You could get away with 4, 2 on each end, and be done with it. Okay, so there's our bracket. That's going to go back in here. And then the thumb screws I have for that, back over here. Let's see, this is hard to see. There's 2. Okay, 1 more right up here. Somewhere. I can't see, it's just too tall. Oh, I see where it goes now. Okay. It's going to go all the way in this corner right here. Let me just get it started by hand. And then I can tighten it down with the driver. There we go. And let's get this power cord out of my way. And put the top back on. Oh, this is the front. We'll put the top on first. Clean it. So let's see, how does this go back on? just like that. And then the front will go on. They've got to go in that order too. There we go. Much better, much better. So let me put all Thready over here. So Thready's better, but not where I want her to be. Thready needs to really be silent, but deadly. I'm cracking myself up. Seriously, that's what I need from Thready. I need silent but deadly. I think I got the new name of a future video. Okay. Oh, I'm funny. All right. It looks good. And let's get this cooler put away just in case what I read on the internet is wrong and Enermax actually wants it back. I'll make sure I keep everything together. And I'm going to put these screws in a Ziploc bag so I know where they are when the new cooler comes in. And I'm assuming I'm going to get one. We'll see. Maybe Enermax wants me to wave chicken bones over my head and chant. Maybe that'll make them feel better. They don't know I have a YouTube channel. I'm not exposing it to them. I want to see how a regular customer gets treated by their RMA department. I want to see what sort of tactics they use, the information they collect, and what turnaround time is between the time I initiate the support ticket and then the time I get the product and then install the product and verify that the product isn't defective. Once all that's been settled, then I will send Enermax the video and make them aware of who I am. And I hope it will be flattering for them and not an expose. All right, let's get the cooler out of the way, because that'll be good for both of us. I don't ever want to use and I don't want to use the word celebrity, but it's the best way I can explain it. I don't want to use my influence on YouTube to get me better service than you guys would get. In order for me to recommend a product, I need to know that I need to know the experience that you're going to have. You know, I had another problem. I went to hook up, this I've got to show you, you got to see this to believe it. I created another RMA, this time with Gigabyte, because the whole time I've had Thready, I never put the antenna on. It's got built-in Wi-Fi on the Gigabyte board. And where's my Wi-Fi antenna? Because you got to see it to believe it. It appears to be defective. Give me a second here. Let me find what I did with it. Oh, here it is. Okay, I got it. Tell me if you guys have seen this before. Again, when you just build one system, you're not likely to run into problems. When you're building hundreds of systems, that's when problems are going to show up. So this is the antenna that comes with the Gigabyte Aorus motherboard that we're using here in Thready. And I went to screw it on, but do you notice something's missing on the end of these cables? Do you see that? There's no nuts. There's nothing to tighten them down. So I thought, well, maybe they just pop in, which would be weird. But they don't. They go into the center point of the Wi-Fi card built into the motherboard, and then they just fall out. So clearly, whoever built this forgot to put those on. You can't put it on after the fact. That it has to go on through the wire before the ends are put on. So that is, I've created an RMA with Gigabyte. I'm wondering if this, I can't be the only person. I'm wondering if people that ordered this motherboard, how many of us were affected by this? And if you guys see any Google, if you Google this, if you search for it, I guess is what I'm trying to say, and you find any discussion about the Gigabyte Aorus, what is it, a 470 Gaming 7, I think is what it is, coming with a Wi-Fi adapter that doesn't have any nuts, I just find it hard to believe I'm the only one. I think this has got to be something that is affecting a whole batch. And how many is in a batch, I don't know. So I wanted to make you guys aware of that, because until I went to put that antenna on yesterday, I'm looking at it right out of the box. I looked at it and I went, wait a minute. That's how busy I am. Like, I've never even looked at it. You know, I kept moving it out of my way. It's like, this antenna's in my way. And it's a standard antenna. I can buy an antenna. but I shouldn't have to, especially for what that motherboard costs and for the specs of the system being a $4,200 system. I don't see that on $60 motherboards. I certainly shouldn't see it on a $200 motherboard. So anyway, what am I missing here? Got a very nice email earlier today from Colin. I appreciate that, Colin. Avery Ramstorff has contributed $2. Thank you, Avery. Avery, I appreciate your contribution. I've got to refresh this page. What do I make Avery a moderator? Now, I want to make something very clear to both my viewers and my moderators. One of the downsides of going live like this is dealing with the drama that's happening in the chat room because people don't know how to behave like adults. Not most of you are fine. This is going out to the ones, and they know who they are. If you need to come to me to complain about somebody, my solution is probably going to be to ban both of you, just to get rid of both of you. I don't have time to work as a referee. If a moderator is being heavy-handed, you're going to lose your moderator status. Moderate very lightly. I would rather see you err in caution where I have to take care of it than to have you being heavy-handed and punishing people for things that you should just ignore. So if somebody makes a comment that's political, you can ignore it. But if they continue to insist on talking about politics, then we have to deal with it. There's a lot of entitlement happening in the culture of the world today where people think they have a right to come into this chat room and say whatever they want to. You cannot walk into my house and say whatever you want to me. I will ask you to leave my house, and if you don't leave, I will have you arrested for trespassing. Now here on YouTube, you're invited guests and everybody is welcome, but nobody has a right to be here. And I want to make that very clear. If the drama continues where it's distracting me from getting work done, then I will make these live videos invitation only to the people I know are good viewers. It's not really hard to not say anything. I like to see people participate in the chat, but when somebody says, for example, there's too many moderators, there aren't too many moderators. There's not enough moderators. And you should be asking why you're not one. Moderators represent the behavior and the professionalism that I come to expect from people I make moderators. And if they fail to do that, if you believe a moderator is not acting in my best interest, please bring it to my attention. All you have to do is make a time note of the time in the video, and I will go back and watch it, and then I will decide whether or not that person should maintain moderator status, okay? I can't see everything. You can't just tell me after the fact what somebody did. I need a time stamp. And I will correct it. I promise you I will correct it. But what I don't want you doing is whining to me like I'm your mommy. That's not going to work. And I don't want you telling me how you have a right to talk about whatever you want to talk about. You do not have that right. You are a guest here. Now, it's very easy for you to sit on your hands and say nothing if you can't contain yourself. Just don't say anything, and you're welcome. You're always welcome to say nothing. But if you want to come in here and insist on talking about politics, talking about your supposed entitlements, that's a quick way you're going to get yourself banned. I just want to put it out there right now. I'm a businessman. I have a lot of work to do. This is not a regular YouTube channel where people just, it's Wild West. Anybody does what they want. You wouldn't behave that way in my home. Some people say, well, the rules are vague. The rules are not vague. And if you need to be told what the rules are, then there's a problem, honestly. The rules are very basic rules, and that is, we are family friendly. You will treat each other with respect. You will support one another. You will not disparage or insult anybody in the chat under any circumstances. And if you need that explained to you, then maybe you just don't belong here. So this is a community of people that all support one another. We all share a common interest. We all enjoy computers. And we should all be having a good time. We shouldn't need to have discussions like this. Okay? And this is why I have, this is why I have the moderators. Paul Baxter said I only delete idiots. Paul, I don't even want to see that word idiots, or I will remove your moderator status. I understand you meant it as a joke, but I don't want any disparaging comments, especially coming from my moderators. If somebody is simply not following the rules, they can be banned. There's no reason to call them any names, okay? And that's the way it's going to work from here on out. And I have got a zero tolerance policy because I'm too busy. I don't make any money from what's going on in this chat room. I mean, when somebody wants to contribute to the channel and help finance the channel, I really deeply appreciate that. Terry McGill's contributed 10 Australians. Thank you, Terry. And I know there's a 90-second delay, so that was purely coincidental. But I just want to say, nobody's out to get you. We're all here together to share a common interest. And even if you get banned from the chat room, you can still watch the videos. It's just that you won't be able to participate in chat. And if you would have had the wherewithal to stop yourself, you would still have access to chat. But because you could not stop yourself, I had to stop you because it was getting worse. And then after a few months, I go through and I undelete everybody on the ban list because I find a lot of the people who cause the problems end up having, oddly enough, they end up having their YouTube accounts closed. So I end up with about 50 or 60% of the banned people just not even having YouTube accounts anymore. And everybody else will have calmed down by then and will have forgotten about it. And maybe they will have forgotten about me too. And then that keeps my ban list, from being pages and pages long. And so that's the process. That's how it works. That's why it works. But let's remember why we're all here. We're here to enjoy each other's company. We're here to support each other. I hope you're here to enjoy watching the builds and sharing the stories I have to tell. I certainly enjoy learning from you guys. I learn a lot from you guys, and that makes me a better technician. And I hope that I'm making you guys better techs too. So it's not just me giving and, I'm receiving too, but what I will not receive and what I will not tolerate is any type of abuse, physical, verbal. I get that enough in the real world. I don't want it here on my YouTube channel, okay? I think it's very reasonable. There's no reason anybody has to tell you what rules are. Behave like you're at your mother's house. Because I'm a mother. Are we good? I really didn't want to have that discussion. I really don't. I want to have a good time. I want to build computers. I want to smile. I want to laugh. And it's like, for some reason, the world's making that to be a challenge, and it shouldn't be. It should be the easiest thing you can do. It's Nuka-Cola time, baby. Let me get the case out of the box. So we're going to start with Australia, even though Australia is actually supposed to be number 2 on the build list. But I don't have all the parts for number 1 yet. So, like I said, we're not going to complete the build today, but we're going to get what I have in parts. We're going to get that installed as far as we can. I know I'm missing the RAM, and I still haven't had a chance to even see if I ordered it. I find it hard to believe I would have left it off, but I've been so busy, anything is possible at this point. I'm surprised I put my shirt on the right way. Dave 1182A has contributed $5. Thank you for the contribution, Dave. I appreciate that. Also, did I make, is Terry a moderator? No, he is now. Thank you, guys. Thank you. All right. All right, so I got to make a note to myself that this bottom one is cardboard. I don't know why, but the piece of styrofoam that has the holes for the legs has a piece of cardboard here, which brushes up against the front panel. I don't know why that's there, but when I put it back in the box, I want to make sure I put it back in that way because it's there for a reason. And especially when I put it back in the box to go to Australia, I want to make sure that all that protection's in place for a very long journey. God, I love this case. I do love this. And people can tell me that I'm a commercial for NZXT. People can make all kinds of bizarre, wild, conspiracy-based accusations, but the truth is, I like it. I just like it, and I'm sorry if you think that it's any more than me liking it. I just, come on, anybody who knows me knows I'm gonna like this case. So if you think NZXT is paying me, you must be new here. God, it's just gorgeous. It's absolutely gorgeous. That is me all day long. It's almost as if they were thinking of me when they built it. Get a hold of that ego, Carey. They don't even know who you are. All right, fair enough. Okay, so let's push this button in right here. Panel's painted on the inside as well, which is pretty neat. And, well, we've got it apart. You know what, I just want to get this panel out of here because I don't want to knock it over. I'll just set it here for now. Okay. Very good, very good. What do we have in here? We've got some styrofoam for some reason. We've got a box. Probably have to take it from the other side. So here's the glass panel with the holes drilled through it that Silverstone says puts stress on the glass, but that seems more of a manufacturing concern. I've never seen a glass panel crack anywhere near where the holes are drilled. Have you? I think that's just a manufacturing concern. But let's go ahead and get this glass panel off and let's put it away. This marking, this is all just plastic. And we're going to leave that on, obviously, for the customer to remove, because I don't want the glass to get scratched up at all. Let's go ahead and take that off. There's the glass. And we'll put that here by the other lid. There we go, that's not going anywhere. All right, so I have a big piece of styrofoam. I guess it's not coming out this way. So much for that thought. I got a big piece of styrofoam right here, which is just weird. I don't know what they're protecting. Obviously, that won't go back in. Maybe this is what they're protecting. Vault Boy Series 3, Vault Boy bobblehead. Okay. Okay, well, there's the bobblehead. I guess that must mean something to somebody. And I don't know where this part went. I guess like that. We'll keep that in there, and that will go to the owner of the computer. There's no sense, nothing for us to do with it, so I just wanted to see what it looked like. Okay. And then these screws, we'll put these over here. Ooh, they're kind of sticky. They got like some weird sticky glue on them. Wonder why. Sticky. So this box, this is going to have all of our hardware that we need for mounting everything in here. And there's our front port umbilicals. We can go ahead and take this off. Very good. And then here's the box that's going to have all the screws for everything that we need to mount the hardware into this case. Look at the cable management tracks we've got here, and I love how the tracks can be removed. If you don't like them, you just unscrew them and take them off, Why you would want to do that is beyond my comprehension, but you can if you want to. Instructions for the case. And then they've given us some nylon zip ties, always a nice touch when a case manufacturer includes them. Although with a $300 case such as this, I would expect no less. This is a breakout for the front port. What NZXT does, every case manufacturer should do, and that is all the front switches and LEDs are on one connector. Just plug it in, as long as your motherboard meets the industry standard. If it doesn't, you plug in this breakaway. Now this is the opposite of what everybody else does. Everybody else gives you the breakaway, and in some motherboard manufacturers like Asus and Gigabyte, they have their G connector or their Q connector, which combines those into one connector. It should just be one connector right from the get-go, and it should be provided by the case manufacturer. The only time a motherboard manufacturer should give you something like that is if they move away from the industry standard, then it should cost them more to include that as their consequence of making that terrible marketing decision or engineering decision. Sometimes hard to tell which is an engineering decision and what's a marketing decision, because some of these engineers are so smart they're stupid. Truly, I've seen engineers do things in the most difficult way possible, and then I scratch my head going, did you really think this through? Sometimes smart people, like really, really smart people, end up making things far more complicated instead of focusing on keeping it simple. It's like designing, if I was designing something for an engineer and I wanted to impress them with my skills, I would make it as complicated as possible. But when you're designing things for consumers, you want to reduce the likelihood of damage, whether that's through shipping or manufacturing or in the consumer side of putting it all together. And that's the real elegance and genius of a really smart engineer, is someone who can take something complicated and make it simple. A lot of the engineers take something simple and make it complicated, and they pat themselves on the back, like, look at how smart I am. And they don't realize how foolish it makes them look. And you scratch your head and you wonder, this guy went to school for this? So that's my opinion. It's my opinion. Say I missed a contribution. Let me look up and see here. Yes, Alan E. has contributed $2. Thanks for what you do. Great job as always. Thank you, Alan. I appreciate that. Okay. Scroll back through here. Maybe the screws were dipped in Coca-Cola syrup. Maybe they were dipped in Nuka-Cola. It should come equipped with a bottle cap opener. You know, that's a really good idea. If they would have had a little bottle cap opener right here on the side, that is a really good idea. Are these builds for customers? Everything on my channel. So I'm afraid your mind has been poisoned by YouTube hobbyists and enthusiasts that have tech channels. And they show you how to do stuff that no business would ever pay you to do. And they have no accountability, no liability, and no responsibility to anything they say or do. It only affects them and nobody else. So the example I like to give is, let's say a guy likes to work on cars and he films some of the engine work he does, but he's only working on his car. If he puts a supercharger on and he changes the cooling system and the car breaks down as a result, he's the only one that suffers. But when you're working as a mechanic and say you've got to work on a fire truck or an ambulance, and that ambulance or fire truck breaks down, the one you just worked on, while going to or from an emergency, in an emergency capacity, how are you going to feel? Because if somebody dies because you decided to upgrade the cooling system or you decided to make it go faster and you spent this time and effort to give it more horsepower, and now somebody's died. So there's not quite that level, but it's the most extreme example I can give you, that when I build what I do for a living is I do repairs, upgrades, and builds. And they're all paid for by customers, just like if somebody turned a camera on at the Geek Squad and, well, I guess that's the same as watching the monkey cages at the zoo. But I mean, if somebody was a real working computer technician and they put a camera on the wall and they said, I'm going to show you what I do for a living so that you can have a better idea of what it's like to be a computer technician. And the reason I do it is because there's all these hobbyists that, you know, the ones with the most subscribers, the tech YouTubers, they're all hobbyists. They're not working computer techs. And anything they do, they hold no responsibility or liability to anybody but themselves. And in the real world, if you're going to work as a tech, if a decision you make or the work that you do results in a company not being able to perform business for any amount of time, the company loses money many times over whatever you were paid every minute they're down. So let's say you've got a server that goes down in a company that's got 40 employees. You've got 40 employees on the clock being paid who can't work. That's how important your job is. Those employees are getting paid to sit there and do nothing until you get that server back up and running. On top of that, all the customers that those employees were hired to help can't receive any help. So all the customers then could potentially take their business elsewhere, or perhaps they leave a negative Yelp review on the company or a Google review, or start chewing out the employees because they've got other things to do and they don't have time for this. All that pressure comes back onto you as the tech to get it fixed fast, get it fixed right the first time. You're not going to see anything like this from any of the other big tech YouTubers. They simply don't do it. I show real live repairs where I diagnose and repair live on camera. Show me one of those tech YouTubers do that. I take your phone calls on occasion. We take phone calls and answer people's tech questions. Those guys, those big tech YouTubers, they don't have the experience. They don't understand the liabilities. They may have once worked as technicians many years ago, but they've been out of it. Once you're out of this field for about a year, that's it. It's already passed you by. And it's not to say that what they're doing isn't of value. And it's not me saying I'm better than them. Because if you think that, if that's what you've heard, then you're not listening. What I'm saying is this is what differentiates my channel from theirs. Anybody who likes tech, anybody who promotes tech is okay in my book. But you really need to understand what you're watching. Watching entertainment between that and watching, let's say, real life. My channel is real life. When you want a dose of reality, come on in. When you want some fantasy, there's plenty of YouTube tech channels, and that's all they make is fantasy all day long. So, all right, welcome in. I hope you enjoy the channel. If you're new here, you're always welcome. We treat each other with respect here and support. We are our own community, and we're always looking for more community members who participate and are friendly and courteous and kind to one another. So if you know anybody else that you think would be interested, please invite them. Radioactive has contributed $5. He says, thank you for all your videos. Thank you, Radioactive, for your contribution. And Christoph Esch has contributed 10 euros. He says, I'm setting up my own YouTube channel. Thanks for the inspiration. Have a Coke on me and some dog cookies. Thank you, Christoph. And yes, you should. I encourage you to start your own YouTube channel. I think it's a great experience. My public speaking experience, my authoring experience, my comedy experience, and my filming experience were not enough to prepare me for going live on YouTube. The only way you really do it is by doing it. Just like you can't learn to ride a bicycle by watching somebody or by buying a better bicycle. You have to get on the bike, and you're going to fall down a few times. And don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Okay, let's see what we got for parts. Oh, wait a minute. Let me get in my cabinet here for a second. Okay, so parts. Now I showed you these parts yesterday. We're going to go through that again here in a minute. All right, so here's what we got. Well, that's not going to work. This is a DVD drive. There's no place to put a DVD drive in here. So That's not going to go in. I've got a Seagate 6 terabyte mechanical drive here. We've got a 970 EVO 1 terabyte SSD. We've got a Core i7 8086K right there. We'll be using the GeForce GTX 1080i graphics card, but that won't go in for a week or two because we're not going to be ready for that. That's one of the last things that gets installed. We've got the Aorus Gaming 7 Z370 motherboard, which is similar to Thready. Thready's got the AMD version of this. I want to look at the Wi-Fi the Wi-Fi antenna in here. Assuming there is one. Oh, this one doesn't have Wi-Fi. That's all right. That's all right. It's all right. It's okay. Carey, the price for the Lazy Susan is $136 Canadian in Canada. You know, when I was looking for Lazy Susans, I couldn't find one for under $300. And a viewer had contacted me. They were building a computer. Somebody, it was an older gentleman, retired gentleman, was building his computer. I think his name was Robert Mulligan. Now, normally I don't deal with these emails that come in looking for free support. I'm just too busy helping paying customers to handle somebody who just wants more for free. But something about it just, it was a combination perhaps so that I wasn't very busy and the guy's story seemed intriguing. And so I called him on the phone. Of course, he wasn't expecting that. And we got his problem resolved. And as a thank you, he sent me the Lazy Susan. And I said, wow, that's exactly what I needed. Thank you so much. And I assumed it was about $300. And when he showed me where he bought it on Amazon for 30 bucks, then I was like, really? My support's only worth 30 bucks to you? Anyway, it's a great Lazy Susan. I really like it a lot. When I was looking for them, I couldn't find one for 30 bucks. In fact, the ones I did buy were too small. I've got two that are too small and I don't use them. Maybe one day I'll find a use for them, but for now they just sit in my back office. Let's get the I/O shield put in. The I/O shield's kind of a gunmetal color. I like that. It's not black and it's not silver. Let's see what it's going to look like back here. Okay, there we go. And we can put the power supply in. For power supply, we've got the really nice Seasonic Focus. You know what, let me get this box out of the way. This one's in my way too. Too many boxes. So this one is going to a gentleman named Rodney in Australia. We can all say, hello, Rodney. I don't meet Rodneys very often. I think I've only met one Rodney in my life. It's a good name, Rodney. Now this is 80 plus gold, so there is 80 plus platinum and 80 plus titanium, which are a bit more power efficient and of course cost more money. I think they're a bit overkill and it's just marketing speak to get you to spend more for something that you don't really need to have. It was only a few years ago that power supplies had no such thing as a power efficiency rating. So any power supply rated with 80 plus at any energy level, any efficiency level, is far superior than the power supplies we were using in the years prior that didn't have the rating at all, because they were crap. See, Sonic's still liking to use the bag. The bag doesn't even cover it up all the way. Look at that. It's just a bag that, it's like a mini skirt. I don't know what you're supposed to do with that. Does that really look ridiculous? What, a chef can wear a hat and a tech can't? A surgeon can wear a hat? Oh, I guess it doesn't matter if I get hair in anything. This is what size I expect my McDonald's French fries to come in when I order a large that costs like $12. It doesn't cost $12, but the fries are very expensive at McDonald's. That was the joke. It didn't quite work. All right, so let me just, there's a little piece of plastic that always covers the company logo. The rest of the power supply can get scratched to heck, they don't care. But just make sure that logo on the bottom that you won't see doesn't get a scratch. So I take the plastic off. You don't have to take it off. It's an OCD thing, you know. It's just there in the manufacturing process. You don't have to have it. It doesn't really serve any purpose once it's in your hands. And if it doesn't serve a purpose, I don't want it. Tonsils, get out of here. Appendix, you're gone. So that's the box for the power supply. It can go right there. These are our modular cables. Big fat power cable. I'm going to put that and the user manual here in the motherboard box. We're going to keep everything together in the motherboard box. Extra screws, extra parts, documentation, drivers, and that will go with the system to the customer. I always recommend to the customers, I advise them, put the box away. There's nothing in there you need. When you receive the system from me, it's plug and play. Just plug it in and start using it. But years from now or months from now, when you decide you want to add some hardware or upgrade some hardware, or God forbid you need to do a repair, you need to know where this box is. Well, you don't have to. It'll just cost you more. And I just very rarely run into a customer that goes, I don't care about money. Spend whatever it takes. Spend whatever you need to spend. I don't care. I don't want that box. No one's ever said that to me. And then when they can't find their box and I tell them how much money it's going to cost for me to try and get the proprietary screws needed for the case, they whine about it and I go, oh, buy a new case. Which one's cheaper? So putting the power supply in, oh, it looks like these are captured screws, which is always a welcome thing in my world. And we want the fan facing down, always the fan facing down, unless you have some extreme circumstance that would justify otherwise. Were there screws that came with the power supply? If so, I would prefer to use the screws that come with the power supply rather than the screws that come with the case. Either will work fine. However, it is my personal preference that if a power supply comes with screws, and the screws are going to match the case, which in this case they are black screws, then I'm going to use those screws. If you were to actually scientifically test the strength of the screws and the difference between them, there probably isn't anything to be concerned about. It's mostly a process of preventing problems from occurring. It's a personal preference, and I can say it prevents problems from occurring because I haven't had any problems from using the wrong screws because I never use the wrong screws. So it's a self-fulfilling prophecy to keep patting myself on the back when the other screws, which I'm calling the wrong screws, they're not the wrong screws. They're just, these are specifically designed by the power supply manufacturer to hold their power supply. And if it was important enough for them to include it, then it's important enough for me to use it. I guess that's the best way I can explain my logic in that. But in the grand scheme of things, it probably doesn't matter. I just get them all started here. You don't have to tighten them in any specific order, and I do like to take them a little bit tighter. These screws and the heatsink for the CPU are the only screws I worry about tightening down just a little past what the electric screwdriver can do, and I don't like using the electric screwdriver on CPU coolers. I will sometimes. Some of the coolers are just too difficult to try and push down on a screwdriver at the same time of making sure everything's lined up. But if you're just building your very first system, you don't need to invest in a driver like this. This is probably the best electronic screwdriver I have ever used for building computers. Again, there's going to be some people that say that Panasonic has paid me to say that. I wish they did. This is about $170 for this screwdriver without the bit. This is a 6-inch Phillips number 2 bit, and it's magnetized. And the driver has a little light on it. You can lock it, you can bend it. It's got 2 lithium batteries that last forever. It charges very quickly. It's got 2 rotational speeds and an auto off clutch. I've got the clutch set to 3, so the driver will torque those screws down to the specific 3 setting that I've placed, and it stops, it shuts the screwdriver off. This is not critical to the operation or building of a computer, but when you're building as many as I am, it prevents repetitive stress disorders. And it's quick, it's fast, faster than I can turn them. So that is basically my lightsaber. This is called an EY7410 from Panasonic. And I've been using this for a couple years now. You guys, if you've gone back a few years, you've seen me use a number of different drivers. At one point I had about 8 different ones. And this is the one I found myself going back to time and time again. So I ended up getting rid of about 6 of those other drivers. I had the older version of this Panasonic. I sent it to my friend in Illinois. Hey Ron, how's that driver? Is it still working? It was black and yellow, if you guys remember. And because of the sheer amount of hardware work I do, having an electric driver, it doesn't have to be an expensive one. But anything to help reduce repetitive stress disorder or carpal tunnel is smart thinking for the future of your career. Unless you plan on retiring soon, you don't have to worry about it. But it's just working smarter, not working harder. Power supply, fan facing down. It's just going to slide in like this. Now, this is a good time to go ahead and plug any cables on, onto the back. It's easier to do it now than to reach into the case and do it later. But I don't want to do that yet, so I'm just going to leave it for now and keep moving forward with the build. There we go. Just want to untangle some of these cables. It drives me a little crazy sometimes. What is this? Wait a minute. NZXT broke out the power switch. I just went and said how much I liked the H700 case I've got there, H700i, and how I love how the connectors were all, the switches and LEDs were all on one connector, and now NZXT's gone backwards and separated them out just like everybody else. Thanks for making me look like an idiot, NZXT. I still like the case though. But it just went from love to like. That's how fickle I am. This is they only make 2,000 of these. And each one is numbered. There's a metal plate back here. I don't know if you can see it. Right here is a metal plate that says H700 Nuka-Cola limited edition. And I can't read it because it's too small. It looks like it says 854. I think the other one I had was like 1190. Let me see. 954 out of 2,000. This is number 954. Okay. Now what I've got here for the motherboard prep, let me just move some of this out of the way again. Counter space is really important when you work on a computer. I see too many people crowding themselves, and that's a good way to accidentally knock things over and cause some damage, and it's just a little frustrating. So I highly recommend you find a table and you clear the table off while you build. And if you're not working on something, get it off the table or get it far enough away from you. Actually, these screws, these key screws, they can go in the box. Get it far enough away where it doesn't get in your way. And you'll see even like little detritus and stuff I've got, just take it off. You don't want that stuff getting on your brand new parts. It's something you're gonna have to clean up anyway, so do it now. Make sure your work area is well lit. Try and be in as much of an anti-static or electrostatic free area. That means working on tile, wood, laminate flooring. You just don't want to work on carpeting if you can avoid it. And always handle the parts the way you see me handle them, and or get yourself an electrostatic discharge strap if you're really concerned about it. I'm not worried about it. I built computers, been doing it now 27 years. We don't wear those straps in the real world. The people who need to wear those are the people who assemble the products. So when you have all the little chips and stuff going on the circuit board, that's when they're most prone to electrostatic discharge. Once they're mounted into a circuit board, there are grounding patterns on the board, and they're grounded, and you can still cause damage through electrostatic discharge, but if you did, you should go play the lottery too, because it's so unlikely to happen. And again, as long as you're handling the parts the way you see me handle them, even if there was an electrostatic discharge, it would have no place to go. That's why you try and avoid keeping your fingers on anything metal. Try and hold the parts by anything plastic or edges. Plastic or edges are where your fingers go. And as long as you follow that rule, you really don't need to wear an electrostatic discharge strap. But wearing one couldn't hurt if you really want to. Motherboard prepping time. Let's see what we got. So you see, even when I take the board out, I'm grabbing it by the heatsink and my thumb is on the edge of the board, and I can pull the whole board out. It's really not a big deal. It's not like I gotta really study it to figure out where to pick it up from. This is the part in the bag, you have to pull it out. So I don't have much choice. I'm gonna lay it on top of the box. The box is a good place to work only because it's convenient and I don't wanna scratch my counter. I could just work on the counter, but these little points down here, and I don't wanna touch them because that's where you don't want electrostatic discharge. They're very sharp and pointy, like the rabbit in Holy Grail, and the rabbit's teeth. And they can scratch up a counter very easily. And if that happens, I'll be looking for a new wife and a new counter. There's a lot of plastic on here. So I want to take all this plastic off. Which apparently is one of the most difficult parts of the whole build. There's not like a tab that says pull here, you just have to kind of figure it out. Everything is sticky on this build. It's bugging my OCD. Why has it gotta be sticky? All right, I think that's all the plastic. Nope, there's a little bit right there. And there's a little bit more. Could have done without this Gigabyte. You guys could have made this easy to remove. Usually they print something like, you know, remove before use. That if you didn't know that, if you're a first-time builder, you might think it'd be a good idea to leave it on just to keep your components clean. Which, by the way, is great for the next guy you sell it to, so he can remove it and it'll look like new under there. But since it's yours and you paid for it with your hard-earned money, shouldn't you enjoy the newness of it rather than the next guy you sell it to? That's my philosophy. I'm still pulling plastic off. I think I got it all. See how I'm holding by the edges? Watch how I hold the parts. I shouldn't have to bring it to your attention. That's the kind of detail you need to be watching for on a build. If you want to do what I do, and you want to have the same end result I have, you got to watch the detail. Okay, so now I've got 1, 2, 3 M.2 slots here. The first one is covered. Got an M.2 here, an M.2 here, and an M.2 here. I'm guessing the covered one is the one we want to use first. I'd have to open the manual to check, but I've got a guess that's the one I want to use. I'm going to just start there. You really should check your motherboard manual and verify these all may not run at the same speed, but past experience suggests the one closest to the CPU is always going to be fast. So it's got a built-in heatsink, which is enough reason to choose it first. This tape was covering the thermal tape there. And so what I'm going to do is take my 970 Evo out. Mine. It's the customer's 970. I wish it was mine. And we're going to place that here in the M.2 socket. Now look at how Samsung packages this. Take that out. Nothing else in the box. Pull this apart. No anti-static bag, no tape. Just take the chip out. It's got a groove in one side. I've got a great detailed video explaining NVMe versus M2 SATA. We're going to place that in. It can only go in one direction. And then I'm kind of curious what's going to hold that down. If I need to secure it, or if this is enough to secure it. This might be all we need to secure it, which is weird. I have a suspicion there might be an M.2 heatsink, not a heatsink, an M.2 standoff in the box. Let me just double check. Let's see. We've got a bridge for, oh, wait a minute, what's this? There's 2 extra M.2 screws. Those are extras from what I can tell here. We've got what appears to be an RGB cable for something, and maybe a temperature cable, another RGB cable, SATA cables, documentation, the G connector from Gigabyte, which I think maybe we'll use that on this build since the motherboard, since the case rather doesn't accommodate us the way other NZXT cases do. We've got a little Go Faster sticker here that says Aurorus. I didn't realize Aurorus was a company name. I thought it was a brand of Gigabyte, but Aurorus actually appears to be its own brand from Gigabyte. Just a long time ago, ASRock was a part of ASUS. It no longer is any part of ASUS at all. It's a completely independent company. But when it originally started, ASRock was an offshoot of ASUS. And people continue to say that today, but they're no longer correct anymore. ASRock is its own independent company and is no longer affiliated with ASUS. Okay, so it seems that there's no standoff to be used for locking the SSD down. Apparently the heat shield is going to do it, but let's take a look at the manual. So now somebody put stuff on the floor, stuff on it. That didn't sound good at all. Let's just look here in the manual and see where it wants us, or how it wants us to put the M2 drive in. We'll work with AMD's Crossfire or NVIDIA SLI, but nobody really uses dual graphics cards anymore. It just diminishing returns and the power of new graphics cards sort of makes that irrelevant nowadays. But if you want to do it for the challenge of it, you certainly can. There's just not much benefit to it anymore, but a lot of headaches to it. The headaches still remain, but the benefits have gone away, mostly. I should say the benefits are not as great as they once were. Far from it. Okay, so it shows the 3 M.2 drives here. And I'm going to need to pull out my reading glasses to read it. And let's see what they have to say about it. I'll show you here. The M2 connection supports M2 SATA or M2 PCIe and support RAID. Please note that an M.2 PCIe SSD cannot be used to create a RAID set either with an M2 SATA or SATA hard drive. So if you want to create a RAID array with an M.2 PCIe SSD, you must set up the configuration in the UEFI BIOS mode. Well, duh, okay. Follow the steps to correctly install an M2 SSD into the M2 connector. Step 1, get a screw and a standoff from the included M2 screw kit. Well, those are pre-installed on the board except for the one under the heatsink. The one under the heatsink has none pre-installed, but it does have the two heatsinks, the two standoffs and screws for the other two M2 slots are already there. Locate the M2 connector where you will install the M2. Use a screwdriver to unfasten the screw on the heatsink, then remove the heatsink. Only the M2M32G connector has the heatsink. Locate the proper mounting hole to be installed and then tighten the standoff first. Insert the M2 SSD in an angle and then press it down and secure it with a screw. Replace the heatsink. So they are saying there should be a standoff, but there isn't one, even though they say there's supposed to be one. Instead, I've got two screws. Maybe it was a packaging error. Maybe I'm supposed to have, well, let's look this should tell us here what we got in the box. So it says in the box, 1 M2 screw kit. Well, that's what there is. It's a screw kit. There's no standoff. The only thing I can think is that the standoff isn't necessary, but I can't see how it could hurt to have it. And I could steal one of the standoffs over here. It's just not there. Let me just show you. There's no standoff there, but you can see we have a standoff here and we have a standoff here, and they have screws already in them. And if you go directly above where that hole's going to line up right here, there's no standoff under there. So the instructions are telling us to use a standoff, but they didn't give us one. And this is a disconnect between the people who write the documentation, engineers, and the actual people who put everything in the box, the marketing department, not being on the same page. So I have a choice, and my choice is, I was talking about the Samsung packaging. There are documentation and instructions. You have to separate this piece. This is so not obvious. There doesn't appear to be any way to separate it. It looks like it's one solid piece, but you can kind of see the documentation through the holes. And it sits like a Russian nesting doll, where you have to pull one piece out of the other piece. And the instructions are a complete waste of time, as most instructions are, but they are in there, and you can see me struggle with it just to try and figure out how you're supposed to separate these two. Oh, all right, so the middle comes out. That's what it is. The middle just comes out. And then that's your documentation. So again, I don't think the documentation really does us any good. We'll throw it in the box so the customer can have it. And I think at this point, my choice now is to just put this in, put the heat shield, the heat sink in, and lock it down. But nothing really prevents that M2 drive from sliding forward and coming out. And since this is going a very long distance, I think I'm going to go ahead and remove one of these standoffs here since we're not using it. And the customer will have to contact Gigabyte if they need it. I think that's what's going to have to happen. Or I could contact Gigabyte and see what they have to say. So the standoffs have a little slot, so you use a straight edge screwdriver. And I need to get the M.2 drive out of the way. I'll put it on the book there so that it won't be, again, for electrostatic discharge. The paper isn't on a conductor, so we're fine there. And I'm just going to move that into the 80 position, 80 millimeter. M.2 drives are called 2280, at least the ones I've been using. They're 22 millimeters wide, 80 millimeters long. And they do sell them in 60 millimeter and 42 millimeter and even I think 110 millimeter, but 80 is the most common. So with the standoff now moved there, I can reinsert the M2 drive and we can put the screw. Make sure you're using a magnetized screwdriver. It is critically important. These are very small, easily lost screws. It's another reason why you want your fan turned upside down on your power supply. Not only is your cabling going to look a lot better, but if you were to drop a screw and it fell into the hole where the fan is because you put your fan facing up, that's not good news, folks. That's high voltage in there. Also, if you were using liquid cooling and you had a pump leak and it leaks down into your power supply, not good. So flipping the power supply with the fan facing down, assuming you're using a case that has vent holes on the bottom specifically for that. Also, like with this case, we've got a little filter down here that filters the power supply, the air coming in. That is the way to install it. I see too many people putting them in upside down. It makes the cabling look like a nightmare, and it's a place for, it's a sarlacc pit for screws. That's what it is. Some of you will get the reference, and some of you, well, will have to use Google. There we go, and just done with that straight edge. Rarely ever use a straight edge screwdriver on a computer build. Okay, so the motherboard looks no different. The M.2 is completely hidden. You would never even know it's there. Having that heatsink built in is a nice touch. It matches the color and design of the board. It negates the need for the heatsinks you see me install, like from EKWB, and the struggle I had getting it put together. And then, of course, any video card clearance issues. So if you can buy a motherboard with the heatsink built in, it's great. M.2 drives do not require a heatsink, but what happens, like anything else, when they get too hot, they start to throttle down, and you'll wonder why your performance sucks, and it's because it's getting too hot. That's usually not an issue of fan placement. It's more an issue of M.2 placement. This is probably one of the worst locations for an M.2 drive to go, because you're right between the two biggest heat sources, which is your CPU and your graphics card. Now, the bottom of the graphics card should be drawing air in and blowing it out the back, but heat does rise. And of course, if you're overclocking, then you're really cranking the heat levels up. And by situating the M2 there, it is the single worst place on the motherboard to place it. But it's all too common for manufacturers to place it there because the engineering requirements of the rest of the board. The board would have to be physically larger, or they have to move it around to the back of the board, which, you know, could add some other little negative side effects if you do that. So it'll probably be fine, but just be aware of it. Now we're going to open up the CPU socket, and we're going to lift that lid up, and we'll grab the Core i7 8086K CPU. All this documentation, again, will go in the motherboard box. Go faster sticker. That's our CPU. And right here, CPU is going to go in only one direction. I've covered this in a lot of detail in other videos, so I'm not going to go through it again today. It'll sit right down in the socket, the lid will close, lock it down, and the top will just pop off. We want to keep this. If you ever have to take the CPU out, for example, sending the motherboard in for RMA, you've got to cover the socket. The pins are very, very delicate, and the manufacturer, if they see that you've sent back the motherboard without this, they're going to send it right back to you and say your warranty is null and void. Have a nice day. So all of that, the documentation, this plastic cover, will go in the motherboard box with the rest of that stuff. This, I have to talk to the customer about. This was a mistake. We'll have to go USB if he wants a DVD drive. They're only about $10 more, and then you just plug it in when you need it, which isn't very often these days. And that's about all we can do for the motherboard prep at this time. I don't have a cooler yet, and I don't have RAM yet. We do have the hard drive to install. That looks pretty easy to do. We've got the bays down here at the bottom. I'm not quite sure how they work, but I'm about to find out. Looks like we've got screws on the bottom, screws on the top. I think I want to go to the top position so it'll be a little easier to cable. Getting the cables way down here on the connectors, on a case like this, it's not going to give me much room. So I think we're going to go for the top for ease of access. Nobody's going to see it. That's all being covered by the power supply shroud. These are not captured screws. They come completely out. Or do they? Oh, they are captured screws. I just didn't need to take it all the way out. All right, well, that's good to know. But I'm missing something here. There it is. Hard drive is going to go in. Well, first of all, let me put this captured screw back in there. I'll do it now. Well, it's easy. You definitely want to be careful with an electric screwdriver. It's very easy to cross-thread a screw and not even feel it. And if you cross-thread something like that, you're up a creek. It's not like you're going to run over to Ace Hardware and buy another one. You'll have to contact the case manufacturer. So here's our Iron Wolf drive. I've had really good luck with these. I've got a couple of 12 terabyte Iron Wolf drives. Knock on wood, they've been running great for months. They're in my Synology NAS, and they're designed for NAS use because drives, when you don't use a drive for NAS use, if you use like a regular hard drive, in most cases it'll work okay, but what ends up happening is the drives get this weird vibration, especially when you got like 4 of them lined up, and that tends to cause premature hard drive failure. So the Iron Wolf drives are specifically designed for NAS use in that they reduce the vibration when there's several of them lined up. Now the Synology NAS I have now is only a 2 drive. I've got two 12 terabyte drives in a RAID 1 array. Because the capacity of drives is so big now, I don't need a 4 drive array anymore. The only reason I had it was to hit certain capacities. These days, I think 14 terabyte is the biggest one you can buy. So, you know, you can imagine having 4 of those. It gets real expensive real quick. Now the drive is going to go in so the connectors are going to be facing the back. If the connectors face the front, we have no way to get to them because there's a big shroud right up front here. Now I wish this was a toolless design. I think NZXT could use a little improvement there for the drive to just snap in. I would like to see NZXT consider that in future case manufacturing. There's no reason we should have to manually tighten screws for these components anymore. They all conform to industry specifications with regards to where the holes are, what size they are, and where they're located. So to have to put screws in manually doesn't make any sense because they all go in the same place, and they could automate that, or they could make it auto lock in, as Corsair does with their basic 200R case. No tools are required. I'm looking in here for the screws, but I didn't put the screws in here, did I? No, I didn't. I left them out. They're right over here. And in these bags, there's going to be one set of screws that has a coarser thread. Oh, look at this. NZXT gave me 4 screws that exactly match what came with the power supply. They're 6x32 hexagon screws. I guess that's 6mm by 32mm, is that right? 32 seems awfully long. It can't be 32. I don't know what the 32 stands for. But those are the exact screws that the power supply came with. So what I said earlier about using the screws that came with the power supply rather than the screws that install with the case, most case manufacturers just give you one set of coarse threaded screws, which are pretty shallow with a small head. And they're intended for you to mount your motherboard, mount your hard drive, and mount your power supply. And I find them just a little weak for the power supply. NZXT apparently agrees and includes the industry standard type hex head screw traditionally used on power supplies over the last 30 years. Hey, Britex with us. Hey, Brian. Whatcha, Brian? One of these days, I'm going to make it to England, and I am going to get Brian pissed drunk. And he's going to be abusive, and he's going to tell me what a horrible person I am. I'm into that. And then we're going to get on the London Underground. We're going to get on the what do they call it? Not the train, not the subway. We're going to mind the gap, and we're going to get into a big brawl while the train is in motion, so I can have the real British experience. Right? Right? The tube. We'll get on the tube, and we'll get into a big fist brawl. Welcome to London, mate. Isn't that how it works? Happened to my sister when she was vacationing in England. A big fight broke out. These 2 guys were drunk, and they were falling on top of other passengers, punching each other. Welcome to Britain. It's not London. I know there's about a 90-second delay, so I'm just waiting for Britex response. So there's a track right up here, and apparently, well, there's nothing up on top for it to track onto, but there is a track on the bottom, so it's on the top and the bottom, and so that's what's gonna lock it in there. See, it's not catching, but when I get it lined up properly, it should catch. Not quite, just a little off. And it's a tight fit. You can see the struggle I'm having. And I'm still trying to look for Brian's response. I don't see it yet. Oh yeah, Glasgow. I'm sure Glasgow is probably, the Scottish like to fight, I think, a lot more than the British. There we go. Feels like it's in the track now. I can slide it forward. There it is. Whoop. I think I'm going to start these by hand because they just don't line up right. And like I said, I don't want to cross thread anything. I'm not quite sure what the issue is. There it is. Gonna be about time for me to charge the battery in there from what it sounded like. You can't hang with me drinking? Oh, I'm not going to be drinking. I'm going to be watching. I mean, I'll have a drink, but by the time I finish my first one, you'll have finished, I don't know how many. We'll have to see. Probably 10. I think we saw the standoff for the M2 drive in the 4th hole. I didn't. I think you were looking, oh, I know what you were looking at. The heat shield has a screw that goes in right here. And I think you were looking at that standoff right there that holds the heat shield in place. I think that's what you were looking at. Come to London and I'll show you around. You got it, Brian. You know I'll take you up on that, right? I bet you'd be I bet Brian would be an absolute thrill to be around in London. You know, the guy in India, that scammer said if I went to India, he'd show me around too, but I got a feeling he would just stab me and dump me in the river, in the Ganges. God. Here, let me show you my TARDIS. Tell me if you like my TARDIS, Brian. Hold on, let me see if I can get the camera to focus in on it. It'll focus in a minute, I think. Come on, focus. Doesn't want to focus? There it goes. We'll just stare at that for a while. That's the new RGB right there. It was $52 on Amazon. What a complete waste of money. Just like all RGB, I have bought that to exemplify just how stupid RGB is. If you look closely, you can see the little globs moving up and down inside the tube. Yeah, that's modern day RGB in computers. That is the equivalent of what that is. All right, let's get back to work. See, Brian stops by, everything stops. I have to say hello to Brian. Where was that? Was I somewhere right around there, I think. I think I need to zoom out a little bit. Let's go right about there. Yeah, that'll be fine. It's actually probably zoomed out too far now, but what are you gonna do? Okay. Oh, I knocked my nylon zip ties on the floor. That's not good. I need those later. I usually put those in the box too. Keep those over here. I want to put the Q connector on so I can pretend that NZXT, you know, made it one connector. Although this little Q connector comes from the motherboard manufacturer. This is from Gigabyte. And you're just going to put your cables in there, and then that one piece will plug into the motherboard header, which is a lot easier than hooking each cable up individually. And it's all labeled for positive and negative and where everything goes. And I've got past videos where I show a really nice close-up, and it was a pain in the butt to do the close-up. What I had to do was, if you can imagine, what I had to do was get a camera like this, right? just so you could see what it's like to film. I had to get a camera like this. Let me raise it up so you can see what I'm talking about. And then I had to work with this pointing down in my hands like this so you guys could see it. It was very difficult to film. So I hope you will go back and watch that if you haven't seen it, because there was a lot of effort put into getting that shot. And I can't see anything, so I need glasses again. I am pulling these out. That's the other thing you'll find. When you watch my earlier videos, I don't wear glasses at all. And as you see me getting older, on occasion you see the glasses. And as the videos progress, you see the glasses happening more and more and more. So in just a few years, I should be completely blind. We'll see what happens. You know, my mother told me to stop that. She warned me this was going to happen. All right. Power switch. Power switch just goes there. Power LED positive and power LED negative. These are always fun to put in the Q connector. Oh, I'm sorry, the G connector from Gigabyte. Asus kind of came up with this idea with their Q connector, but Asus's implementation sucks. It really does. Gigabyte did a much better job. Even if they didn't have the original idea, they perfected it. I'll tell you that. Hard drive LED, positive is going to go towards the edge. Which means, in this case, the words on the connector face out. And then we've got the this case has no reset button. So there's no reset. So we only have the 3. And now we just plug that onto the motherboard and we're good to go. And then we've got audio, USB, and what is this? This is probably for powering all of those fans. We're back to having the 3 fans in the front, 1 in the back. We'll see if it's quiet. I gotta go look at the wish list and figure out what Rodney and I talked about for a cooling solution. You know, I've got that Kraken X62. It would work really well in here. Although I told somebody else they could have it. Funny, I couldn't give one of those away, and now I need 2 of them. I've got 1. Brightech is going to bed. All right, Brian, good to see you as always. Take it easy, buddy. Aging is not for the faint of heart. Yeah, my grandfather told me don't get old. So I'm doing the best I can. I'll tell you what's weird. I'm going to tell you something funny about aging. When I was a kid, and my dad told me about growing up in the 50s. So let's say I was growing up in the 70s and the 80s. I thought the 50s were like 100 years ago. I mean, I know it wasn't, but it just felt like looking at the movies like Happy Days and, you know, which obviously wasn't filmed in the 50s, but it's supposed to replicate the 50s. It felt like 100 years ago. But living it, and you go, well, gosh, you know, the 80s weren't that long ago. They were just right there. Just a minute ago, it was 1986. Just then, it just happened. But I imagine the kids watching this, it must feel like 100 years ago to them, like the 50s felt to me. Because 1980 is to 1950 what 1980 is to 2010. And that's a freaky thought. That's a really freaky thought. So perspective of when you were born is very interesting, how old something may seem, but the people that have been here before you were born seem like it was just the other day. Anybody old enough to agree with me or to disagree? Robert says he's 53. I'm 50, so we're very close in age. HMS Wessex says I'm 51 on Friday. Happy birthday. Colin Hilton is 74. Well, he's got to know what I'm talking about. He's close to my dad's age. My dad is 74, as a matter of fact. He'll be 75 in November. Jonathan Mayberry said he was born in the 50s. Yeah, my dad was born in the 40s, so he considers the 50s just an ideal time. But he's also male and white in America. I have to remind him of that. 1950 may not have seemed so great if he wasn't male and white. It's strange when 80 says, I'll be 50 next month. Oh, here come all the ages now, flying across the screen. Lord Falk 1 says he's 61. Magni Johansson is 32. Mark Baguette says, I'm only 22. Well, that's good. Nothing wrong with being 22. Angry Dad 1969 is 48. Sue Poland 63. Jeff Foster's 44 yesterday. Happy birthday, Jeff. Robert Simon says 50 is not old. What's great is when you talk to somebody older than you, they will tell you you're not old, which, you know, as far as I'm concerned, I need to hang around people that are older and fatter than me so I can feel young and thin. Life is all about perspective. Dave M says, I'm only 23, but damn, I love the 50s culture. See, I can't stand it. I can't stand it. My dad was all about the 50s, like I'm all about the 80s. And I just listened to Love Potion #9 and, all these rapey songs about she's sexy and 17 or 16 Candles are very rapey. And my dad just listens to it constantly and I just don't want to hear it. And everything's Elvis, 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 Elvis. Enough with the Elvis. Oh my God. Weren't you supposed to like the Beatles? What happened? If you're born in 43, weren't the Beatles really big in your mid-20s? My dad's not into the Beatles at all. What's wrong with you? We'd be on the same page if he liked the Beatles. Dave in Tucson says he's 73. Look at the age range we've got here. I see 12 years old. I think you really need to be 13 to be on YouTube, but I won't tell since you're behaving a lot more adult-like than some of the adults. Who's the oldest person we have in the chat room? Is 74 the oldest? Bo Hagren says I'll be 50 next year, but I'm not feeling that old. I feel like I'm 30 or something. Yeah, it's a weird sensation. When I see people that are 50 years old, most of the time they look 50, but when I look in the mirror, I don't feel like I look 50. But maybe we all see ourselves that way. I don't know. I still feel like I look the same, but maybe that's the way everybody sees themselves. I don't know. It's psychology. Elvis is dead. Let him rest in peace. I'm just sick of Elvis. My dad karaoke's Elvis. He listens to Elvis practically every day. And if anybody's around me, that's the way I am with like Duran Duran. So like father, like son. I'm sick of it. I'm just tired of Elvis. I think he's not that talented of a guy, but whatever. I probably would like Elvis if it wasn't shoved down my throat every day in my childhood for 20 years. Colin says, be thankful you're still alive no matter how old you are. This is very true, Colin. Very true. Mikey says, I'm 48, but I feel 84. How do you know what an 84-year-old feels like? You're into some weird stuff. Robert Jones says, I don't act 56. Yes, well, I know people that certainly don't act their age. I know 20-year-olds that act like they're 80. I was one of them. I probably still am. I'll catch up to myself one of these days. Elvis and Hendrix were overrated. I agree. There's nothing Jimi Hendrix sings that I like, or Janis Joplin. Whatever it is, I don't get it. I just don't get it. Tom says he's 85. Wow. That's great, Tom. 85 and still into the tech. So Tom, you guys that you're in your 60s and over, you're what we call digital immigrants. This technology is foreign to you and didn't happen until you were well into adulthood and working. So you may not have had time to play with it like I had the opportunity in the 80s as a teenager to adapt to home computers before there was an internet. TRS-80 Model 1, Atari 400, Apple IIs, Commodore PETs, Commodore 64s. That was my world for 10 years, I would say. And then when the internet happened, everything changed. My wife acts my age. I say I do 9. I'm 32 and the Stones are my favorite band. Rolling Stones are okay, but I just don't think Mick Jagger's got a very good singing voice. He puts on a great stage show. He knows how to entertain a crowd. Ryan Dolan says, I'll be 21 in February. Well, you got a little ways to wait there, Ryan. Mike Ladd says he was in his 30s when he started building computers. Yeah. Robert Simon said, I may be over 50, but I'm still a kid at heart. Absolutely. Absolutely. Do I like Roy Orbison? He's kind of a creepy dude, isn't he? He's just something about his body language. He's just very, I don't know. But I do like Pretty Woman, and I like many of his songs. I just can't stand to watch him sing. There's something about him that just feels creepy. Maybe the sunglasses have to come off or something. I'm trying to think of the other songs he sings besides Pretty Woman. The best live concert I attended was Peter Gabriel. I never saw Peter Gabriel. Of course, he's one of the original members of Genesis. The first concert I saw, I was 16 years old. Foreigner's, probably the best album they ever came out with, called Foreigner 4, had come out. It's got songs like Urgent and Jukebox Hero, among many others. I had the cassette of it, and I went to the concert, my very first concert. It played at the Veterans Memorial Coliseum, which these days doesn't hold they have this, it's now the Arizona State Fairgrounds. They sold the place out. Big stadium, huge stadium, sold out. My ears rang for 3 days. It was the best ever. It was a great experience. I never heard music that loud in my life. Never, ever have I heard music that loud. And I loved it, loved it, loved it, loved it. The irony, of course, of listening to music loud can damage your ears to the point where you can't hear anymore. There's some real irony there. Vernon says his favorite is Jeff Lynne in the Electric Light Orchestra. There's another guy. Have you ever seen Jeff Lynne without sunglasses on? I never have seen him without glasses, ever. And they're usually tinted so you can't see his eyes. I don't know what color his eyes are. It's weird. He's an extraordinarily talented guy, though. Jeff Lynne and Brian May from Queen, very talented British guys in bands that I don't think get the credit they deserve. And don't get me wrong, they got a lot of credit. A lot of people really acknowledge their talent. But you got guys like Eric Clapton, who doesn't really have much stage presence. He's sort of a guitar nerd. He's very good at playing the guitar, but he's not much, he doesn't really put on a show, you know, unless you just want to look at his hands. So I've never really been a fan of Eric Clapton. I've never been a fan of the Eagles. I think they're overrated. It's not to say I don't like them. I saw an Eagles tribute band and I had a good time, but I wouldn't go and see them in concert. Not that it's possible now with the deaths, but I just didn't think their music was that great. To me, 38 Special and the Eagles are right about the same. And if I had a choice, I'd see 38 Special. If I could choose one over the other. If I want to listen to country rock, I'll take 38 Special over the Eagles any day of the week. But that's me. Hotel California is way overplayed, but there are certain rock anthems like Hotel California, Stairway to Heaven, Bohemian Rhapsody. I would even put No More Tears from Ozzy Osbourne, where you have these, 7 or 8 minute length songs that vary in tempo and contain a lot of different instruments and rhythmic changes that have withstood the test of time. And there's no denying Hotel California is one of those songs. It just doesn't do it for me. Hey Jude and Let It Be are, again, two very long songs that change a lot. And if you combine the 3 songs from the Beatles, what were those 3 songs? What were they called? In the End. They're 3 songs, but they're meant to be played all as one track. And it should have been released in one track, in my opinion. I can't think of what it's called right now. Do I like Mexican Coca-Cola? I'm supposed to like it, but honestly, it's too sweet. I'll drink it. There's a restaurant we go to, and there's a couple of restaurants here in Phoenix. They don't have a fountain machine, and if you want a Coke, you get the Mexican Coke. I'll drink it, but it tastes a lot like Pepsi to me. It's very sweet. So I guess I've grown accustomed to the HF, the high fructose corn syrup. But technically, high fructose corn syrup should be sweeter than cane sugar, but the taste, I much prefer a more bitter taste. Someone mentions Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. What a great band. I always thought his voice was terrible. Tom Petty and Bob Dylan to me sound very similar. Terrible singing voices. But he's made it work for him, Songs like You Got Lucky, one of my favorite songs. Kind of a cocky song. I could probably name 15 Tom Petty songs I like. We saw a Tom Petty tribute band, and they were really, really good too. When I go see a band, I don't just want to hear one song I know. I want to hear 10 or 12 or 15. And that's the way it used to be. It used to be groups like Foreigner and Styx, Duran Duran. These groups had one hit after the other after the other.
You can even go back to the 70s with bands like Little River Band, the Eagles. When you went to a concert, this one band could fill an hour and a half, and you could sing along with 8 out of the 10 songs, and they probably played 2 tracks that you never heard of or only the hardcore fans really knew. AC/DC, just hit after hit after hit after hit. Nowadays, it feels like bands get 1 or 2 hits, and they travel with other bands that have 1 or 2 hits. So, for example, Lovely the band, which has a song called Broken that's playing in rotation on the radio right now, is playing for free at Tempe Marketplace in a couple weeks, I think. I'm not going to drive over there and fight the crowds to a free concert to hear the one song I know they sing. I've always been the kind of guy that I'm only interested in the song being played on the radio. I'm not interested in listening to the album. But some albums have so many hits. Fleetwood Mac, when you get the Rumors album, almost every single song is a hit. Anything Michael Jackson ever released, almost every song on the album is a hit. On Foreigner 4, almost every single song on the album almost is a hit. And some of the songs should have been hits that I listened to. The Cars would be another one. When you have the Let It Go album, or the there was another one that big one, can't think of it. They just had track after track, hit after hit after hit. Def Leppard did that intentionally. Some bands, they want to be as artistic as possible. They don't care if it's popular. Other bands sit down and they go, okay, we want every song on this album, and this is supposedly what Def Leppard did. They said we want every song to be an anthem song. So Pyromania, and hit after hit after hit. It was specifically designed for that. And how do you do that? How do you know what's going to be a hit? I mean, there's obvious formulas and producers that can, formulaically tell you what you need to do, but it doesn't guarantee a hit. And I do like Def Leppard. Bon Jovi, songs like Bad Medicine just got really old and overplayed, and I just can't. If it's on the radio, I change a channel. I'm just sick of hearing it. Or Dead or Alive is too slow. One of the things I really liked about AC/DC, many hard rock bands had ballads. You're not a hard rock band if you're singing ballads. AC/DC never sang a ballad. AC/DC always stayed true to being a hard rock band. And it wasn't so hard rock that it was thrash metal, because that's just noise as far as I'm concerned. I was never really into Nine Inch Nails. I was never really into, I'm trying to think, Smashing Pumpkins. These bands, to me, it just sounds it's just too many, how can I explain it? There's not enough detail in the song. It just feels like noise. A group I've been really liking lately is Muse, and they've been around a long time, and I've only, within the last year or two, heard of them. And all their music sounds alike. Their lyrics are always on the same sort of message: fight back, stand up for yourself, us against them, us being the citizens and them being the government. And I like the message, but they don't have much variety. When I hear a song by Muse, and I could never have heard it before, I go, that's Muse. They all sound alike. And I'd like to see a little more variety. That was the thing I liked the most about the Beatles, as you could hear a song like Come Together, which is a very unique sounding song. And then you could play Got to Get You Into My Life. And then you could play Hello Goodbye. And you'd say, who are these guys? Who's the band that plays that? The Beatles. Well, what about this one? Oh, that's also the Beatles. Well, what about this one? Well, that's the Beatles too. That's an incredible diversity in both the instruments that they use, the people that sing. They took turns. Paul would sing, John would sing, George would sing, even Ringo would sing, Yellow Submarine. And then later in his solo career, Photograph. And that gave the band such a diversity that the only way I know it's a Beatles song is if they go, yeah, 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 they bob their head. That's a very Beatles thing. But other than that, it's only because I know the song is by the Beatles. I can't hear it and go, that sounds like the Beatles, because there's no sound to the Beatles. Maybe on their first album, but after that, it was very different. Penny Lane is a very different song from I Want to Hold Your Hand or Do You Want to Know a Secret, another one of my favorite songs. I love how Do You Want to Know a Secret starts. It's really cool. It's similar to the way Long, Long Way From Home by Foreigner has a really weird intro, and I can listen to the intro over and over. And another intro I really like is the intro to Money for Nothing by Dire Straits. If you crank that up where the guitar starts playing in the very beginning and it's nothing but guitar, and crank the bass up. There's no bass, it's just guitar. But then the drums just smack you in the back of the head. They come from out of nowhere. And it's so invigorating, it's so visceral. I really like that. So anyway, where was I? Got me talking about music. I guess, so part of me doesn't want to put the board in because I know I've got to do the heatsink, and I don't know what I'm going to do yet. But I can't have the board laying out like this. It's just going to collect dust, it's going to get damaged. So I'm going to go ahead and put the board in. It's just a few screws. If I have to take it back out later, I will. But this will secure it and keep it from damage. So let me go ahead and do that now. We do have standoffs pre-installed. Two here, there's 3 across the top, 3 across the middle, 3 across the bottom. That's a pretty standard ATX layout. If you're using an ATX motherboard, you shouldn't need to move any of these. If you're going to install a micro ITX board in here, you can, but you may have to move some of these here in the middle. You might have to put one here, for example, and maybe this one might go down here. Depends on the board. And if you use mini ITX, then you just use these 2 and these 2. That's mini ITX is only 4 screws, so you shouldn't have to move anything for mini ITX. But mini ITX would look like a joke inside this case. But you could do it if you really wanted to. And that's the important thing to know. Let's go ahead and get the board put in. Oh. Maybe I was going to use a Hyper 212. I'm thinking, give me just a minute. Let me check my email. I think I was going to, you know what? I think I can, scatterbrained. I think I can check it right here. If that's the case, then I've got the Hyper 212s and I can put one on right now. Let me just check. I gotta go to this. This was a discussion. Normally it goes on an email and I keep a record of it, but this was a discussion that took place on Facebook. Let's see. Where is Ronnie? I mean Rodney, not Ronnie. Rodney, where are you? I've got so many messages, guys. When you email me or you contact me, I really need you to understand, I do my best to get back to everybody as soon as possible, but it can be a little bit of a wait. And I always prioritize people that want to talk about business, obviously. Okay, here's my discussion with Rodney. I needed to look at what we were going to do for the RAM. This is a long discussion. We talked for about an hour and a half, I think. A lot of discussion about shipping and all of the issues. We're talking about price. I think he mentioned he was in Tasmania, but I think we're shipping to Australia. I realize Tasmania is part of Australia, but it's an island separate from Australia. And I was trying to determine, am I shipping this to Tasmania or am I shipping it to Australia? Because it changes how much shipping costs. I assume. I'm sure all the tariffs and fees are the same. Can't find where we're discussing it, so I think what I'll do, I think I created a Newegg wish list. that I had sent to Rodney. Let me look at the Rodney wish list here that I put together and see what I have listed for RAM. I'm starting to wonder if I left that out. Wish list. Rodney, there he is. What do we have? So there's the DVD burner. So yes, I did put it on the wish list. I wasn't thinking. He wanted a Logitech MX Master 25 wireless mouse and a Corsair K95 RGB Platinum gaming keyboard, which he says he can't get in Australia, so I ordered those for him. We're doing Windows 10. I've got Home on here, but I think I'm going to sell him Pro because I have it here and I can sell it to him cheap. This Gigabyte motherboard is $223. Okay, for RAM, I show a Corsair Vengeance 32 gigs. They're 2 sticks of 16 gig. DDR4 3000, that's $299.99. But the good news is, when I added it to the wish list, it was $319.99. So the price on the RAM has dropped $20. Maybe that's why I didn't order it yet. Maybe I suspected it was going to drop. When did I create the wish list? This had to be the same day we were talking. What day were we talking? September 13th. So September 13th, and it's already dropped $20 in less than 2 weeks since we talked. And then what do I have for a CPU cooler? It is a Hyper 212. Okay, and it shows out of stock at Newegg. So good thing I've got them. So we're gonna go ahead and put the Hyper 212 Evo on. See that? Just like that. This is, this is how crazy my life is. When I'm working on a customer's system, I generally have completely forgotten whatever we talked about. Like I have an overview of what we're building, but when we get into the details, I have to go back and look at the email in the moment I need to. If I look at it the day before, I will have already forgotten it, or I will lose little bits of the detail after I wake up. So that's what happens when I get really busy like this, is I just try and focus on one customer at a time. And it can make me appear to be disorganized, and perhaps I am a little bit. I'm not really well set up for being this busy. I'd never really put processes and plans in place to be more efficient when I'm this busy. So I just try and do everybody, somebody gets 100% of my attention, and then the rest of the time they get about 20% of my attention, to give them whatever we need to get started. Then once we get started, then I'm all there, and I have to go back and read the notes. And so that's what happened. Let me get a Hyper 212. I'm glad that I looked that up, because it's another box I can get rid of. I've got 4 of these in stock, 4 of these Hyper 212 Evos. And I've decided on the Liquid Maker 92s, I think I bought them for $50 a piece. They were on sale. Winston says, "You'll love the next box coming from Vancouver." Thank you, Winston. What I would like, and this would be best if it was someone local, if you would be interested in a Liquid Maker 92 for, let's say, 20 bucks, I will sell it to you at a loss under the condition that I want you to report back to me and let me know how it's running in a year's time. Or if you have any problems with it, that you let me know whenever the problem occurs. And I will take it as a loss for 2 reasons. One, I have about 8 of them, and they're very niche coolers. It may not be the best cooler, but if you're in a case where no liquid cooler can be installed, like in the Xenos case, it's a perfect design for that. But I would like to know how they withstand the test of time in a real world environment. And if you're interested in joining me on that, and you'd like to pick one up at less than half of what I paid for it, and honestly, I have no way to make you follow up. If you tell me you're going to do it and you don't do it, if you never follow up with me, there's nothing I can really do. But I'm hoping that you'd want to. I'm hoping that if you had any problems, you would tell me about it, and then I can follow up to decide if that's a product I can recommend. The only reason I recommend it now is it's made by a quality company, of course, Cooler Master, and it's a very niche design for cases that otherwise could not fit a liquid cooler. The 200R can only fit like a 120 millimeter cooler on the back. That's it. So the Liquid Maker 92 is a good solution for the 200R as well. But will it last and how long? I don't know. Will it leak? That's why I need people willing to try. So if you're interested in that offer, please drop me an email and we'll figure out how to get together and get you a cooler. It's brand new in a box, never been used. That being said, I'd be very curious what the end results of that are in the real world. The 212 does not cool enough if you want to overclock. Yeah, that's true. No air cooler is going to cool enough if you want to overclock. You can overclock with a Hyper 212 or any air cooler, but you won't overclock as far as you will with a liquid cooler. And when you overclock, you reduce the life of your components, you risk the reliability of your components, you will have to tune it and tweak it and tune it and tweak it, and it's a huge waste of time. People who work for a living, they want a fast computer. And people who understand the engineering of a computer understand how foolish overclocking is these days. Measuring a computer strictly by frequency is no way to measure performance. A 3 gigahertz processor 10 years ago is far, far slower than a 3 gigahertz processor today. Yet the frequency is identical. Why is a processor today so much faster? It blows the other processor out of the water, even though they're rated at the same frequency. Now, I'm going to let you do your own research on that. Because if you think overclocking the frequency is giving you a real boost in performance, you're sadly mistaken. You're getting a very, very tiny return on your investment. It's not worth doing it. It really isn't. In my opinion, buy a faster CPU, run it at stock speed, keep a cooler on it. The CPUs these days auto overclock. It's called turbo mode or boost mode. They auto overclock themselves. Now, when we overclock, we're taking it even beyond that. But if you want a CPU or a computer that's reliable, that you don't have to constantly tweak and fix all the time, you just want to turn it on and use it, leave it the way the engineers intended for it to be run. If you're somebody who's got a lot of time on your hands and you enjoy the challenge of that, that puts you out on the niche fringes of computer ownership. The vast majority of computer owners have no desire or interest in that. And again, the return that you get from just dealing with frequency only isn't much of a boost at all. It really isn't. But that's how some people have fun, right? Some people have fun with the challenge of getting the computer to not crash and getting it to go as fast as they can. To me, that's not fun. That's hard work, and it's very time consuming, and customers don't want to pay me for that. They could buy another computer for what I would charge them. If I charged them by the hour for how long that takes, and then when you charge them for the cooling solutions, and then the maintenance of those cooling solutions, it doesn't make any sense to pay anybody to do that. But that being said, if you enjoy it, don't let me get in your way. You go ahead and enjoy it. But I personally find it to be a complete waste of time. The benefits do not outweigh the risk, and the cost does not return your investments to the equivalent of what it cost. Now, back in the day, it used to. When you had a Celeron 300 that you could crank up to a gigahertz, you were doubling the speed. Now you're lucky to get 10, 15% more frequency. And like I said, basing performance on frequency alone just doesn't apply in the world today. If it did, why don't you just go buy yourself a 3 gigahertz processor from 10 years ago, right? They're all 3 gigahertz. So that would be my challenge to you. Go find a 10-year-old computer that's running 3 gigahertz, and then build a modern 3 gigahertz computer, and then benchmark them. Then I want you to explain to me why the processor today that runs at the exact same speed blows the other one out of, it's not even close. It blows it out of the water like it was standing still. Well, it is standing still. I'll think of an analogy. Just give me a minute. The pressure. And it has to do with the design of the internals of the CPU, the caching, the logic steps. There's a lot involved in it. And you just can't replicate that in overclocking. You can't enhance that. You have to get down to the die level. And nobody's, when people start modding CPUs at a die level to get more out of them, then I'll be interested. But all you're doing is kind of barbaric. You're sort of brute forcing more voltage and more frequency. And it's kind of a very stupid thing to do, in my opinion, to a very delicate piece of electronics that contains, well, Intel's not telling us how many transistors, but we suspect somewhere around 1 billion transistors in a package about that big. I think it's close to 1 billion. And you're slapping that stuff around with voltage and frequency increases. It seems very delicate when it runs right. And so to do that just feels disrespectful to the technology. But I'm all about the business side of things, you know. I'm not really in it. I mean, it's fun for me, but that's not fun for me. Creating a problem and then chasing it down to fix the problem I created, to have some sort of achievement of a higher frequency that ultimately results in a very teeny tiny little real world performance gain, after spending all that money and time for, you know, exotic cooling and then the maintenance of that cooling. No, I'll let you guys do that. I'm not doing it. Let's see, we got our thermal compound, we got our socket, we've got our standoffs, and the nuts, and the rest of these screws and standoffs for adding a second fan, and for socket 2011 or 2066, which we're not using, so we won't use those. And then we put the little diapers, I call them diapers, on the standoffs. I was in one of the forums on Facebook where there were a bunch of AMD enthusiasts, and the guy talked about how he smoked his 1080 Ti. And I said, you know, I'm sorry guys, but I don't want to ruin anybody's parade, but you know, a normal person would have bought that 1080 Ti and would be using it today without any problems. But you had to go and take it and push it so hard that you smoked it. And now it doesn't work anymore. And the guy who left his alone, his works just fine. Now who's got better performance? And they said, well, you just don't get it. And I said, you're right. I just don't get it. It just doesn't make, why would you spend that kind of money and then break it? Why would you, if you would have just plugged it in, loaded the drivers and used it the way the engineers intended, you'd be using it now instead of writing about how you broke it. But that's because I don't get it. You know why I don't get it? Because it doesn't make any sense. Thermal compound on the CPU, that's what I need to do next. We'll just use this one right here. Oh no, I don't want to do the thermal compound yet. I want to put the back plate on first. So let's do that. It's going to go on like that. Grab a standoff. Yeah, now I need to go back through my Newegg orders and see, I must have not added the RAM to the cart. Unless I did and it's on back order, but I didn't see anything that suggested that. I'm thinking I got a little overwhelmed and I just checked out of the cart a little early because it is not in the box. So I suspect I didn't order it. I've never had Newegg not send me something. But I should look at there's a sheet in the box that tells me what's in the box. I never look at it. I should look at it just to make sure it doesn't say there's RAM in there that isn't in there. I suspect I just didn't order it. I just must have overlooked it. That's what happens when things get busy and I try to do too much at once. I try to just do one thing at a time because I am a simple man and I like my full attention on what I'm doing, and I try not to think about what I have to do later because it takes me out of the moment of what I'm doing, and that's how mistakes get made. Onion says, I was thinking of getting a 1080. Well, the prices have come down, but I think my i5 4570 might just bottleneck it. So what? So what if it bottlenecks it? What do you care? If it bottlenecks it, then you have an excuse to upgrade your CPU. And if it doesn't, I mean, you can always adjust your game settings. Just turn down some of your anti-aliasing and shadows, and it should be fine. And if you want to play with all the settings boosted up to the point where you're having bottlenecking issues, well, now you got an excuse to upgrade the CPU. You've already got the graphics card. It's not like you're going to have to replace it again. So one less thing you'll have to buy later. And yes, the prices have come down. I think they're going to continue to go down too. But what concerns me is whether or not you'll be able to buy one because they'll be sold out. And watch out on eBay. There's a lot of sellers out there selling. I saw a guy listing 3 different 1080 cards for $75 a piece, and I hit the buy it now on all 3 of them, and I instantly got an email from eBay saying that seller is fraudulent, had their account taken over. Please don't pay this auction, and if you have paid, please file with your credit card company. I knew that was too good. There's no way somebody's selling a used card for $75. No way. Oh, it's such a tiny little CPU after working on old Thready over there. I was like, I almost put too much thermal compound on there. So here's another way we can spread the thermal compound, and that is, you see me use a piece of Scotch tape. People usually have Scotch tape or sellotape laying around, but you can also use these nitrile gloves, not rubber gloves, but nitrile. They're anti-static. The thinner the glove is, the better, so you can feel what's going on. These are 3 milli-inches, and that's about as thin, I think, as they sell them. And they have them in different sizes. This is a medium, and it fits pretty good. Okay, you ready for your exam? Okay. And we can use that and use our finger, and we can really feel that thermal compound, making sure that it feels, you can feel the thickness of it. You can kind of feel where the CPU needs more of it. And we paint the CPU with the thermal compound. And now we can take the glove off. You see that? No mess. Seems like a waste of a good glove. I don't know. They're cheap, but it just feels like I'm adding to a landfill instead of adding a little piece of tape. But I always get a little on my finger from the tape. I got nothing on my finger after that, which is good. Now we've got the protective material here to remove from the bottom of the heatsink, and that's to keep that free of contamination. And contamination can be anything from dust and debris to the oils on your skin. So try to avoid touching that. If you do touch it, it's not the end of the world. You can still put it together. It's going to work fine. But if you really want extreme cooling, then you'll want to clean that if you've touched it. You'll want to clean it with rubbing alcohol and a Q-tip or a microfiber cloth, something that's not going to leave anything behind. And the alcohol, in rubbing alcohol, will automatically dissolve, leaving you a dry, clean surface. I'm gonna go ahead and take the fan off. You see how that fan mounts? You see these plastic mounts? That's so far superior to the Arctic freezer cooler. The way that they mount their fans with those little wire hangers, that's far superior. I need Arctic to design something like that. So let's see, we'll put the cooler on. It doesn't really matter. It's gonna go on like that. This is always the fun part right here for me, and that's getting this little mount put on. I think the screws, if I'm not mistaken, go in the middle position. There's 3 positions. Let's move them all to the middle. Pretty sure that's where it needs to go. I just pull on the screw and move it and then let it go. The little spring catches it. And then I've tried to explain this. It's kind of hard to explain, but you can see it looks like an X this way, but it also looks like an X this way, right? And the way that this cooler, the way they want you to put it on, do you see these here when they come together? Do you see how they split apart? They're not facing each other. It's like they're going like this. They want it where they're facing each other. So now they're kind of coming together, and they want your heat pipes in between there. That's the best way I can explain it. So when you're putting this in, you want to go, let's see, I gotta think about this. We want to go like this, and then there's a little hole in the base that's going to fit in. And I don't want to touch that bottom. And then we open this up, and now it's hugging those heat pipes just like it's supposed to. But the trick is that little nub that sticks up there goes into a hole. And that's the hard part when I'm installing this, is keeping that recessed into that hole while I'm tightening it down. So you've got to watch that. That's the trickiest part of this cooler install. So we can set it on top of the CPU, and it's going to slide around on there where you're working on it. It's fine. There's nothing to be concerned about. People make a big deal out of nothing. And we just need to start one of these screws. And you can just use your hands. You sort of have to push down on it a little bit and then turn it a couple times. We'll come over here and do the opposite corner. The minute you tighten one screw down, you're going to see there's some added pressure. And the more you tighten the screw down, the harder the pressure is to start the other screws. So only turn them the bare minimum just to get them started, or you're going to be working a lot harder than you need to. So that's all the screws are started now. No problem there. Now, normally I would not use an electric screwdriver for this, but I'm in the mood. So we're going to just go ahead and tighten one of these down, and we'll go to the opposite corner. But I don't want to bring it all the way down yet. We're going to do the same thing over here, and opposite corner. Now I can tighten them all the way down, at least to the driver stops. And again here. I'm checking to see if I came out of that little hole. No, I didn't. Everything's fine. I should have checked that. Okay, now, and you should be using a mechanical driver for this. I want to tighten these until they don't turn anymore. Don't over tighten them. You will break the tops of the screws right off. You'll shear the screw, and then you're screwed. Surely. That's it. Now I can put the fan back on. I want the fan blowing out towards me, towards the I/O shield. That means it's going to go on in this direction with the cable facing down. This is also a good time to think about the cable management. But for right now, let's just take a look here. See what it's going to look like if we set the fan in. And again, look how far superior this is to Arctic solution. You saw me struggle trying to get the wire hangers on every corner. On this, on the Cooler Master, you simply align it, and the little plastic clips go into these grooves, so you can adjust the height of the fan fairly easily, and it just locks into place. and it's on. There's no struggle, no fuss, no fuss. I'm pretty darn close to that first RAM socket right here. And I don't know if it'll get in the way or not until I get some RAM. But the Corsair RAM that we ordered isn't very tall, so I don't think it's going to be any issue at all. I think we'll be fine. Let's go ahead and plug the CPU fan in. That's going to go right here. Usually the connector for the CPU fan is white and it matches the white N. Gigabyte, for some reason, went a different direction with the color. All the fan headers on the board are black. This one is sort of a gray. So it is different. It does stand out. I believe that's the CPU fan, and then below it will be the CPU optional. That would be like a secondary fan if we put one on this side. If we plug that in, we can determine then how much extra cable we've got, and we can use one of the zip ties that was generously included with the case. And we can tie that up right now before we install the motherboard, because that's going to be almost impossible to get to after the fact. And I wrap these stickers around just to keep it clean. And then what I'm going to do is just kind of play with it to see what looks good. And I'm going to have to unplug it to do this now that I have an idea how much cable I need to have. And I try to keep the cable straight and fold it in on itself. And again, see that? See how clean that looks? And I just need one zip tie. I think I'm going to use 2 zip ties. I think I'll put one on one side here. And let me grab another one. It's a bit overkill. And once again, I'm going to wrap these little stickers around themselves to keep it from sticking out, because it just looks better. One of these stickers says not to throw it into the trash, and the other one says if you remove the sticker, you void the warranty. So leave the stickers on there. Not quite sure what kind of a warranty you would need to have, but I mean, I don't know what you would be having fixed. It's a solid piece of metal. What can possibly go wrong? A bad fan? And even then, what does that cost? Probably not worth the effort of a warranty. But regardless, it's easy enough to just tuck those stickers in on themselves. And now I can plug that in like so. Nice and clean, right? So after I've had this experience of installing, this is like number 5, I think, of the Hyper 212 Evos I've done recently. You see how much faster that went just from my familiarity from doing it a number of times. I sort of struggled a couple weeks back when I hadn't done one in a long time, but now it's no struggle at all. So kudos to Corsair. They obviously have a good design. It just took me a little while to get used to it. And I could probably say the same for any cooler, that if I keep installing it time and time again, I'm certainly going to get much faster at it. I'm trying to see if there's a piece of plastic over this NZXT. I think there is. Let's get that off of there. Yeah, there we go. I'm going to lay this down. You're not going to be able to see very much while I do this. But I got to do what I got to do, guys. I'm going to pick up the motherboard by the heatsink. I'm going to turn it so it's facing in the proper direction. And we're going to do our fitment test here. Make sure everything lines up correctly. I/O shield line up first, then push the board forward onto one of the posts. And I need that bag of screws I just had a minute ago, and we need to get 8 screws out. And I'm going to use my cordless driver just to speed this up. Doesn't matter where you start, but don't tighten the screws down. Just get them all started so you can shift the motherboard around as you need to line up with the standoffs below. Count the number of standoffs you have and count the number of holes on the motherboard, the mounting holes, and make sure that you have the same number. If you have a standoff where you don't have a mounting hole, it will ground out against the back of the motherboard, and you could toast the motherboard and any components plugged into the board. That's an expensive lesson to learn for a very simple thing for you to check. Now, because this is a very common ATX standard, the pre-installed standoffs are all in the right place, and we don't have to move anything for this combination of hardware. So if you're building the same thing I'm building, then you won't have to worry about it. But if you've made any change at all to the motherboard or the case, it's something you're going to have to watch for. I cannot emphasize that enough. It is the single most common mistake made by a newbie that can cause a system to not boot. And then they get frustrated. They go, well, I did everything right. Well, no, you didn't. If you did everything right, it would have worked. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Can't see. Halfway there. 5, 6, 7, 8. Now I know you're saying to yourself, wait a minute, there were 9 holes and 9 standoffs. Why did you only put in 8 screws? One standoff is nothing but a post. It goes through one mounting hole to hold the board into position, making it easier for you to secure it with the screws. And that's always right there in the middle. So we don't put a screw there. That's where the post is. We can actually do a power on self-test if I slap some RAM in there, just to slap some RAM in there. We can hook up some of these front port umbilicals. This is our USB 3. That's got to go where? Where's USB 3 on here? Let's see, USB 2, SATA, front port. Oh, USB 3 is right there. So we could bring this in. If we want to get all artsy with it, we could bring it in right through here and plug it in just like this. And these SSD drives are kind of in the way, so I can take all of these off of here. And we'll put these in the motherboard box. That gives me more room here to work with. The front port header. This drives me crazy when they do this. Oh, you guys got to do that. Here's our front port switches and LEDs. That can come up right up through here. Check this out. We can come up right up through there. And that's going to plug right on with that G connector. That's how easy that was. We just hooked up power switch, power LED, hard drive LED. This is USB 2.0. We can do the same thing with this. We can run this right along the back and kind of come up through here and find a USB 2. We've got 2 of them, it appears. One pin is missing, so it only goes in one direction. See how nice that cabling's going to look in this case? Isn't that nice? You can barely even see them. And then I've got, what is this? This is a fan header right here. We can plug this into the motherboard somewhere. We've got a fan header we can use. Oh, I've got, looks like 3 of them right down here. What was it? Well, there's 2 of them. So let's bring that in right through here and plug it in just like this right here. Look at that. What else? Audio. Audio always goes somewhere in this corner. It appears to be all the way back here, but with this motherboard, it looks like we can take this and run it right through the bottom and right up here. That's genius, genius. Why aren't more case manufacturers doing that? Once again, there is a pin missing, so the connector only goes in one place in one direction. And on this motherboard, the pin that's missing is on the bottom row. So rotate the plug so that lines up. Just kind of wiggle and push it on there. Do you even see any cables at all? Brilliant, NZXT, brilliant. We've got a power connector. Like I said, I think this, if this doesn't power the fans, is there some LED somewhere? Where does this go? I don't even understand what this is used for. Because it certainly looks like the fan header is enough to provide the fan's power. We can hook up this rear case fan. So here's the rear fan, but where's the cable? The cable's here, comes down here, and it just rests through this wiring harness here. And if we want, we can actually run that down on the bottom too. Now that I'm thinking about it, I could move this one. No, you know what? I can just leave it right there. It looks like there's just barely enough cable to make that fit. Or not. We're actually about an inch short. So that's not gonna, well, if I take this out of the wiring harness, it'll probably fit or reach. Let's see. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's only a 3-pin fan and not a 4-pin. That's disappointing. Wonder why they went cheap on a $300 case by giving me a DC fan instead of a PWM fan. And you can see we've got a lot of slack here, so we can actually run right through there. And that'll keep it nice and tidy. Remember, nobody's going to be seeing anything back here. That's everything hooked up except for power and RAM, and it's going to be basically done. I'm curious to boot it up and perhaps update the BIOS. Do we have built-in video? We've got built-in video, so I should be able to pull this off. Does the 8086K have built-in video? Yeah, it does. Yeah, so we can use onboard video for our test. I just need to put a couple of RAM modules in, and let's get power hooked up. So let's go to the power cables here. I'm not going to hook up the hard drive. I just want to hook up the motherboard. This is PCI Express. We'll need that for the graphics card. What is this? CPU power. They're giving us 2 CPU powers. We only need 1. It's an 8-pin, so these can go back in the bag. Wow. There's enough to put 3 video cards in. Enough power connectors for that. I'm going to do this backwards. I'm going to start with the motherboard side of things, and we'll plug the big 24-pin cable here on the board. And then we'll use the CPU power cable, and we'll do that one next. And the side that says PSU goes to the power supply, and the side that's split, 2 4-pin connectors that make up our 8-pin, that's going to go right up here in this top corner, and the clip is going to face the outer edge of the board. And that'll just click right into place here in just a moment. Once I get it lined up. There it is. And then we can run this through the back. I just love how this is wide open at the top. It's not a, on the 200R, it's a little narrow opening and it's tight fit, which is great because it hides the cable really well, but it can be a little bit of a struggle putting it in and taking it out. That's so much easier. So it's a really good design. Now here on the back of the power supply, you know, I can decide later on, I can run this down through here, right? Bring it around. If I want to just temporarily put it in there, NZXT makes that real easy to do. I don't have to get any nylon zip ties out or anything. I can just lay the cable in and put the Velcro tie on there. And then this can go back here, which is going to require, guess what? Glasses and a flashlight to see in there because it's fine print and it's dark. Just a great combination. So I'm going to grab my flashlight, a tool every technician needs to have. Shine it in here. Let's see, where are we? Here we are. And this is going to go. Tell you what, I'm going to make my life just a little bit easier. And I'm going to take that power supply back out. Just, you guys can see a little better too. See how much time that took? Now I can grab this 8-pin power cable and I can see a lot better. And here it says the motherboard's going to go on these two, and then the 8-pin connector can go on either of those two. So that's all I need to focus on is the top row for now, which makes this very simple to do. So I'm going to try and keep all my cables close together. That's how I'm deciding which of the ones to use. And then with the motherboard power cable, we need to route that. We can route it out through here. And then this can be routed if we want to. Look at that. Right? I'm not going to do that right now, but just so you know, that's what that's for. And with the power supply out, I need a bit more cable to reach. And these are two very unique connectors. They only can fit into one place on the back of this power supply. So you cannot get it wrong. Just wish I had a little more slack. Yeah, I'm just running out of slack, so I'm gonna have to put this back in for this to reach. Cable could have just been a little bit longer. See Sonic. I'm struggling with something. It's this cable. It's just not giving me enough play. So that idea isn't going to work. I'm going to take that off. And I'm going to have to work on it with it installed, unfortunately, which means you're not going to get much of a view, but you got the idea, right? And obviously I could have plugged it in the back of the power supply first and then onto the motherboard, which is usually how I do it, which would have resolved that particular issue. So remember, there's a lot more than just one way to do this stuff, and it doesn't really matter which way you want to choose. It's all going to get you to the same destination. You might work harder one way than another, but you know, the work is fun. Let's take a look in here and see. Let's see, we want to go with the big connector goes in the middle, the small connector goes on the end. So I'm going to actually take this off because it's blocking my view. And then let me grab some glasses. Let's take a look. So I definitely have to put the small connector on first or I'm never going to be able to see it. And obviously, if you've got larger hands, this may not work well for you. So now that I've done it, I think what I want to do is go ahead and, this cable's just a little too short for me. So I'm going to take it off of the motherboard, and I'm going to stick with my original plan, which is to hook it up to the power supply first by taking the power supply out. It's just easier, rather than struggling with it. If I'm stubborn enough, I'll get there, but I just don't want to today. I'm not in the mood. So I'll just take some moment to slide that out. Small connector on first, then the large motherboard connector on second. Yeah, trying to reach that connector all the way towards the back with this plate in the way, it's a bit of a challenge. And then of course we have the 8-pin CPU power, which we can throw on right now. And you see how I just keep all the connectors together, and that's going to make for much cleaner cable management. We can put that back in. Look how effortless that was compared to the way I was doing it. There we go. And now I'll plug the motherboard power connector on. That should be a lot easier now, since I needed the slack before when the power supply was pulled out. But with it all installed now, I've got plenty of slack here to go ahead and put this connector back on. There we go. Now, both retention levers, some motherboards, these memory retention levers don't open on the side closest to the video card so that it doesn't interfere with hitting the graphics card. Gigabyte, for whatever reason, has gone a different direction on this, and they're doing it sort of the old school way. So make sure the retention levers are open, whether you've got them on one side or both. If you've got them, use them. And let me put some stuff away so I can see. Let's get these screws back in the bag. We're done with these for now. Put that over there. Now, where does a RAM go? It doesn't really matter for our test, but I'm just kind of curious. Channel A is DDR2 and 4. See, now I would have won with DDR1 and 3 naturally, but that's channel B. And according to this, either one is correct. They don't. You install in one slot, skip a slot, install in the next, you can't get it wrong. Whatever, as long as you skip a slot, you're fine. I need some RAM, so I know I have some spare RAM laying around here. Oh, you know what? Let's use this. Well, I've got a lot of RAM, I didn't realize. 16 16, 32, 48, 64 gigs of RAM. It was on sale. This is a dangerous thing to stock up on because the prices could go down just as easily as they go up. So this is some G.Skill Aegis RAM. I'm not going to keep it installed in the system because we've got different RAM I've got to order, but this will be good for us to test with, and I'll put it back in the package when we're done. And we're going to go, I'm going to start with this socket right here to keep us away from that fan. I think I did that right. Turn it around the other way. Is that how it goes? If your RAM isn't seating easily, you probably have it in backwards. And that's why it's important you don't use any brute force so you'll break something. Always double check your orientation. Something that simple, which is easily correctable, can cause some very expensive damage if you try and force it. Okay, I'm gonna close all the retention levers because my OCD likes that. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready for our first boot test. So let's put the documentation back in there, spare parts go in there. Put the power supply cables over here. This is all extra parts for the cooler. These are all our spare screws. They can go in there. Documentation for the Intel chip can go in there. More documentation can go in there. I'm sure the user is going to just go right to that. This little plastic can be thrown away. These are the spare parts strictly for the cooler, and I like to separate them into their own little Ziploc bag so that the customer doesn't get them confused with anything else. So we'll just take all the spare, even in the documentation, which will be self-explanatory to what this bag has. I can't imagine they would want to put the cooler into something else, but you never know. They might upgrade the group to a different cooler and want to reuse the cooler on an AMD system they have around, and they're going to want those spare parts for that. And there's a thermal compound. What do I do with the thermal compound? That needs to go in there too. Okay. Okie dokie. Well, wire ties. This little breakout thing will go back in the box. Done with that. Put that over there. We'll put this on top of that. We'll keep these over here. Okay, guys. Let's get a power cable. Make sure the power supply is in the off position. It is. Plug that in and plug it in here. I need a keyboard and a mouse. I will use this keyboard and mouse over here. We'll just go right up here on the top. Switch is in the on position on the mouse. I did not hook up whatever this goes to. I'm going to guess it's fans. I don't see any LED, but maybe there's some LEDs in there I don't see. I have no idea, but I'm going to leave it disconnected for right now because it would require me to go hook up an ugly cable. But when I go to hook up the power supply, the power cable and the power supply will be very close together, so it'll be a very easy single cable to run from the power supply to the hard drive into the, I'm guessing these are the fans. And I got to hook up to the capture card so we can use your monitor at home will be my monitor. Can't fake this, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I suppose you could, but it'd be a lot of effort. And so I'm going to hook up this HDMI cable and we'll go right back here from the back of the motherboard. Remember, you don't want to use this HDMI port if you've got a graphics card down here. You'll have two places to plug a monitor in. If you plug in up here, you're going to say, why do my frames per second suck? Because you plugged into the wrong video card. You'd be surprised how often that happens on a new system delivery. You'd be surprised. Okay, I think we're ready. We only hook up the bare minimums on a first power on test because if anything doesn't work, we want to minimize what the culprits could be. So we're not hooking up any internet access, no printers, no flash drives, just a very basic minimum of what we need. Keyboard, mouse, power, video, that's it. Are we ready? And before I fire this up, let me just see what I've missed in the chat because I've been pretty preoccupied here. Did I miss any contributions? That's my main concern. No, there hasn't been any. Good, okay. 600 people watching, 601. All right, guys. I'm gonna switch over to the capture card secondary input. We'll put me here in the corner. There I am. And let's see what happens. Switch is on. On a first boot, the system could take a little bit longer to boot than normal, so always be patient. Wait up to 90 seconds. The system may even turn on and turn off all by itself on a very first boot. That's as the BIOS is recognizing what chip you have and then resets itself. This is all normal. I can't emphasize enough, on a very first boot, if nothing happens right away, wait 90 seconds. If nothing happens within 90 seconds, you screwed something up. Okay, here we go. It's a good start. Fans are turning. Power light came on top. It's dead silent. All the fans are turning, so I don't know what this is for, what this power connector's for. Motherboard's lit up, nice and red in there. It just shut itself off, but I'm not touching anything. It's just turned itself back on again. Again, this is normal first boot stuff. There's our BIOS screen. Holy smokes, it's dead silent. I mean, that's dead silent. Here's what the board looks like. I gotta grab the right mouse. Here's what the board looks like. It's all lit up in red. Let's see if I can showcase that a little better by cutting some of the lights here. Not quite sure how well that's gonna appear. Lots of red. Doesn't really do too well. The sun's coming in through the windows, so still have too much light for you to really see what that looks like. And it looks like in person is pretty cool. Now, what BIOS version do I have? Let's take a look. Let's do Control-Alt-Delete. And this time we'll hit Delete to go into the BIOS. So we are running BIOS version what? It's probably behind my picture. What's our BIOS version? There's the memory, the voltage, the BIOS version's not there. That's the date, and the time is off, but that's okay. We can do the Smart Fan 5 settings. Wonder what they're at right now. They're just on normal. If it's that quiet at normal, wow. I don't want to make any changes because I think we're going to be updating the BIOS. So let's just take a look and see what version of BIOS I have. BIOS. It sees the Samsung 970 chip. All of this is fine. What's it going to be under System? It's in there somewhere. There we go. BIOS version F5. So if we go to Google and we look for a Z370 Aorus Gaming 7, that BIOS is from March. There's got to be a new one out. There has to be. So let's take a look at that real quick. I'm going to just open up my browser. You guys aren't going to be able to see this, but I'm just going to type in Z370 Aorus Gaming 7 BIOS. And we'll go to the Gigabyte website is the first link. Click on support. Click on BIOS. Shows 8 BIOSes. The latest one is F7, released July 17th. So I will click to download that. It downloads a zip file. And I need to grab a flash drive and copy the contents of the zip file onto the flash drive. So give me a second. Now I've got lots of flash drives now. I use the old standby. Use the ones I used to use. And let's get that plugged in to the back of the streaming machine. There we go. And let's extract, let's see, what drive letter is that? J. Extract it to J. Okay. There's really only, the big file is the only one we need, but rather than just picking the big file out of the zip, I'll just take the whole thing. Which is fine. You get like an autoexec bat, eflash.exe. What I really want is the BIOS file itself, but I'm going to format the flash drive when I'm done anyway, or at least delete the contents. So let's extract, safely eject the flash drive before you remove it. I don't even think I need to reboot the system. Let me be cocky and try this. Let's just plug it in up here. See what you guys can see. Oh, I can see now. Let's go to where is it? Is it down here? Should be like a Q flash right there. Q flash. Update the BIOS. USB disk. 1 of 2. How come I don't see anything? It's not showing up here. Let me unplug it from here and move it to the back. Any USB port in the back should be fine. I might have to reboot for it to see it. Task. Update BIOS. It's just not offering it to me. So I'm going to go ahead and shut the machine off. I thought I could take a shortcut and not have to shut the machine off. And I'm going to hit the end key on the keyboard, which is right. Let's see, function in the right arrow is end, E-N-D. Update the BIOS. Oh, look at this. It is just not showing it to us. Oh, wait a minute. USB disk 2. There it is. That's it. We're updating. Just that easily. It's your Carey BIOS. Just put Carey in the BIOS like that. This just takes a minute. You just want to make sure you don't have any power outage when this happens. Otherwise, you'll be fine. Still want to know what this power connector is for. What does this go to? Very strange. But I didn't realize is the red on the motherboard matches the red of the case. That was purely by mistake. That's a happy mistake. I'm going to be Bob Ross all day long today. That matches beautifully. It's the same shade of red. And not Silverstone, Seasonic makes a white power supply that would match this I/O shield. So when you turned around on the back, it would continue on with the white back here. I don't know why that would matter, but just so you know, it's available. Here we go. It's going to reboot on its own. I'm not touching anything. I mean, I've got my hand resting on the case, but I'm not touching anything. We're just going to let it run on its own here. And this should be BIOS F7 now instead of F5. You'll see it just shut itself off. Again, that's normal on a first-time boot. Anytime you do a BIOS update, the first-time boot is always going to be, like I say, a bit longer and a little weird. Still hasn't booted. Just be patient. There it is. What I'm playing with is I've got my Windows 10 install right here. We can do Windows 10 right now. It's still doing its thing. Let it do its thing. It shut itself off. Again, everything's normal. Patience is absolutely critical. It's absolutely critical. Let the computer do what it needs to do after a BIOS update. Some are ready to use right away, and others do a number of reboots as they apply the changes. And that appears to have been what happened here. I'm going to go ahead and shut off, remove this flash drive, and I'm going to clear that so I can use it in the future. I'm going to put my Windows 10 installation media here into the USB port. I'm going to turn it back on, and I shouldn't have to change anything in the BIOS. There's no place for the computer to boot other than the flash drive. That's the only thing it can possibly boot from. And so it should just happen on its own. Let's just see and wait and see what happens. Yeah, right there, it's booting from the flash drive now. And we're gonna do English and install now. Watch how fast Windows 10 is going to install. I don't have a product key. I will later. We'll do Windows 10 Pro. Next. It should only see the Samsung 970. We do a custom. Always do custom. There's drive 0. It should be a 1 terabyte drive. And that's our Samsung 970. And hit next. And now Windows is going to automatically partition and format and install Windows onto that Samsung 970, which is under that heat shield down there, if you recall. I guess we can go up here. And watch how fast Windows 10 is going to install. Anybody timing this? Asking if there's a fan hub in the case. No, there is a fan hub in the case that we used on Thready, the H700i. This is not the i edition, it's just an H700 with a custom paint job. Again, there's only 2,000 of these cases being made. I've got 4 of them. Well, I don't have 4 of them. I've got 3 being commissioned for builds, and 1 was donated by a generous viewer named Robert who bought it for himself. Didn't care for it. He was going to send it back, and he thought, I'd like to give back to the channel. Since you seem to like the case so much, would you like it? And I'm like, yes, I would. Thank you very much. So thank you to Robert for that. All right, we're ready for our first restart. Again, I'm not touching anything. We're just going to let the system do what it needs to do here. Now it should boot automatically from the 970, again, without any changes to the BIOS, just leaving it alone. I wish Thready ran this quiet. We're going to reboot again, apparently. And I'm not touching a thing. You can see here in the corner where I am, I'm not touching anything. Let the system do what it needs to do and leave it alone. Stop picking at it or it's not going to heal. Okay, we'll hit next or yes on this. US, skip the keyboard layout. I'm not going to do the... So here's what happens. If you hook up the internet right now, it's going to want you to sign in with a Microsoft account. And you can still sign in with an offline account. You got to find the little text in the corner that's kind of hidden. And then it says, you really should, are you sure? You really should sign in with a Microsoft. It's a better experience if you sign in with a Microsoft. Say, just leave me alone and let me sign in with you. It's a hassle. So if you never have the Ethernet hooked up, or if you're not hooked up at all to the network, all you have to do is hit skip for now, and it just defaults to the offline account without harassing you to have an online Microsoft account. Now, if you like having an online Microsoft account, that's great. It backs up your stuff for you. It makes transitioning from one computer to the next easier. Me personally, I don't like it. This computer is going to Rodney, so we're going to type in Rodney, just like there. I can't read what I wrote. Did I typo? Does it look right? It looks right. Hit next. No password. No Cortana. Rodney can turn this back on if he wants to, and I'm going to turn all of these settings to the off position for privacy reasons, but again, these can all be turned back on at any point. It's got an illuminated red LED NZXT logo. Oh, this lights up in red, so that's what the power connector's for. I couldn't figure out where there would be LEDs on this, but that makes sense because that is cut out right there where my finger is. Okay, so when we hook that up, that'll light up in red. The motherboard lights up in red, the case is painted in red. And it just so happens the RAM is G-Skill, it's black and red. It all matches, not that you can see it. And that G-Skill RAM is low profile, so it could fit 4 of those without interfering with the fan on the cooler. So thank you for that. Jim Smith conveyed that information to me. That's moderator level information, Jim. Moderator status for you, my friend. And there we are, there's the desktop. Nice. Now I suppose I could plug into the network and download updates, but I think I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up. It's a little after 5. I try and end my podcast. I've been trying to stop at 5. This is when the dog's dinner time is, and it's a good time to wrap it up. At this point, I will download updates. I need to contact Rodney about the DVD drive. I still need to order Rodney's RAM. But at least now I can throw all these other boxes out and it cleans up a little bit of space on my house for other stuff. And that's the build. There's 1 out of 4, almost done. Cable management is going to be so easy on this. So easy. It's one of the things I really like about the NZXT case is just how easy the cable management is on it. And that's the build. I hope you guys enjoy it. And of course, once I get it completed, and we'll come back to this when I put the covers back on it and see the final thing before it ships to Australia. That was a pretty fast build, and it's a high-end build. Rodney's got about $3,300, $3,300 US dollars into this, but $200 of that is the keyboard and mouse. So, and then $100 is Windows. So it's really a $3,000 rig all day long, and he's got a limited edition processor in a limited edition case. Now that doesn't add a whole lot of real street value, but what he's got is something that is eye-catching, and it's unlikely he's going to run into anybody else in Australia or Tasmania especially who's going to have a computer like this. It's very unique, it's fast, it's going to be very reliable, easy to work on, it's going to run nice and cool, and it's silent, it's dead quiet. What else do you want? All right, guys, thank you so much for joining me today. Thanks to my moderators for keeping it civil in the chat. Everybody who contributed through the stream, thank you so much for doing that. People who participated in the chat and were kind to one another, thank you for that as well. I see William Bailey is there in the chat. Bill is the gentleman whose computer I've actually got sitting here on the table. We had I made a mistake and I forgot to bill him for the motherboard. And I just needed to hear back from him because he also wanted that other ADATA 1 terabyte SSD, and I wanted to make sure he still wanted that. So I've got to finish the cable management, get the SSD installed, and throw the covers on it, and I get that out to Bill. So I'm shooting for before the end of the week. It should only take me an hour and a half or so to get that wrapped up. So good to see you in there, Bill. And of course, to all my moderators, thank you so much for like I say, keeping everything civil. And thanks to everybody who's been watching live. I will try and see you all again tomorrow. Busy day tomorrow, but I think I will be live tomorrow. I try to start about 1 o'clock Pacific time. Sometimes I start earlier, sometimes I start later, but that's the time I'm always aiming for. And I'll see you all again very, very soon. Until then, bye for now. Hello and welcome into my latest live vlog. Today is October the 15th, right there in the middle of October. Somehow we made it halfway through October. And joining me, my sister Linda, and today we're going to say hello, Linda.
Hi.
And we're going to do something a little different today. My little sister is a very accomplished chef in the sense that she's very good at creating unique creations that are amazingly delicious. And we're going to do two things. We're going to show how to bake something, and while it's baking, we're going to build a computer.
Yep.
What are we making today and why?
We are making a gluten-free and keto pumpkin harvest cake. I live a ketogenic lifestyle. I am sugar-free, although I do bake lots of yummy sugar.
Keep telling me about being sugar-free as I enjoy my Coke.
Yeah, enjoy that. I do enjoy making a lot of sugary treats. I live a ketogenic lifestyle, which means I don't eat sugar, and I only eat whole grains and soluble fiber. So we are going to make a delicious pumpkin harvest cake, and we all know how picky of an eater Carey is, so we're going to make him eat it too.
I thought it was a bread. Now it's a cake?
I'm sorry, it's a bread. Yeah, I got.
What's the difference between a bread and a cake?
Well, I think a bread is more dense than a cake. You wouldn't want a cake to be as dense and tough.
I think I'm more dense than a cake.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's make sure everybody can see and hear me okay. Hello to Michael C., Dave Murray, Velasquez Ivanov, Alej Topej, Douglas Biggers, Platter Jockey, Sharon Idle. Hey, Douglas, I went to dinner last night using the money you sent. You said, Douglas said, here's some money for you and your wife to go and enjoy a nice dinner. It sounds like you need it. I did.
Where'd you go?
We went to Guido's.
Oh.
And I got my favorite, my broasted fish, and Michelle got the broasted chicken, and I took a little piece of chicken, and she took a little piece of fish with roasted potatoes, and it was delicious.
Yum.
And cheers, Douglas. Thank you for that. And your case badges are on the way. Anybody who's ordered case badges, those all went out today. Everybody should be caught up. If you ordered a case badge more than 2 weeks ago and you have not received it, please let me know. There was a bit of a delay in getting those out, and I apologize. It was just me trying to balance my time, and I'm really, really bad at it. We are going to, let's see. Nick Poverman says hello. Bladder Jockey says hello. Magni Johansson says hello. Adam Wood says hello. Tom Schulten says hello from Holland.
Nice. I recognize a lot of these names from
Rob Gurley,
Wimbledon.
Superman G, Stan Wallander. Where else would you see a computer and baking build? You know, people say, you ever cook in your kitchen?
Yeah.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, we're going to cook and build a PC today. So here's what I'm going to do.
Keto computers.
Keto. So ketosis is just eating fat.
It's not just eating fat. It's having the proper combination. Your body either runs off.
Sounded perfect.
Your body either runs off glucose or ketones, and your body prefers to burn glucose because it's faster. But if you burn ketones instead, your body has to work a little harder, and it burns fat for energy instead of sugar. And so when you're not feeding your body fat, it will start burning off your stored body fat for energy. So you can burn fat while you sleep, which is nice. But there's
I
also,
could sleep for
besides
weeks.
Weight loss, because it's not a magic bullet for weight loss. So besides weight loss, there's also a number of health benefits that they're researching currently.
And I think there's a common disclaimer that you should see your doctor's advice before you start any special diet to make sure.
Of course, yes.
And so, but for people that are interested in keto-based recipes, they're kind of hard to come by tasty, good ones, right? I mean, there's lots of disgusting kale.
Right. Yeah. But there's the internet has a lot up for offer now, and the recipe that I'm using, I got from nomnom.com. Mm-hmm. And I absolutely adore.
We'll put a link to the recipe
blogger.
and make sure they get the proper credit for that.
Absolutely.
Terry
They deserve
McGill
all
has
of it.
contributed $10 Australian. He says, hi, Carey and Linda, have a Coke on me. Well, Linda will have a Diet
I'll
Dr.
have Diet
Pepper.
Coke, sugar-free.
And I went, I've got a system. We're going to build this. This is Nuka-Cola build number 2 of 4. We're going to build that when we get this recipe done in baking, then we'll go to the build. Well, that's cooking. And I went to FedEx to get a price on it. Remember I said I don't like to ship outside of the United States, and everybody's like, would you do it for me? Okay, so I said I would do it for one person and see how it goes. I got a price quote to ship from Phoenix to Australia. When I shipped the same computer to Oregon, it cost me $100. Does anybody want to guess? Does anybody in the chat room want to guess what FedEx wants to estimate the shipping of the same computer to Australia instead of Oregon? Remember, $100 to Oregon. I'd like to see some estimates on what you think FedEx quoted me for shipping to Australia. Now, I'm not going to say that FedEx is the standard price, but I will tell you, whatever your guess is, double it.
Even those guesses, they can double it.
Every guess so far is low.
Even if you double it, it's not enough.
And this does not include import fees or taxes or tariffs. This is just the shipping. And it's 15-day shipping, 15 days. $800, I wish. $750, no. $1,200, Don Beverly's about right, $1,200. Congratulations, Don, you've won nothing. But yes, it's about $1,200 to ship a $3,200 computer, and then when it arrives, then there's a tax that'll be placed on it. And then every item that goes in the box, like I can say computer, I don't have to specify all the parts in the computer, but the keyboard, the mouse, the bobblehead, the external USB, DVD, all have to be listed separately on the customs form.
So I think DHL could probably get it done for under 500. I need to contact DHL. I think DHL will even come to my house and pick it up. But see, this is one of the problems with shipping outside of the US. They've got to do research and fill out forms. And I have no idea if it's even going to arrive in one piece.
They want to know if it includes insurance.
Yes, that includes insurance. And in fact, what I've learned is when you let FedEx, when you pay them to box it, then they're more likely to cover insurance damage because they can't claim it wasn't packed properly.
That's true.
So that's interesting. It's maybe worth spending the $20 and let FedEx pack it. FedEx even said, look, I know this is expensive to ship to Australia, but if you want, we'll still pack it for you. We have all the things you need for us to pack it, and then you can take it to DHL.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah, so, you know, they were straight up about that. And I think DHL may be just better for, you know,
more freight type.
For international stuff versus domestic. USPS and UPS are so expensive. So that's a puzzle I have to solve at some point today. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to be Mr. Cameraman here. I'm going to hook up a camera. I'm going to walk over to where you are. I understand you have a lot of things pre-measured, just like on the what the professionals do.
Yeah, I didn't want to bore everybody with, you know, silly details. So just going to get to the point, show you what you need to know, and we are going to make this bread. I do have a special fancy pan.
Fancy pan?
Yeah, the pan has, let me see if I can, the pan has a design on it. So when the bread comes out, it's going to have this amazing like pumpkin detail on the top of it. So it's
kind of hold that on an angle so I can see the depth of the
decorating.
Angle it. There you go.
Decorating without any of the work. I'm going to let the oven decorate for me on this one.
Patrick Rousseau says DHL sucks. Well, if anybody has any suggestion, I don't know what I'm doing. If anybody has any suggestions for an international shipper that's affordable, that can carry a package that's about 24-inch squared, weighs about 50 pounds, my eyes and ears are open because I have no idea what I'm doing. And I'm sure somebody in the chat room is like, yeah, what else is new? All right, let me get this camera fired up. Let's open this. Okay, let's put autofocus on. Autofocus. Okay, we're on auto. And I am going to, see, I like to show a little behind the scenes on how it's done. Mm-hmm. We're not here to try and impress people with our...
Also, we don't have the staff, so everything is behind the scenes.
Well, no, I mean, we could do this off live and then edit it and make it look like anybody else, but why would we be like everybody else? Mm-hmm. All right, let me switch over to camera 2. Where's camera 2?
Ooh.
All right, camera 2.
Ooh, it's all Blair Witchy.
Blair Witchy? Wow, you're old. That's a dated reference.
Well.
Okay.
It's a dated mouth and brain.
I shipped an item to Taiwan and it arrived, say, Austin Daverts. Hi, Austin. Crusty pumpkins. UPS or DHL?
It's both, Rich. Who says cooking and computers have to be one or the other?
Mutually exclusive, I think is the word.
Yeah.
Okay, let's come on over here.
And we are going to put a link to this recipe
Just look at me.
when everything is said and done. So I'm going to get started first by putting all of my flours together. So also, we've preheated the oven to 350. That's the first thing you want to do. And now I'm going to combine my flours, which this is 128 grams of almond flour.
So we don't measure by cups and teaspoons anymore?
You can.
Aren't you supposed to measure by weight?
I prefer to measure by weight because cooking is, you know, chemistry and things need to be precise.
Oh, is there going to be an explosion or a volcano later?
Potentially. So this is 30 grams of coconut flour going in.
30 grams, you make it sound like drugs.
Yeah. And then in my little baggies here, unlike drugs, I have 28 grams of golden flax meal that I've already...
Did you have to go to a dark alley to buy that?
No, but I did have to grind it a little bit. I always grind up my
you
flax
definitely gotta have
before
your grinder.
I use it. And then I have 20 grams of psyllium husk powder.
I didn't know, what is a psyllium husk?
Psyllium husk is just basically fiber. It is actually the main ingredient of Metamucil.
Benefiber.
Yep.
Right?
Yep. It's just
Makes you
fiber
poop.
that will not spike your blood glucose.
But it makes you poop.
And then I need 1 tablespoon.
You're just ignoring my comment about poop.
Absolutely. I need 1 tablespoon of pumpkin pie spice. And I have, oh, there's my tablespoon.
How come if pumpkin's so great, we only have it during October?
Probably because that's when it's in season.
Oh, come on. It's a worldwide economy. It's in season somewhere all the time.
It's pumpkin time somewhere. Oops.
That's what I'm saying.
I go a little liberally on the pumpkin pie spice.
Yeah.
Not tired of it yet. And then a tablespoon of baking powder. I use aluminum-free baking powder.
I get mine with extra aluminum.
Because I'm cooking with psyllium husk. And, well, because of the psyllium husk, if you use baking powder with aluminum in it, it'll turn it purple. It won't hurt you. It'll still taste the same. It's just, it's purple.
I wore aluminum on my head and it started to turn purple, but I might have had it on too tight.
Definitely. Half a teaspoon of salt. So this is just kosher salt.
Is that a scientific measurement?
No, I like to just pour it in my hand, and then I just pour it in my, I'm gonna have to use 2 quarter teaspoons. And they said I wouldn't use fractions.
Well, you only use them half of the time.
So that was almost a perfect measurement. Did you see that?
Yeah. Well, if you've been cooking long enough, you can kind of eyeball it. You see chefs do that on TV all the time.
So these are all my flours all mixed together. All my dry ingredients are going to be separate from the wet ingredients. So what I'm going to do now is just sort of whisk this together, or just mix it up here so it all gets incorporated. It already smells good. All right.
And look at how riveted Jimmy is. He's just fascinated by this whole process.
And with that sitting there, I'm going to cream together my butter. And if we were baking normally, we would do sugar. But since we're doing sugar-free baking, we're going to cream together our butter and our sugar replacement, which in this case is a product called golden monk fruit sweetener. So monk fruit is a fruit from China, and the sweetness or some part of it is extracted. It's like an actual really long Chinesey name that I can't pronounce.
Did you just say Chinesey?
I did.
Are you Snoop Dogg all of a sudden?
I can't pronounce it, so I'm not even going to try. But it's way sweeter than sugar, and it doesn't spike your blood glucose. Because it's so sweet, they actually cut it with erythritol, which is a sugar alcohol. All of these things are safe for diabetics as well. So that is just going to cream together until it's like light and fluffy. And while that's doing that, I'm going to grease my pan so that my pumpkins, when I put the batter in, so that nothing sticks and everything comes out.
What you got there?
This is coconut oil. Anybody who's interested, I don't really want to go crazy in too much detail, but I buy my coconut oil in glass rather than in plastic, just because when they expel the oil from the coconut, when they press it, oftentimes it's hot, and you don't want heat going into a plastic. It's just that all the chemicals and stuff could leach in. And so I always try to find coconut oil in a glass bottle. I don't know if it really
Everything in a glass bottle tastes better.
I don't know if it really makes a difference or if I'm really saving myself the chemicals when I'm going to go walk outside full of air pollution. But, you know, it's just one little thing. So it's one thing that I look for. And this coconut oil is pretty solid. So I'm actually just going to dump it out, a little bit out. And then I'm going to heat it up a little bit so that I can use it.
You need access to the microwave?
Yeah.
Well, you get to the microwave. I got to play my little Galaga game.
Nice.
It's hard to do one-handed.
funny. I just wanted it
That's
soft.
the first time anybody on the video has ever seen my microwave ever used.
Well, now they know it works.
Yeah, we got to clear the time because my OCD will bother
There
me if
we
we don't
go.
clear the time.
So I'm just going to take my coconut oil in my hand. It's just soft enough to work with. And I'm just putting it in all the little nooks and crannies of my pan.
Sorry, squirrel.
Also, everybody should know that I washed my hands very thoroughly before we started. I don't want anybody getting concerned.
Too late.
All right.
How old is that 1950s looking mixer?
Okay, that mixer belonged to our grandmother. And when our grandmother passed away, she gave the mixer to our mother. And right before our mother passed away, she gave the mixer to me. So this
You're just
mixer
a
is
silhouette
really
because
special.
of that window. Damn it. So that mixer is a 1950s. It's actually older than that, huh?
Yeah. All right.
If Mom or Grandma were built as good as that mixer, they'd still be around today.
That's true. I'm also just dusting the pan with a little extra coconut flour now that I've got it oiled. And now that our butter has creamed with the sugar, it's light and fluffy. If you want to see you want to show what the butter looks like now. It's all light and fluffy. So now what we're going to do is add our dry flour mixture in 2 parts, and in between we're going to add the pumpkin flavor, or the pumpkin puree. So I'm going to turn this way down now.
Man, that's loud.
Yeah, well. So I'm going to let that cream together for a few minutes, and while that's happening, we're going to throw the pumpkin in.
That's just canned pumpkin?
This is just canned pumpkin, yep. Plain, regular canned pumpkin. I forgot to add the eggs and the vinegar, so we're gonna take a break from that for a second. I'm gonna throw in my 2 teaspoons of vinegar, just here, apple cider vinegar. And then I'm gonna add my eggs one at a time.
How many eggs?
Total of 4 eggs.
That's a lot of eggs.
So just like I was letting the flour get in there, I'm going to just put an egg in.
Look at you do that one-handed. I am impressed. I tried that once.
Gonna drop an egg in, kind of let it incorporate a little bit. Drop another egg in. There we go. Now I feel all this pressure to do it one-handed, and it's just like
Lyle is
normal
fascinated with you right now.
because I'm cooking.
He's licking his chop. Both of them are there. They're like, oh my God, this is my favorite show on right now. Oh, he's getting closer.
All right. I'm just gonna clean it up a little bit here. Excuse me. All right. Do you have like a rubber spatula?
In that drawer right to your right.
Silver. I'm just going to get scrape down the sides, and then I'm going to go back to adding my flour and my pumpkin some more. Put in the rest of the flour, some more of the flour, and some more of the pumpkin. This is 220 grams of pumpkin puree going in case I didn't mention it before. And once again, we will link this recipe to the site.
Yeah,
And
that'll be in the
also-
video notes.
Also, I'm going to have Carey include a link to that pan too, because the pan is really cool.
And pricey.
But like the mixer, it'll probably last generations, right?
Sure.
We'll go with that. I actually have an affinity for all of my pans. I have a ton of loaf pans, cake pans, and my boyfriend is under strict orders to bury me with all of my pans. That's the deal. Assuming I go first, of course. Okay, this is all mixed up and ready to go into the oven. So I'm just gonna pour it in the loaf pan. And this thing takes forever to bake, so we should be able to just focus on the computer.
So I should set the timer to forever?
Forever. I think 70 minutes is a good start. I made a mess. 70 minutes is a good start. We're gonna check on it after, because we've never baked in your oven before. So we're gonna check on it after minute 15. If it's starting to turn golden, we're gonna cover it with tin foil so it doesn't brown too much.
Aluminum foil. They don't make tin foil anymore.
Aluminum foil so it doesn't brown too much, and then we'll let it continue to finish its baking process.
Okay.
All right.
I got a little timer.
Don't you have a timer right there?
Yeah, but I like this timer.
Okay, so we can...
70, huh?
Well, let's first set it for 15
Oh, okay.
so that I can check on it.
It's running.
And I'm just putting all the batter into the pan.
Now, while this is baking, we're going to build a computer. Well, where else are you going to see that on any other tech channel? Self-sufficient, self-reliance. From baking to building, from building to baking. It's all right here. What more could you want?
And unlike Carey's food, my food won't give you diabetes. How about that?
Your food will just give you diarrhea.
Not me. Maybe you, because it's healthy. Your body's going to reject
It's
it.
going to reject it. I have to have a steady, regular diet of grease and oil, or my body will go into toxic shock.
Well, grease and oil is keto.
Neato.
All right, so it's going in.
Top shelf, bottom shelf, doesn't matter.
Probably just do it in the middle. So
Try
this
and
is
center it.
pretty middle to me.
Okay.
There we go.
And now I'll switch cameras and we can get ready to build. And we'll just periodically stop and check on the cooking and...
Okay, but my OCD doesn't like this mess.
Okay, you can clean that mess. I'm gonna switch cameras.
Okay.
Click, there we are.
Did we lose everybody?
We have 470 people watching live right now. For those of us that have joined in, welcome, welcome.
Boy, I hope this bread turns out.
So I have done some investigation into creating a separate channel for subscribers. It is very early in the developmental stage. I have a lot of questions that have to be answered. And I'll tell you what I'm thinking. What I'm thinking is a $3 a month subscription. And the only way people will be able to chat or see a live broadcast will be through, it'll be outside of YouTube. And then about a week or two after the broadcast is aired, it'll be made available on YouTube for free. Maybe even edited down. We're still looking at that. And I think I'll solve a lot of problems that way. It'll get rid of the trolls. It gives people early access to content.
And the people who then are participating in chat will be people who support the channel. And we'll do probably the first 60 or 90 days will probably be free for everybody, so I can work out any bugs in the system, make sure everything works and can handle the demand, and understand what my bandwidth costs are going to be versus what the subscription rate's going to be, along with server, cloud storage for the files. It's a lot of work. The alternative is to go to a pre-existing platform like Vimeo or Floatplane. But I'm so sick and tired of people profiting off of my hard work. It's really just a question of which one's going to make me more money. So that's what I'm looking into right now. That's the direction I'm going. If you have any concerns or feedback or ideas concerning making that more appealing, certainly open to any suggestions, because I've never done it before. I may have to code the website myself or hire somebody to code the website so that I can do basically what you see here on YouTube. There won't be any donations. Once you subscribe, that's it. There'll be a live chat with the video, just like you're seeing now. And it'll be available to subscribers only, and YouTube will only be pre-recorded videos a week or two after they've originally aired for the subscriber. That's the concept, that's the idea, and we'll see what happens. Today's video is being brought to you by Colin Hilton. Colin Hilton has made a generous contribution, which is not unusual. He's a very generous supporter out of England. And it's difficult to find sponsors without conditions. And so I am proud to say that the sponsor for today's video is Colin Hilton. So say thank you, if you don't mind, to Colin, who's joined us here in the chat. "504 people are watching. Now, my sister, Linda," somebody asked if you were my wife. No, we don't live in Alabama. Oh, there go my Alabama viewers.
Do they have internet in Alabama? I think you're all right.
I think they just got color TV.
Yeah, you should be okay.
That's racist. We're going to, I'm going to have her build the computer with me supervising. It's not her first rodeo. A lot of people are saying $5 a month. Yeah, I think $3 a month is fair. I want to try and match basically what Twitch is doing, but make it better. Twitch is really for gamers, and probably 1 out of 5, maybe, Twitch viewers is interested in what I do, and it certainly is more of a younger demographic. So I just want to build my own. It's the best way I can explain it. Where can I buy some of that Colin Hilton?
No, we got internet.
Colin isn't something you buy, it's something you adopt. It's a philosophy. He's not a rich man, but he's a generous man, and a thoughtful and considerate one. Okay, you ready to get started? Ready to get put to work?
I think so.
Okay, what we've got here is this computer is going to a gentleman named Andrew in Pennsylvania. Hi, Andrew in Pennsylvania.
Hi, Andrew in Pennsylvania.
Now, Andrew is a seasoned computer tech himself, and he could easily do this himself. But he thought, wouldn't it be fun to contribute to the channel and let Carey do my work, and I can see my build being done. And, it cost him extra money. He spent $260 in shipping his parts to me. Wow. Normally, I have a customer order parts and ship directly to me. But in this case, he had the parts shipped to himself in Pennsylvania. Then how those parts boxed up and then shipped to me. Like this box, he was really concerned that this box was going to arrive damaged because it went from California to Pennsylvania back to Arizona.
Yeah.
And it's perfect. There's nothing wrong. This is
it's packed right.
This has a badge on it. There's only 2,000 of these made. As far as I know, they're sold out. They're gone. I got 4 of them in the house right now, which makes me feel pretty special. Having 4 of a limited 2,000. This is number 1193, which it states right back here on this badge. And there's no front panel on here, so there's no DVD or optical drive. And this tends to be the way certain case manufacturers have adopted this, like NZXT, who makes this. They've sort of gotten rid of the optical drive, and for gamers and such, it's fine. For businesses, not so much, depending on the needs of the user. Some consumers still want optical drives.
But I never use mine. Mine is only
It's
in the
not something you use all the time, but when you need it, you need it.
That's true.
You can always get a USB optical drive. They're just a few dollars more. They're not prohibitively expensive.
Right.
Some people just like the convenience. They don't have to go find it. But anyway, I'm trying to figure out where we're going to start. I've already prepped the case. I've taken the little bobblehead out. It's the same bobblehead, Vault Boy. Case is themed on a video game called Fallout
Little known
3.
game.
I think it's Fallout 3, right? Fallout 3. It's Fallout 4, I think. Is it Fallout 4 that's coming out any day now? I can't keep track.
I just know it's Fallout. I wasn't aware of what
We're
number
old.
it was.
We're both old. We work for a living. We'd rather make money than play games. But
I'll
that
play
being
Gears
said,
of War. I'll play Gears of War all day long.
I'll play Duke Nukem all day long. I'll play Unreal Tournament 3.
What?
What? I'll play Unreal Tournament.
Is that the one with the sheep?
The what?
The one with the sheep where you could turn somebody?
Flat cannon.
No, where you
And-
could turn
and
somebody
camping.
into sheep.
I like to camp in November. In November, the level called November, which deals with submarines, I find a way to get way up on the top of a pillar with my back against the wall, and I just aim down at people coming from my flag, and I shoot them in the back.
Is that in Unreal?
Unreal Tournament.
Is that the one with the sheep?
No,
Well, you didn't answer my question.
I said I was correcting you. All right, now, so let's get to building.
Anyway.
Yeah. Can we move these measuring cups? I don't think we'll be needing them.
Yes.
I need.
If anybody knows what
I need
video game
16
it is
gigs
that
of
you
RAM.
turn people into sheep, that would be awesome. It was like, mid-90s.
Fallout 76. That's what I was trying to think of. Thank you.
Nice.
Fallout 4, I think, is what Nuka-Cola is based on, isn't it? They sell the little gun that she's.
Nuka-Cola
you
goes
see this
all
gun?
the way to Fallout 1.
Oh, it goes back to Fallout 1? I didn't know that. So this little gun, you can buy that on Amazon. I was going to buy it as a prop today, but it's like $27, and it seems like a lot of money to pay for a one-time
For
use
a one-time prop.
that nobody's going to get.
We could just go and Photoshop a label and affix it over the Coca-Cola
Did you see
label.
they put my name on this one? See that? Foot. Leg end. Isn't a foot a leg end? All right, I'm gonna just do what I do because this is not working.
No, that was
Wow,
terrible.
I never heard a cricket that loud before.
Crickets? How could you hear the crickets over the tumbleweeds?
What? I can't hear you over the tumbleweeds. All right, he sent me two coolers, both a Kraken X62 and a H115i, because he's afraid the Kraken may interfere with his RAM. And he said that use one or the other and keep the other one. I don't want it back. That's my kind of guy. Thank you, Andrew. Andrew even sent me zip ties. How nice is that? He's like, here's 104-inch zip ties and 108-inch zip ties. That's exactly what I use. I use 4-inch and 8-inch zip ties. I mean, granted, they're only like $3 a bag, but it's very thoughtful.
Yeah, he's paying attention.
That's awesome. We're going to use an EVGA Supernova 850 G2 power supply. All the parts for this build are already listed in the parts description below the video. World of Warcraft has polymorph, which turns people into sheep, but it's not 90s.
Yeah, it's not World of Warcraft. It was...
Rich says I shouldn't quit my day job, but what if that is my day job?
God,
Then what am I supposed to do?
unemployment. Yeah, it was definitely a 90s game because I remember when I worked in tech support in the late 90s, all of my fellow techs were playing it on our LAN.
They were playing World of Warcraft?
No, this game where you turn people into sheep. And
They just said that was World of Warcraft.
It's not World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft may have it, but that's not what I'm thinking of. And I can never...
I find people are just already sheep, so I don't know how you turn people that are sheep into sheep when they're already sheep.
Yeah, well,
I'm
it's a video game.
thankful that they sent this bag that they put in this box that was shipped in a box that was also in a box.
What would you put in the bag? Extra cables?
Well, this is a modular power supply, so we've got a big, thick power cable. Now, you're a cook. Why can't I eat this?
Because you get really thirsty, I'm guessing.
Believe it or not, this is
Put on some pretzels, you'll be good to go.
the reason it says do not eat. I've researched this. And this is because this is an inert chemical,
Yeah, it probably won't hurt you.
but you could choke on it.
Oh. This is why we can't have Kinder Eggs. You're the reason. You're the reason we can't have Kinder Eggs.
Oh, that's gross. Would you do me a favor and pick that up?
Nope.
Velcro. Now, if only the power supply came in a bag. These are the instructions. We'll put those over there. Oh, thank God they put the power supply in a bag.
I bet it's in another box too. Oh, well, nope, that's good.
There's always a little, you can't barely see it, and you don't have to remove it, especially when you sell it to the next guy, because when he removes it, it'll be like he'll have a brand new power supply.
Brand new.
So I say, why don't you remove it? It's your power supply. And it just covers the logo. The manufacturers all agree, you can scratch up the power supply, just don't scratch the company logo.
Oh.
So there's that. And let's see, I don't know what we're supposed to do with this bag.
Ask Linda if it was called Hearthstone or Hearthstone. I'm not sure. Was Hearthstone like kind of a big LAN party type multiplayer game?
Varusian Kalistien has contributed $1. I'm sorry I butchered your name. I don't know what we're supposed to do with that.
It's a throwing bag, right?
It's a throwing bag.
Oh, look, 2 throwing bags.
Maybe I'm supposed to put that bag in this bag, and then put this bag in this box, and then put this box in the other box, and then put that box, and then I ship it.
Oh, and then you ship it.
I don't know. I'm not sure. It's very Inception of them.
They are incepting you.
You know whose idea this was? Christopher Nolan. He's behind all of it. This is a self-tester, where, not a tester. I think this just turns the power supply on.
It looks like an adapter.
No, I think it just turns the power supply on.
What?
Yeah, so like if you wanted to, because the power supply gets flipped on or off with a sensor from the motherboard, a switch on the motherboard. And I think this just shorts the power supply out to turn it on.
It doesn't.
Okay, your 15 minutes are up. You want to check the bread?
Looks like it would go.
No. It goes, no.
Okay, I'm not going to argue with you.
No.
So, it's, I think I'm going to give it, I want to check it again in 10 more minutes.
10 minutes?
Yeah.
Good to go.
All right.
Okay. Maybe I need to put a link to the timer. Everything I touch, I have to link.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nobody wants that.
Screws for the power supply.
Thank you for your donation, Irving.
Oh, Irving's watching us from France.
Oh, bonjour.
Oh,
bonsoir.
€5. Hi, Linda. I'm glad to see you again. Take care, both of you. Thank you. Thank you, Irving. Always good to see Irving. Mm-hmm. He's not French Canadian. He's real French. He's like not French light.
Right.
Yeah. He's the only one I know that's from France.
And if he can understand my French, then a miracle has just happened.
Let me just.
Although mine was pretty simple.
With the rest of the silicate.
Of your grossness.
It's wet. Okay, so here's how we're going to start. We're going to remove this side panel. Come around here. One of the difficult things that you'll often see me do is struggle to get the side panel put on because of the cables. There's a little button. Would you push that for me?
That was easy.
Yeah.
Call that the easy button.
Imagine when your cable management's all there, all you do is you just push it on.
Simple.
Right?
Yeah.
Because you're pushing it down anyway.
It's not like packing an overstuffed suitcase.
So we need to put this away because it's beautiful. And I don't want it to get scratched or knocked or kicked or dented.
Did you just Me Too her? I feel like you just Me Too'd her. Well, we won't tell if you won't.
Well, she asked for it.
Oh, of course. Look what she's wearing.
Now, we also have to remove the glass side panel. And there go a bunch of people, subscribers. You've just offended me.
I offended them?
Come for the offense. No, I did.
Oh.
When I said she asked for it.
Oh.
And stay for the insults.
Yes.
Okay.
And then all we have to offer when all is said and done is some sugar-free bread.
Totally worth it. It's totally worth it. It's starting to smell good, though. Now, this glass panel is just going to pull straight off. And I like to ship with the plastic on it for the customer's protection, but I think we can safely go ahead and remove the inner plastic here. Should be no reason to keep that on.
Right.
I can't think of a reason. And that's a real pain in the glass.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
you
put that
could
over
turn
here.
this into an ASMR channel and just do that all day. Get real close to the microphone and do it. It's instant ASMR.
Is this Windows?
What are you, the little paper clip?
Clippy.
Clippy?
What are we going to call the paperclip? Fred, how about Clippy? All right, let's go to Dutch. Scratched, dead, kicked, knocked over, stepped on. The dogs won't lick them.
Somebody wants to know where they can get the case.
You can't.
Oh, well, there you go.
The case is sold out, as far as I know. They only made 2,000. It's a $150 case with a $150 paint job. Well, it's more than a paint job. You see, this has been added, and up here they've added a little Fallout design. This is going to light up in white down here. I need you to remove this frame that's going to house our power supply.
It's a little tight. Have you got a screwdriver for me?
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you.
Things have gotten so busy. My sister's going to join me in growing the channel. So I think you'll see her more often on the channel. She can do a lot of stuff behind the scenes. She'll do editing. She'll look for sponsors. She'll make thumbnails. She'll, well, you don't know what you got yourself into.
Yeah.
I'm looking into having screwdrivers custom made with bits that we could offer for sale.
I'm sorry, who's looking into that?
You are.
Exactly.
Donnie Seegers contributed $5. He says, glad you're back. Oh, thanks, Donnie. Yeah, I really wanted to be live Friday and Thursday, but life happens and life decided otherwise, and I had to take care of some things. And you wouldn't want to see me then. I was very upset and very distracted and hard for me to focus. But that being said, things are better for now. Now, I want you to take the power supply right over there, along with the screws, and I want you to mount it to the frame, and then you're going to put the frame back on the case. Now, these screws, I should have watched you. These screws are designed to be captured. You see there's a gap between
Is that why I had to work so hard to get them out?
Yeah, they're designed.
They're working on that.
Oh, I wasn't paying attention. I need to watch you. You see?
Yeah.
And it's inconsistent because I don't think there's anything else on the case like that. I could be mistaken. It's always a nice touch when manufacturers do this.
Yeah, that's nice.
Right?
Now I feel bad for working so hard to get them out.
Well, you've never done it before, so you're forgiven. It didn't cause any harm. Sharon says you're just trying to get more viewers by including a pretty girl. Damn straight I am. I'm not stupid.
Thank you, Sharon.
I mean,
That was
I
nice.
might be a little stupid, but if you can't trust your sister with the family business, well, it's a family business now, I guess.
It is now.
We're going to turn it into one. We're going to try and build upon what we already have and expand and grow and make more content more often and really try to build a community here. Really emphasize that. Support one another, share our experiences, and it's just, you know, the internet's like a big dumpster. Sometimes you get in there and there's somebody threw away something perfectly good, you know? There's a lot of junk and a lot of garbage, but every once in a while you're like, I can't believe someone threw this away. It's perfectly fine. So
Got 4 new chairs that way.
right? So all I'm saying
don't
is...
take any couches.
All I'm saying is, well, we can't change the dumpster. We can at least put a little more value of what's being thrown in there.
As long as we don't set it on fire and make it roll.
Dumpster fire. Every video I make is a dumpster fire. Well, that can't be right. It's got to go this way. All right.
That's how I had it.
We want the power supply with the fan facing down. This fan sucks air in. It doesn't blow air out.
Okay.
And it's going to go in here and it's going to come out here. So the air never enters the case.
Is it cooling it before it, or what is it?
It's bringing air in from outside. You see how there's a filter down here?
Oh, neat.
So it's important you have clearance under here. If you put this on shag carpeting, which is all the rage right now, you have a very expensive vacuum cleaner and you're suffocating your power supply. Always make sure your power supply has room to breathe, and always check and blow out the dust and dirt twice a year. If you have a filter that's clogged, you might as well not have the filter. It's as bad as having no filter at all.
Right.
So people always promote, you should have a filter, but if you don't know you've got it or you haven't cleaned it, you're better off without one.
I didn't even know this was a thing.
This is why I don't have a filter. Now, with the fan facing down, again, air's going to come in here and go out here.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Okay. And this can go on this way or this way. I don't really think it matters. I think either way is going to work.
Okay.
So we're going to grab the screws that came with the power supply. And you're going to notice, I want you to look at the power supply. Mm-hmm. You see there's a hole for a screw here. Mm-hmm. That's going to line up if you went this way. Or it isn't. That one's going to, see how so the holes they're offset. They're not all, notice these two holes are going to be the opposite here. But those, same with these two. Right, if we flip this the other way. So this power supply has 8 places to put 4 screws, depending on if you mount it with the fan up or the fan down. Some people mount it with the fan up. The problem with mounting with the fan up is if you drop a screw, it goes right inside of your power supply and you're messed.
That's bad.
If you have a liquid cooler and it leaks inside your power supply,
that's bad.
You're up a creek.
Do we know how much this power supply goes for?
This is probably about a $100 power supply, I would guess, somewhere in a $100 range. I think somebody in the chat can click the link. And again, I don't really think it matters which way you put this in. It's going to install, for this particular case, different cases install power supplies in different ways, so they sue each other for stealing each other's ideas. Mm-hmm. So what you're going to do is you're going to figure out a way you want to put this on, which I think should be this way. Usually the top offset screw, the offset screw is usually on the top in previous builds. And
so do we screw it on first before we put the...
Well, wait a minute, I'm confused now because it's not lining up. This one lines up, and this one lines up, but this one doesn't. Oh, that's interesting. Do I have it backwards? Or does it? I'm so confused right now. Give me a second. That one lines up. Oh,
while you're figuring that, I'm going to check on the bread.
Okay.
I wish you guys could smell this. It smells like fall in here. I'm gonna let it go for another 10 minutes.
So I'm so confused. I can't remember how this came out, but it looks like it wants to go on the other way. Whoopsie, I'll get that. It doesn't line up this way, which is weird, because my instincts tell me, whatever my instincts tell me, it usually is the other way around. I'll get it.
Got it.
So here's what I'm looking at. If I turn this around this way, you see how that hole lines up, that one lines up.
That one lines up there.
Mm-hmm.
That one's there, so it goes that way.
Let me look at this other case. What I'm curious about is if these indents face out like that. I thought they would go in. Oh, they do face out. Ha! Well, there we go. So when you took the screws out, but when I put them back in, there's only 2 ways I could have put them back in. I put them back in on the wrong side.
Of course.
Of course I did.
That is genetic.
Is it?
Yeah.
So what I'm referring to, if you look, there's little bumps. And I thought that the screws would go in and recess, but they don't. And it doesn't line up right. That's why I was kind of puzzled why it wasn't lining up, because power supplies all have the mounting holes in the same place, so it didn't make any sense. Now it makes sense. When you do it the right way, suddenly it's like, oh, well, that makes sense. Are we resetting the timer?
I did, yes, for 10 more minutes.
Wow, I didn't even show you how.
It's just a timer. It's not that hard.
It's just a timer.
It's just a timer.
Okay. So, get to work. Chop, chop.
So I have to put the screws in now, or do I put the power supply in first?
You put the screws in.
Okay.
And then when the power supply is on the frame, you'll be able to slide it in and tighten the thumb screws down.
Okay.
Cheers.
Cheers, mate.
Rich Robin says he thought he saw a light bulb turn on.
For you?
Yeah, well, I've been told I was bright. I was also told I was dim. I don't know who to believe. No, that's not even going in. Do you need glasses?
I'm wearing contacts, so.
Wow. Can you see the difference between these holes and this hole?
Oh, now I can.
Okay, that's what you're looking for.
Sorry. I actually am having a hard time with my eyes lately. Probably need to go get my eyes looked at again.
Rumor has it that Microsoft will re-release version 1809 next week. That probably sounds about right. Remember, if you ever lose data, no matter how or why, it's always your fault. I'm not going to sit here and justify Microsoft's oversight and how they handled it, but the bottom line remains, if you don't have backups, you're going to lose the data one way or the other. So if it's important to you, back it up. If it wasn't important enough to back up, then it's not important enough to whine about. I get so sick and tired of it. Just because the Microsoft update, and by the way, I don't know anybody who actually lost any data from it, but people apparently did. But if those people would have had backups, it would have been no big deal. And they're going to lose their data.
Yeah.
One way or another. It just so happened that that happened first.
If you don't
there'd be
back up-
ransomware, there'd be a hard drive failure, there'd be a theft, there'd be a fire, there'd be a I've been around long enough, I've seen it all. Just make copies of the important stuff, folks.
The bottom line is if the data isn't important enough for you to take 5 minutes
Well,
to
it could
back
take
up,
longer than 5 minutes, but the point is,
It's-
if it
doesn't-
was that important to you, you should have made copies of it because you just never know, and that's why you make copies of it.
Yep.
You cannot put so much trust in technology or you're in for a lifetime of disappointment. Seriously, you know, technology is great to help, but you can't just blindly put all your faith in it unless you would like to be disappointed. Yeah, never tighten the screws all the way
Yeah,
down.
we
Always
do
leave them a
that.
little bit loose so you can wiggle things around. Once they all get started, you know, then you can tighten them down. Rich Robbins says his backup takes about 5 minutes. Yeah,
Thanks,
just sort of
Rich.
depends on how much data you've got, how you're backing it up. But basically, you know, you're gonna lose the data. If you don't have a backup, it's just a matter of time. If it's not a Windows update, it's a virus, it's an accidental deletion, it's a hardware failure, it's a corruption, and it goes on and on and on and on and on. So for people to sit there and whine and complain about it is just silly. You're not the only person you're a victim of is yourself. Nobody can replace your data, and your data is not important to anybody but you. So if you don't back it up, it's just a matter of time before something takes it out. Whether it was a Windows update is irrelevant. It just may have been the thing that affected you this time, but what's going to affect you next time? There will always be a next time. As long as you don't have a backup, there will always be a next time.
All right, power supply is going in.
Okay, fan is down.
Fan is down.
Excellent. Slide that puppy in there. And we're not going to tighten it down because we're going to take it back out in a minute.
Oh,
Okay, so there's a power supply. You can see the way they designed this. What's really cool about this design, you see all these holes up here? You can squeeze this and you can take this out and you can move it over here. Or you can move
That's neat.
your solid state drives wherever you want them to be,
very cool.
right? So we're gonna take all these out for a moment. We're just gonna get them out of the way. And I'll just set them over here. And we can start to prep the motherboard. I want to make sure I get all the plastic removed. These NZXT fans are actually very quiet.
There
There was some question as to whether or not they should replace them with higher quality fans, but I found them to run whisper silent. So I say leave them alone, they're good.
Yeah.
So we can now, let me throw that away. We're gonna prep the motherboard. Oh, we've got all of our cables and everything right here for the front umbilicals. I'm gonna leave them here for now. We do need this little box of screws out. This contains all of the mounting hardware for this specific case to be filled with hardware components of your choosing. Now, we probably won't be using all of them, so we're gonna save all the extras and keep them for future upgrades and repairs. that may happen, next year or 10 years from now. So wherever you do, put them away where you can find them, because you're not going to need them for a long time. These are the instructions that come with the case, and we'll put those with the rest of the instructions. And the box, that goes right where the boxes go.
The throwing box.
Okay. And so inside of this bag are a number of other bags that were in the box that were in the case that was in a box. That was shipped in another box.
Of course.
Right.
Has one
Christopher Nolan! Yeah, I can go over there. Okay, so
what did you just throw over there?
We'll get to that.
Okay.
These are just nylon zip ties. Always a nice touch when a case manufacturer includes them, because you will need them. And look at the cable management here. I mean, it's so awesome. It makes life so much easier.
That is amazing.
Yeah, and if you don't like it, if you're one of these purists, you just take a Phillips screwdriver and you can take all these tracks out.
But I have to question your sanity if you don't like this.
And then we've got room for even more. So there's 2 more parts for SSDs, plus the 3 I took out. That's 5 SSDs, plus a space for 2 mechanical drives. I'm going to sound like I'm an NZXT shill, but honestly, I like it. So I guess I'm not allowed to like things. If I like something, I'm a shill, and if I don't like something, go Carey. So how about if I don't like all the other case manufacturers? Because this is so brilliant. The fact is, there are other case manufacturers that have good cases. This is the one I have in front of me right now.
It's a beautiful case. I don't see how you can not like this case.
Some people, the design may not be for them. I get it. The design fits my personality really well. Yeah. And up here at the top, we've got 4 USB ports, 2 USB 2s, 2 USB 3s, a power button with a light around it, a hard drive LED, speakers, headphones, reset switch. This is just for looks. It matches this right here, which is awesome. This is just some Fallout design. Yeah, call it that. Okay. Now, time for motherboard prep.
Man,
how are we doing on the bread?
Is smelling so good. It's got 28 seconds, so I'm going to check it now.
Okay. When you do that, I'm going to start getting the stuff for the motherboard prep.
Okay. It's starting to turn brown.
Oh, it smells amazing.
I'm going to cover it with foil, but I need some pot holders.
Right here, pot holders.
Thank you.
You recognize those?
Yeah, they're the same ones I have.
So for this build, we're using a case that's made by the case. We're using a case that's made by the case. This is why you need a script, Carey. We're using a motherboard that's made by the case manufacturer. This is NZXT's N7 motherboard. Rumor has it it's actually made by ECS, who I'm not a fan of. I don't know if that's true or not, and I don't care, because all support goes through NZXT, and it's built to NZXT specifications. So we're going to go with that. Now, I've never used a motherboard by a case manufacturer before, and we'll see how this works.
I'm just going to show off how pretty the...
Is it done?
It's not done, but it is pretty. The color, it's this color. Now I'm going to put some foil on it. So
look at how it just rose right to the very top of the pan. How did it know to stop there?
So I'm going to put some foil on it so it can keep cooking, but it'll stop browning. We don't want it to get any darker than this. All right, do you have foil?
Yeah, I have foil right here.
Thank you.
Okay, I want to take the motherboard out of the box. So here I've got the board in its own box, and then below that we have the cables, I/O shield, and components that are included with all boards, including the documentation and driver, CD, DVD, SATA cables. I/O shield. We can go ahead and put the I/O shield in right now. Got extra standoffs. Standoffs don't typically come with a motherboard. They come with the case. So this is probably for the motherboard cover, which I'm going to talk about here in just a minute. And you're making a lot of noise over there.
I'm sorry. Deliciousness is happening. So we know that this has already been going for 35 minutes.
I haven't been keeping track.
I've been in my head, so I could be wrong, but I think it's been 35.
We're an hour and 1 minute on the broadcast.
Well, but we took time to mix everything and everything else. So I wonder if it's been going for 45 minutes. So I think that I'm going to set the timer for another 30, well, I'll set it for 25 minutes and I'll check it.
Here's the I/O shield for the motherboard. I'm going to go ahead and install this really quick. The holes for the speakers always go down. If you get it wrong, you just pop it out and turn it around the other way. It's a friction fit, and it does require a little coordination that you get all these edges in. Every corner has to pop into place. And I see a lot of first-time builders really struggle with that. And if you're a first-time builder, be patient. I make it look easy because I've done it a million times. When you do it a million times, it'll be easy for you. When you do it the first or second time, take your time. Make sure it's flush and level across all four corners. And usually, if you can't see it, you can feel it with your finger, that it's, the amount that's sticking out is level and equal all the way around. If not, make it right. Now, this motherboard's a bit different in the sense that it has a motherboard cover on it. Now, motherboard cover is completely and entirely useless, pointless, and unnecessary, but it looks cool. And so, kind of like me.
I want to see a motherboard cover.
Take a cut on that. Set that over there.
A viewer did warn me to watch out for flying debris. Definitely wouldn't want to be hit with debris today. Not today.
Well, they like their packing. So glad we're so ecologically minded in this evolved time that we live in. My eye. So this is a motherboard cover. You see how it's covering the motherboard? Look.
Wow. That's cool.
No, it's not cool.
I think it's cool.
It's not cool.
Why is it not cool?
Because it doesn't match our case.
Doesn't match the case.
Yeah. This is a motherboard cover specifically built for that motherboard. Now it's going to be cool.
Oh, that is much better. I think it's cool on its own, but now that you've shown me a better alternative, then yeah.
Ignorance is bliss, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
So here's our new motherboard cover. They only made 400 of these. So they made 2,000 of these and 400 of these.
What's the purpose of the cover anyway?
Didn't I just tell you?
I was probably dealing with the bread.
Ooh, good hit. It's to make it look pretty.
Okay.
That's all it does. There's no
protecting it or...
Well, I suppose you could convince yourself it's protecting it, but when it's in the case and the covers are on the case, it's protected. Man, it's like a minefield around here. You just want to turn that back. Okay. Now, this sells for $50. This motherboard is about $280, I want to say. The case is $300. So you usually have $600 tied up just with these three components. But when you go to a LAN party or someone comes over to your house, they're going to see something they unlikely are going to see anyplace else. For some people, that's important, from the car they drive to the clothes they wear. And yeah, like if you're not going to use these slots, these covers come off or they go on. See, there's slots here. Mm-hmm. Recovering them keeps the dust out, but mostly it's just for looks. I have no idea why this piece is here.
But not on the one. Is it this? Is it this?
Oh, okay. That makes more sense.
There you go.
Yeah, thank you. I was thinking that went over the CPU. That doesn't make sense.
It's only my first time.
Now the cover has got to come off.
There's a sticker right there to remove cover.
Oh.
And there's stickers here.
Oh no, you got to remove the cover to access that connector.
Oh, so it's not telling
So
you
that's
how
just
to remove the cover.
that's just a piece.
It's a start, right?
I think you just pull up on it. Yeah, it just pops in. That's that piece. Let me give everybody a little close-up of this since they're watching from a distance. It's a very attractive looking motherboard. Now there are motherboards that sell for less money that offer more features, but they're just not going to match aesthetically to the case. Anything like this one. They said, thank God it's not in 3D. You had to be ducking,
You'd
wouldn't
be
they?
dodging.
And this one should come off too. And that's just covering a heat shield. But I like how that's really well built. It just pops in like a...
own little rivets.
It's incredibly built well. And this piece right here, does that also just pop off, or how does that come off?
It looks like it has.
Does it screw down? I don't know. Normally, regular people read the instructions. But why would I do that? I see a metal standoff right here. How do we get to that? So these are the individual covers for PCI slots underneath these two areas, right? There's one. I don't know that it's necessary to pull those. Oh, they're not. They cover the M.2 drives.
Yep.
Okay, that's cool. Also covers a diagnostic LED. Who needs that? I feel like this is a different part. This part stays, I think.
Yeah, it looks like this is all.
Yeah, this is an I/O shield cover.
One separate piece.
So
here.
this piece, I'm just looking at this one. How does this one attach? I see a hole, a hole, a hole.
It looks like it has these.
But yeah, these are the mounting
fans.
holes. There's a little, yeah, I think it just pops off. Let's see. This makes me nervous.
Should I hold so it doesn't fall?
What am I missing? Okay, let me just take a look at this. I am missing something. There's a screw right there.
And screw it here.
Okay, that's holding on the I/O shield cover.
We're gonna leave that, right?
Yeah, that's not moving. I see a couple of posts here and here that appear to be holding on a heat sink.
And you have 4 here.
That's a heat sink. So is there a plastic lever sticking out somewhere? I don't see one. I've never, ever done this before. Yeah, we can tell. I see, you see this metal post right here? Mm-hmm. That's clearly connected to this cover. What you never want to do with a computer is you never want to force anything. Everything should be very, everything should fit like a glove. If it doesn't fit right, you're probably doing it wrong. Sometimes it requires a little teeny tiny bit, but not too much. There we go. It's really just in there pretty tight.
Still not gonna RTFM, huh?
Nope. After 27 years of doing this, if I can't figure it out from experience, it's a pretty messed up design.
Oh. It looks like you're having to really kind of work pretty hard.
Well, I'm trying to be gentle, and I'm not applying any more force. See, well, like when I lifted that, I didn't like the way that sounded. So I have to change where I'm lifting from. I don't really want to get a screwdriver in there because I don't want to gouge anything.
Is this part of it?
Yeah, that's a part of it. And that's what's holding it in place.
I see.
And I need to it's just like a snap together. And I have to unsnap it, but without snapping the motherboard. There's probably an easier way. I'm not known for doing things the easy way. And again, I've never done this before. So that's the cover. And I'm going to show everybody what was holding that on. Right here, there are these metal standoffs sticking through. It's a very well constructed piece. And they actually snap and lock into position. And they do so in a way that ensures it won't fall off. Remember, this has got to survive shipping back to Pennsylvania. We don't want something that's rickety or preferably not even plastic clips that can break. And this cover is simply going to go back into its position, same place.
Somebody was wondering if that wouldn't just go on top of that.
No, because that's a good point. But what we end up doing is it won't seat down. your motherboard is only so wide. You can't add to the width. You're going to run into some problems. So this is a replacement. I can tell you that right off the bat. It never even occurred to me that it would go over it because you would be expanding and going too wide.
That makes sense.
Now this is slightly different in the way that the posts are a little different. These feel plasticky and the other ones are metal, which is weird. Wouldn't you think they just painted?
Yeah, that it would
color?
be the same thing, but it's a whole
not.
different build.
Yeah. And so we're going to just line up those posts with the mounting holes. And by the way, you don't have to do this right now. We could mount everything in the board and do this as long as we don't have the video card in the way. You know, we can put the RAM and the CPU in and everything else. See if I can line that up with there's the mounting hole right there, and there's that one. And you just push it down and it should click. And then you want to do the other side. Try to avoid touching any of the metal contacts on the back of the board. That's how you short things out. Sometimes you may have to struggle a little bit. This is not being cooperative at all. It's a very snug and precise fit. You see how much force I have to exert, and I'm not comfortable with exerting
that's scary.
that much force. And especially in this corner, this feels a little fragile. It's critical you make sure that that is lined up properly before you put that force down to snap it into position. And we're going to look at the bottom of the board and see if all of these little red posts are coming through. See, that one's not all the way through?
How can you tell it's not all the way through?
Well, look at the other ones.
Oh, like that one is short too, huh?
How about now?
Okay, that's better.
Thank you for noticing. Do you see any others?
They all
there
look
not one
even
down
now.
here?
I don't see one over here at all. I would expect to see one there. But maybe there isn't one?
Did you see one?
No, there isn't one.
Let me bring this up to the folks. We'll show them what it looks like now. Aha, starting to come together, right? And like that little cover right here. If I can get it out of the package. Now, I wanted to take this away from you because I've never done it before.
I'd much rather have you do this.
And this,
And is
You
his
see this
name
piece?
Adam? I'm sure Adam would appreciate
Andrew.
Andrew, I'm sorry. Andrew.
see there's two little clips right here? You see these? Mm-hmm. If you look on the board, right beside this heat sink where I'm pointing the metal, do you see these two clips? And you see those two posts? Those two posts, guess where they go?
In the two clips? Mm-hmm. How about that?
And that's going to fit on, see the two posts, see the two clips? Mm-hmm. I'm just going to line that up. We're just going to line that up. There we go. See how she's painted?
Yeah, it's like a puzzle.
And so now that looks like that.
It looks cool.
Okay.
Now we just have the one last piece, huh?
This piece goes over this heatsink that covers our voltage regulator modules, or VRMs. When people overclock, this is an area that gets really, really hot. And this has to come off in order to make room for us to plug into this 8-pin power connector. So we're not going to put this on just yet.
I see.
This old cover, I don't know why you'd want it, but we certainly have a place to put it. These little slot covers can go back into position, these little PCI slot covers. I cannot remember which way they came off. I think it was this way.
Somebody says that bread has been back in the oven a long time. I don't know if you caught in the beginning of the video, I said the cook time on this bread is forever. So we're working on it.
I think they're just
I know.
kindly reminding you in
kidding.
case you got too involved.
I've got the timer on. We're going to hear it beep in another 10 minutes and 40 seconds. And then I'll pull the bread out and I'll use a toothpick to put in there and see if it's cooked or not.
I don't know how this goes on.
The last time I made this bread, it ended up cooking for a total of about an hour and a half.
I don't remember. Okay, I think this one goes this way. That one feels right, yep. And then this one probably goes... Oh, I see, it goes right here. It's right up at the top. And then this piece can go here. And this piece can go here. See that? Bada bing, bada boom.
Spot for everything and everything in its spot.
Said the Dalmatian. And we're going to... Now...
Ooh, you almost died on your own mess.
Won't be the first time, won't be the last time. Watch for the obituary. Always important to keep your work area very, very clean. I don't care what your floor looks like. You could pick that mess up later. Now we can prep the motherboard. Now we're ready to, but that means installing the CPU and the RAM. I'm going to open all these RAM sockets up. You know why this side doesn't open?
Why doesn't it open?
Because there's a great big video card that's going to be here.
Okay.
And if you open those, it hit the video card potentially.
So it has to fit that way.
So on many, not all motherboards, but on many, the side where the video card goes doesn't open so that it doesn't conflict and hit the video card.
Interesting.
See, unlike other build videos and other channels, I can tell you why.
Why things are the way they are?
They just go, they like, many of them like to ritualize it. Like if they said you had to wave chicken bones over your head and chant,
that's the way it's
that's
done.
what it's, yeah.
Because that's what
without
it's
doing
done.
it doesn't work, and that's been their experience, and they become superstitious. I think it's bad luck to be superstitious. Okay. Sorry, I had to go there.
Sorry. I will apologize on behalf of my brother.
Well, you better get used to that a lot. Now, combined with a limited edition motherboard cover and a limited edition case. Remember, there's 2,000 of these cases. They're sold. They're gone. 400 of these covers.
Wow, you just got a nice donation.
It's not as nice as it looks. It's generous. That's 100 Swedish krona, which I think is about $10 US. But
Very
thank you.
nice.
It's very nice.
Yes.
But when we see 100, we think it's $100 US. Which isn't to say we don't appreciate. Of course, we appreciate your contribution. Thank you so much. And that's from
our tech tips.
Thank you. Thank you for noticing that too, because I'm so into what I'm doing. This is a limited edition CPU. 20,000 of these are made. This is an Intel Core 8086K. It's the 30th anniversary of the 8086 processor. This is the first consumer processor ever made by Intel to hit 5 gigahertz.
Huh?
It only hits it on one core,
But it hits it,
but it
darn
does hit it, and I've never done that before. So it's if you're into overclocking, basically this is just an 8700K that has a good die. They call it the silicon lottery. So if you're an overclocker, it's worth paying extra for this because you could get more out of this.
Now let me interrupt you and ask you a question. You said it's the first processor made by Intel to hit 5.
Consumer.
Okay.
It's not a server processor.
Other companies that are made for consumers that have done it?
Well, there's only one other processor company for consumer-based processors, and that would be AMD.
AMD, but what about Apple?
Apple uses Intel chips.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
Nice.
They used a Motorola for a while, and then they moved to Intel. So they give you the certificate of authenticity, and they make a big deal that you bought something special. There's a price premium on this over the 8700K, even though, as I mentioned, this is basically a binned 8700K that has proven itself to be very flexible in overclocking. And if you're an overclocker, you can gamble by buying an 8700K and hope for the best, or you can spend a little extra and know you've got one that's very friendly, overclocking friendly. That being said, even if you don't overclock it, it is the fastest chip you can buy today out of the box. No heatsink is included. You'll have to provide your own. So if all you're interested in is the fastest processor, and you don't want to play with overclocking, you don't want to mess with your reliability or your warranties, it still makes sense to buy this. Now we're basically building a limited edition computer case with a limited edition cover for the motherboard. This cover is designed specifically for this motherboard. As far as I know, you can't use it on any other motherboard. So you have to use this motherboard if you want this cover. With the cover being limited edition, the case being limited edition, and the processor being limited edition, it should be interesting to see how it plays out in value, if it depreciates the same over time as anything else. Now I'm going to do this part as well because it's a little delicate. I always hold the parts by the edges. You see that little gold arrow? Triangle?
Match it with the triangle on the board.
When we lift this cover up, we're going to leave that little plastic cover on. It's going to pop off all by itself. You see the gold triangle? I'm sorry guys, I can't operate the camera and show you, but you've seen this a million times before in my other videos. We gently let that into the socket, just let it go down. All the pins are in that socket, that's why it's covered. They're very, very delicate and easily damaged. You see that little fork right there? That's going to go in. That's the only reason that screw is there is to hold this down. That has to have a certain amount of Newton meters of pressure to make the contacts that the engineers specify. So it's not like they just slapped it all together one day. I think people oversimplify the design and the engineering that go into this stuff. There's going to be a lot of tension now on this lever, and when I push it down, watch that little plastic cover pop up.
Oh, that's cool.
Now, if we ever have to take that chip out, like for example, let's say this motherboard needs to go to RMA, you must put this cover on if you take that chip out. You look at those sideways and they'll bend.
Well then, I might have already bent one.
So that's how delicate they are. And
Somebody is saying your mic is gone. Carey's mic goes in and out.
Mike shows it's on.
Do you want to trade mics? Is it more important for you to be heard than it is for me?
Just because one person said it?
No, more than one.
Okay. Have you tried turning it off and back on again?
I hear that might be something nice to try. It sounds crazy to me. I've never heard anybody think that rebooting.
I might be on a channel that's a bit noisy, so I've turned it off.
Can everybody hear me okay?
Here, speak now.
Is everybody hearing me okay?
Okay, see
Mine
the
is
volume line
okay.
is moving?
Yeah.
And if I mute you, check 1, 2, now the line moves. So I'm going to unmute you. Everything on our side seems to be working perfectly fine.
Okay, audio is good.
Okay, now, how much time we get on that bread?
We have 2 minutes, 39 seconds. I can check it now.
Check it.
All right.
We got a couple of 970 Evos. We have one 970 Evo and an 860 Evo that we're going to install.
Oh my. I'm going to give it a toothpick test.
Toothpicks are right over there.
Right over where? I'm sorry. Oh, I covered them. Thank you. Excuse me.
This is an 860.
They know I pulled that food out of the
Oh,
oven.
they know.
And this is the 970.
The 860 is a regular SATA. Oh, that's a 2.5 inch based SSD.
Still too moist in there, so I'm going to do it for another 15 minutes.
I'm going to remove this cover. Usually your top slot, the one nearest the CPU, is going to be your fastest M2 slot. Always check your motherboard manual to confirm that. I'm going to go on faith. This is not working like it should. There's a heat sink that's built onto the back of this. And so if you try and lift it up from the wrong side, it starts to peel apart. There's a sticky tape that holds the the heat sink part of it. Oh, that's interesting. It's completely blocked. So apparently I'm not using this one. I have to use this one up here. My bad. So we're gonna put that back. And we're going this side. There we go. So that's the slot I need right up there. And I'm gonna go ahead and install the M2. It's very quick, very simple, very expensive, but quick and simple. This is a 970 Evo. This sells for about $380, this one little part.
Wow.
That CPU is $460. The price went up on it. It was $425, now it's $462. This is $400. So just those two parts are $800. The case is $300. Motherboard covers $50. Motherboard's about $280. That's just the parts. There's no graphics card on this build. The gentleman who I'm shipping it to says there's no point in risking any damage. That's the part that's heaviest and most likely to cause a problem in shipping. So we're going to do all our testing and software install using the built-in video on the CPU for that purpose, and that's why you won't see a CPU on the parts list. I mean, GPU. GPU. We use so many analogies. It's so easy to get sort of this word salad happening with. So I'm just removing that. Very important to use a magnetic-based screwdriver. It doesn't hurt anything. We used to never use magnetic-based screwdrivers because the media, floppy disks, were magnetically based. Yeah. So you could erase a floppy disk if you got too close to it.
I actually worked with a girl who had some weird powers, and we used, I'm gonna date myself or age myself once again, but we used a lot of the 5 1/4 drives at work. And oftentimes she would, just by holding the drive, the contents of it would just, or the disc.
She had a magnetic personality.
Yeah, she would erase. We could not let her hold 5 1/4 floppies. We would insert them into her computer for her and remove them for her.
Wow.
Lest our data be erased.
Corrupted. It normally didn't erase it. What it did is it corrupted it. It scrambled.
Well, it would not appear. It would be like I handed her a blank disc.
That would be corruption. That screwdriver is just a little too big. Let's try this one. Ah! This is a little delicate, but it's not like rocket science. It's important the screw gets started straight or it won't go in straight, and then it goes crooked and cross threads. And I can use the bigger screwdriver, which will have a little better bite to it. Then that installs 1 terabyte of storage.
Wow.
Right there. And as far as this goes, check this out. Come around. Now, me personally, I like to hide this. And you can put it right there. And the way that we're going to do this is there's 4 little holes here on the bottom. And if you take one of these out, your job see how that fit on there like a picture frame? And the question is, do we want it facing this way or do we want it facing this way? I think that way is going to look better.
Put the screws in.
In fact, you have to put it in. See how there's a cutout right here for the connectors on the back of this. Well, it's not on the back of this. It's actually on the drive. You see how that comes down and it stays clear of that? So you can have room for your connectors. So we're going to get some screws from one of these bags. We want a really fine threaded screw here. No, 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 no. And these are just a fine threaded short screw. And we just start the screws. And we don't tighten them. Just get them started.
Okay.
Okay, you're going to need 4 of those. What's the point in a 250 gig SATA SSD with a 1 terabyte NVMe? The owner of the computer wants to use that SSD as a recovery drive.
Okay. Makes sense.
I also think he had it laying around. He's just looking for an excuse to use it. That's just between you and me, but it's all good.
I got the screws started.
Now that they're all started, go ahead and make them flush. You don't have to over tighten them, but they should just turn them until they stop turning, and that's good enough.
All right.
Carey, do you magnetize your own screwdrivers? Yes, even when you buy a screwdriver that's pre-magnetized.
I thought you had them done by Hawking.
Stephen Hawking?
Yeah, I don't know how you're going to get that done now.
That's degaussing.
By the Hawk himself.
My screwdrivers are getting a little weak, so I've been meaning to do this for a while. But on Amazon, or pretty much, lots of places, it's not uncommon. Hardware stores sell a little device that looks like this. And this is a screwdriver magnetizer and demagnetizer. So you can not only magnetize, but also demagnetize. Yeah, go right ahead. And so if I were to rub the screwdriver on the outside of this, it demagnetizes it. And when I put the screwdriver in here, then by rubbing this through here, this magnetizes the screwdriver. And there's a lot of very immature people that are going to make their jokes.
I was going to, but I guess I won't now.
And this is how it works. This is a real tool, and you can take any screwdriver and you can magnetize it. You can take an old hard drive. Inside of a hard drive is a rare earth magnet. It's very powerful.
They're really good magnets.
And you can rub a screwdriver against it. So people are like, you shouldn't keep magnets around your data. Like, well, have you ever opened up a hard drive?
Yeah.
Obviously not, or you wouldn't be sounding like such a fool. And this can be done with any metal screwdriver, whether it's magnetized or not. And the magnetism does wear out. It'll get weaker. And so you have to do this to charge them up from time to time. This is a $3 or $5 tool, and you can't wear it out.
Is it just a plain old magnet, nothing special?
More or less. It's just designed in such a way that...
Like, could you rub a refrigerator magnet against a screwdriver and make it
You could just leave the refrigerator magnet attached to it the whole time, and then the magnetism will never wear out. Yeah, sure. This is designed so it can demagnetize as well. So you've got the positives and the negatives opposing each other, and it's held together. And it's designed, and the more you do this, the stronger it gets to a certain point. At which point, it's just a waste of time.
It's just entertainment at that point. Now you're just on vacation.
So you could put your Me Too joke right in there somewhere.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's a very important tool for a technician. And after you get all your little giggles out and out of the way, you can get some work done. That's how you do that. And after that, we've got RAM to install.
How often do you magnetize the screwdriver?
When it feels weak, I magnetize it. There's no rule other than that.
All right.
When do you eat? When I'm hungry.
When you're hungry. So I've got the drive on. Do I put a screw in?
That one thumb screw I took out?
Yep, I got it.
Would you put that back in for me?
Sure.
Andrew likes his RGB, and he set for RAM. This is 32 gigs of Trident Z RGB memory. 32 gigs.
That's a lot.
It's heavy. Feel how heavy that is.
Substantial.
Jimmy thinks so. All right, you want to install this memory for me?
Yeah, hang on. I'm wondering if I hung this weird. It feels like it wiggles and the other one doesn't wiggle. So I just want to make...
No, you're not in on the bottom. You're not flush.
See how it still wiggles? I guess that wiggles a little bit.
It's in.
All right.
I'm going to start installing this RAM because I'm not going to wait for you. Because we've got 4 sticks of RAM. We don't have to worry about what slots to use. So we're gonna fill them all.
Huge.
Yeah, because it's RGB, they also, this is made by G-Skill. And if you put this on your computer, it'll go faster.
Of course.
Yeah, those are go faster stickers.
Yeah. It's like painting stripes on your car.
Painting flames.
Oh, it's flames, not stripes?
Well, stripes, anything like that that makes it go faster.
Yeah.
And since there's 2 sets of RAM, there's...
2 sets of stickers.
Yeah. So always make sure you're facing the right direction. Slide it into the track. Right? It's not in the track. Should go in very easily. And now I use my thumbs. You know who's got 2 thumbs?
This guy.
This guy. One side, then the other side. You should hear a positive clicking or feedback. And I'm just going to take care of this because I'm right here and I'm just going to do it. And then once again, make sure it's in the track before you exert any force. Make sure that the keyhole that's in the slot of the RAM lines up with the slot in the socket on the motherboard. So that way it only fits in one direction. Thumbs, pressure, one side, other side. That installs 32 gigs of RAM. Done. Storage is done, CPU is installed, motherboard is now ready to be installed into the case.
Perfect.
Very simple stuff.
So you're gonna lay that flat, right?
Yes, we're gonna lay the case flat. You wanna go ahead and just put that out in just anywhere out there. Get it out. I'm gonna put this motherboard cover back on over the M.2 drive here. And I did it wrong. It's got a little catch that goes in first, right underneath the motherboard cover, and then it should line up. Why is it not lining up? Should go in right like this. There we go. Now it's on. And that is what the completed motherboard prep looks like for right now. We will add this cover after we get the 8-pin power connector, after we get all that, but first we have to mount this into the case. And to do so, we want to lay the case flat. We want to work with gravity and not against it. It makes life a lot easier. So we're going to lay that flat like so. And I'm going to grab the board here, and I'm going to try and grab it by its edges. I really don't want to ground anything out. And I'm just going to, I see 9 mounting holes, 3 across the top, 3 across the bottom, and 3 across the middle. And the standoffs are already pre-installed in this case, so we don't need to move anything. The center standoff is not something you screw down, it's a post. And it's designed to hold the motherboard in position for you while you get your screws lined up. So my main concern at this point is to make sure that the motherboard fits in correctly, that the I/O shield here is going to line up with the, or sorry, the I/O ports are going to line up with the I/O shield. I'm not sure if we're picking that up on the camera. And I want to try and, it's hard to pick this motherboard up properly with the cover. So try and pick the motherboard up by heat sinks or by edges. Try to avoid touching the bottom of the board. And you typically have to tilt the board forward. Make sure that all these ports are lined up, and then you should be able to push it forward until that metal post comes through the center hole.
Can you see it?
Well, with the motherboard cover, you'd have to get a little flashlight. I can feel it. I can feel that it went in.
Okay.
But I'm questioning whether or not that's really lined up as best it could be, because it looks offset.
Just a little bit. Huh?
Yeah, these aren't coming through the holes quite right.
So you can push it forward more.
Well, it almost looks like it's got to go down. Yeah, that's better. But now it looks like it went too far down. Let's see if I can lift it up a little. This is hard to do. Again, the motherboard cover adds a little complexity to an otherwise relatively simple build. Most builds are simple. I just want to make sure these I/O ports, yeah, that feels right to me. And then if you look through the motherboard holes, particularly these on top, you should be able to see through to the standoff down below. That's the center post right down there if you look down in there. I'm sorry guys, I can't give you an angle of this. We need a third person here with a camera is what we need. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and start tightening this down if you want to check on.
I'm going to check the bread.
And I'm going to find the coarse thread screws here that are for mounting our board. These are called 6x32, and those I believe should be the ones we need for the motherboard. Please use the right screws, ladies and gentlemen. That's all I can say. I'm going to have a little difficulty, I think, reaching through because the motherboard cover, I have to have a longer, skinnier bit. So I'm going to pull out the old electric driver, which has a 6-inch long skinny bit, which probably could be magnetized too. It's getting a little weak. And I'm just going to start right up here. Probably going to regret tightening these down. Probably going to have to come back and untighten them. But I'm feeling faith. Feeling like it's all going to line up perfectly because it's an NZXT motherboard with an NZXT case, and I suspect it's going to fit like a glove. I hope I'm not wrong. The screwdriver has an auto-off clutch. It's set to a number 3 setting, and that ensures that I won't turn the screws too far. But it does require a little bit of pressure so that the head of the screwdriver doesn't slip on the head of the screw.
I feel like this bread is just about done. Yeah. But I'm a little skeptical, even though the toothpick is coming out clean. It's still...
Well, I mean, there's no health hazard to eating raw bread, right? It's just that it's going to be mushy, and you don't want it mushy.
Right, it's going to be a little stodgy.
But if you overcook it, then it's going to be what? Really dry, or what's the fear here?
Yeah, it's a little bit comes out dry. It should be like the perfect
But it's still cooking now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to continue to cook as it cools. Mm-hmm. And the other thing about sugar-free sugar replacements is that as the crystal cools, it hardens back up. So as soft as this is now, as it cools off, the sugars are going to harden in it, and it will become a much harder, almost like a cookie outside. So I think I'm just going to let it be done then. I'll let it be done.
So we're going to turn the oven off?
I'll turn the oven off.
You see the clear off?
You know what? I'm sorry. I'm going to change my mind. Because I don't know your oven. It makes me nervous. I think I'm going to give it 10 more minutes.
10 more minutes in the oven?
Yep.
You're the boss. Mm-hmm.
Excuse me, Jimmy.
Boy, you got to move. Come on.
You want to be in the oven.
Go, boy. There you go.
We don't serve dog here.
Yes, we do.
We serve dogs. We don't serve dogs.
Well, if they don't behave. Motherboard manual. Bridging connector for SLI. This is an LED strip. Ooh, didn't know it came with an LED strip.
So we'll give it 10 minutes and then it's going to come out to cool.
Oh, that's cool. Look at this. These are LED strips, and you can like place them, I don't know, they're magnetized. You can do stuff like that and add LEDs. I don't know, where should I put this one? Maybe like that?
That's cool.
I don't know, I'd like to have it out of the view of the window. Wonder where other people put them. You could just go on each side. Maybe that's the way to go. I don't know. No idea. Andrew may have some thoughts on this. Mm-hmm. Something like that, maybe? That just adds more RGB lighting to your case. It's going to hook up to the board, and it's controlled through software, so you can synchronize and color coordinate all of that. There's a couple of connectors here for power, and this is all related strictly for RGB. It does absolutely nothing for the performance of the computer. Oh, silica gel.
Oh, at least have some ketchup on it or something.
It says throw away. It doesn't say how far.
I don't even know where that went. You're
We'll
gonna
find it in
that.
15 years.
Yeah.
Some archaeologists are gonna find the
They're gonna go, clearly this isn't food.
Desiccatus auroris.
But this civilization was so savage that they had to be printed on it that it wasn't food. And that's what they're gonna think of us, and it'll be your fault.
Yeah, I do have some moments where I'm proud.
Because then they're gonna pull up this footage of you eating it.
And then they'll try it. Tasty. Okay, are there any questions in the chat that I can address right now? We got to do the liquid cooler. He was a little concerned that the Kraken X62 wasn't going to fit. I think it's going to fit just fine. He was afraid it might interfere with his RAM.
I like the name.
Kraken?
Yeah.
Release the Kraken!
Release it.
So he sent a Kraken X62 and a Corsair H115i. Do you think a Corsair H115i will fit better in an NZXT case? Or do you think an NZXT Kraken will fit better in an NZXT case?
Probably the NZXT.
The one thing with sticking with one manufacturer is you usually eliminate fitment problems.
Yep.
With the keyword being usually.
Did you say Fitment or Fitbit?
Fitment.
I heard Fitbit. You don't want Fitbit problems.
No. My Fitbit had a fit. For a bit.
All right. Dr.
They better
Seuss is
quit.
done.
All right. See what I did there? Never mind. I worry about dogs eating the gel pack. My dogs aren't that stupid, but thank you for worrying. If I soaked it in chicken broth, maybe. My dogs have no interest in eating something that doesn't taste good.
1 million gigawatts of power.
Now this is the Kraken X62, but we don't want to use these fans because these are crappy. Every all-in-one cooler comes with crappy fans. So if noise is a concern, open the wallet and get yourself a couple of Noctua fans. They're not going to match color, but they're going to be silent and they're going to run a long, long time. Go ahead and open that up. Take it out. No, open that up. Take it out. Put it on top of that one. Please. Please and thank you.
No hiding behind the tower. I'm not trying to hide behind it. It's just taller than me.
It runs in the family. Nothing else in this box. And I'll just put these two things back together. I think it's going to fit just fine, but if it doesn't, we've got the H115 on. That is awfully sizable, isn't it? Now I'm second guessing myself.
Should I put this with the rest of the pile?
Yes, please, in the living room. Oh. And take this with you. And that one.
Anything else?
Ding, ding, ding.
I'm sorry I didn't curse you on my way out.
It looks just like a car radiator, doesn't it?
It does look like a radiator.
It's because it is a radiator.
One silica gel a day keeps the doctor away.
Look, I'm Geordie LaForge.
You will never be as cool as Geordie LaForge.
No, it's true. It's true. I just want to see if this is going to fit. Come here, let me show you. Before I put this in place, this is going to go up here like this, right? We're going to get to that in a minute. But before I do that, is this going to fit without hitting the RAM? That's the question everybody needs to know.
Ooh, it looks like
it's good.
Yeah.
Plenty of room. Plenty of room.
Was it NZXT didn't let you down? What does NZXT stand for? Any?
Don't you know how to use Google? That you young people.
I would, but you won't let me have my phone on the camera.
Okay, I think this front cover comes off first, if memory serves.
I thought it had a little. Oh.
Oh, geez. Yeah, does come off. And with that off, now we can remove this one, I think. Is that a screw?
Yep. Phillips.
I don't recall them putting a screw there before. That's unusual. I don't know if that screw has to come out or not. I really don't know. My 700i doesn't. Seems like a very awkward place for a screw to go. Do you see one on the other side?
No.
Nope.
This lifting here.
I'll tell you what I have found to be useful in my past experience is to set it on the floor and lift up on it. I think it comes off. I think it comes off. Are they telling me I'm doing it wrong in the chat room?
Let's see. The name NZXT is a corruption of the word next in uppercase. Interesting. Carey hasn't had a Coke for a long time.
Yeah, I'm feeling it.
I'm not seeing anything yet. Let me see. Use a bigger hammer.
That's for sure.
Push it back to front and it will undo.
Shouldn't be back to front. It's flush against the back.
You never go back to front. Just pull it up from the front.
There it goes.
I just built this system last week.
Ah, so that screw did not have to come out. It did not have to come out. Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Heavy. Getting heavy. So, yeah, this just comes up right here. Like so. These are plastic tabs, so you want to be careful not to break them. Just want to lift it off equally across like this. Okay, very good. And that screw I took out, that's for the front panel, which stays in. Yeah, I didn't think that had to come out. I was confused. Now, you see this up here? This is going to hold the radiator. Look how easy they made this to install. So what we have to think about right now is if we put this radiator in, right? It's going to sit up here. And do we want the fans on top blowing air in, or do we want the fans on bottom pushing air out? Me personally, I like the fans on the bottom blowing air through. Sometimes the case manufacturer makes it impossible for you to pick any other way.
Excuse me.
Yeah, go right ahead. Screwdriver, it's not going to cut it for me.
All right, I've turned the oven off.
Thank you.
And I'm just going to let it cool here. Give it one last toothpick test. It's making me hungry.
You know, we haven't eaten since this whole thing started, nor did we eat an hour before we started.
I haven't eaten yet today.
Welcome to live video.
It's all right.
You don't get to eat.
Part of something else keto is good for.
Starving?
I'm not starving because I'm keto.
So these 4 thumb screws that I'm removing, this is what I like about this NZXT design. It allows me to pull the whole frame out, and I can go ahead and mount the radiator with the
that's
frame
really nice.
outside of the case, rather than work within the confines and restrictions of the case. And this will hold the radiator much, much larger. It'll accommodate, this is a 240 millimeter, which is basically two 120 millimeter fans side by side. 120 and 120 is
240.
And what do you think if we added an extra
Nobody
fan?
told me there'd be math.
If we added an extra fan, what would the radiator size be? 120 times 3?
You lost me. What? If
120.
we added a third fan?
If there was a radiator that was a fan longer, one
I
fan,
see.
2 fans, 3 fans. 120 and 120
Right?
is
240,
adding another fan.
360.
So there's 240 millimeter radiators, there's 360 degree radiators. Cases that will fit a 360 will also typically fit a 240, but not the other way around.
All right.
And
sense.
they cost more money. Now, when I put this in, we got to remember the way we took it out. So if I put this in this way and it goes back in, I've just installed it upside down. Doesn't go on that side. Looks like it does though, doesn't it?
Yeah, I would do it that way.
So that's why when you take it out of the case, that's the disadvantage, is you have to now keep in mind the orientation of the way this goes back in. So this is going to go in like this, right? You see the way that's the top. And if we want the radiator on the top, we can do that, but we have to turn it around so the pipes come out. The pipes are calling. Like this. Capiche?
Capiche.
I just went from Italian to Irish.
Well, I think we can all agree that was neither Italian nor Irish.
And then, I'm just going to ignore you. And then we can mount the fans here on the bottom. Oh, these are what size are those fans? Those 120s or 140s?
I moved the
The right size, whatever they are, just give them.
Okay.
Now, on every fan ever built, whether it's a ceiling, it's a box fan that you have by your bed, you have one side that has a frame. See the frame? Mm-hmm. You have a side that doesn't have a frame. Mm-hmm. The side that doesn't have the frame is the side that sucks air in. The side that does have the frame, on every fan ever built.
I thought it was all about the direction that it spins.
The direction that it spins will be determined on how it was mounted into the frame.
That makes sense.
Right? Mm-hmm. I suppose there's nothing against putting a switch in to reverse the fan direction. I've just never seen that before. And so...
Sorry, so I'm laughing. Somebody just said I'm like Wilson because you can only see me from... Nice.
So when I'm going to mount these fans and I look here at where they're going to go, I want to suck air in from inside of the case and blow it out through the top.
Right.
Now this top is solid, but you see there's holes all along the edges?
Yep.
That's all it needs. And I got to think about where my cable's going to come down for the power for these fans. So ideally, when I put this back in, remember this is the top back corner, so I want the cable this direction. And I think of all the directions I got to think about. I got to think about the direction of the airflow. I got to think about where the cable's coming out, where the top of this frame is, and where this is going to align within this I don't even know what you call this. This is basically a frame itself, top frame that goes in here. And I like to have both power connectors facing each other. So if one fan goes here, then the other fan would equally go
The same direction.
right. So both power connectors, just to keep our cable management as clean as possible, like so. And I think that's right. You see how it entirely covers that radiator?
Mm-hmm. Looks good.
And you'll see the cables Noctua gives us are very short, and we have extension cables.
Mm-hmm.
And look,
Screws.
I thought there was Go Faster stickers. It's just a sticker on the cable. Mm-hmm. So we're not going to use any of that for right now. We'll come to that later. There's also you've got another cable there. There's three cables these come with. There's a fan splitter, a fan quieter. Yeah, it reduces.
A silencer.
And then a fan extension.
How does a cable quiet the fan?
It reduces the amount of voltage going to the fan.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Although with a modern motherboard,
you're buying a big, huge fan, and then you're like, you don't need that much power.
Bigger fan needs to rotate slower to move air, the equivalent of a smaller fan.
Oh.
Smaller fan has to work harder, and as such is noisier. to move the equivalent amount of air with a larger fan. It doesn't have to turn as fast, therefore it's not as noisy.
I would not have thought that.
So if you plug that directly into a 12-volt power, like right into your power supply, it's full speed all the time. There's no reason for that in 2018. Your motherboard should be able to speed the fans up when it gets warm and slow the fans down when it gets cooler. Larger fans spin slower and are naturally less noisy.
That's a good lesson.
Right? So that's what we do differently here on our channel and other channels. We understand why we do these things. We don't just ritualize it. I hate ritualizing. Okay. Bracket. Everybody says it's a bracket. Thank you. My vocabulary is becoming limited. My brain is being filled with too much information.
That was a lot of information about the size of fans.
It was just about fans.
Yeah.
Yeah. Told you I had fans.
Big ones, big fans.
Ooh. Did we show this to the audience?
Not yet. It's very hot. I'm just going to let it cool for 15 minutes. And then once it's cooled off a bit, we're going to dump it out of the pan. And look at all the beautiful pumpkins. This is a time like we really need smell-o-vision.
It does actually smell good. Why do I sound surprised at that?
Why are you surprised? Because you're so picky.
I'm passionate and precise. I don't remember putting raisins in.
No. Why is this so salty? It's got more Carey in it than I planned. I planned to have, you know, as little Carey in there as possible.
Carey died.
You don't need to add more Carey.
Would you ever have one fan sucking and the other fan blowing? Well, that's called a push and pull configuration, not sucking and blowing. Push and pull. It's pushing air. Like we could mount fans on each side that sandwich the radiator between fans. But they all move air in the same direction, always in the same. So one fan on the back is pushing air, and one fan on the front is pulling air. Mm-hmm. Push and pull.
Not suck and blow?
Not suck and blow. These are, if you want to be a technician, you're probably better off getting your vocabulary correct before you engage with a customer in a professional atmosphere. Mm. Just a tip from me to you.
Works for Spaceballs.
Yeah. And so did the password 1234.
Right. Hey, Kanye's got all zeros, so.
Yeah, I have 6 of them. 6 zeros.
But you know what? Like, if you knew that you were going to access your phone on camera, wouldn't you change your passcode lest it be revealed to the world?
If you were a technical person, perhaps.
Like, I would.
I'm not sure many musicians are technical people. They're more artistic.
Although I would think he would have the latest and greatest phone, which would just do facial recognition or a fingerprint. So, I don't know.
So Zoom says, I will now call it not suck and blow.
Not suck and blow. Perfect.
Glad I'm getting through to people.
That's right. You're making a difference one person at a time. I like being Wilson.
The bread has virtual calories.
No, the bread is full of calories. It just has no sugar.
This is what I don't like about virtual reality. If you're thirsty and you drink a virtual glass of water, are you still thirsty? Yep. Pretty sure you are. Hashtag not suck and blow.
It's trending. Also not back to front.
What?
What?
I need a Coke.
Yep.
With something in it. Like Percocet. No, we don't do drugs here. Where is my Percocet? I mean, my Coke. Where is my... You know what? Maybe I'm just going to have the best water in the world. Why aren't I getting any money for this?
I don't know.
This really is the best water. It is. Let me just get the silica gel out of it.
Hi, Stacy. I spy with my little eye. I don't know what she's looking at.
Apparently her little eye. Maybe it's a mirror.
My little eye, because that's all that can be seen.
Okay, so somewhere in the box that came with the radiator and the cooler are some very long screws, and then we're going to need those to mount these fans. The fans did not come with these screws because the fans were not intended to be used other than for a case, so they just come with standard case screws. Now these parts I want to kind of separate out away from everything else because we're going to have some extra parts left over, and if he were to switch his CPU to a X99, X299, or AM4 socket, that's what the extra screws are going to be for, along with adding additional fans. There's enough for all of that.
I guess this is going to be my job, huh?
It is. Let me get some scissors so I can get this bag open. And what you're going to do, I'm just going to make a mess right here. Now you'll see there are these little short screws, and that would be if we wanted to just mount the radiator to a frame. But since the fans are going to mount through the frame, we don't have to mount the radiator to the frame. It'll happen
Through the fan.
Yeah, the fan will do two jobs.
Why did you just...
Well, this can be slid along this path. You're going to take one of these long screws and one of these washers, right? And then you're just going to simply line up opposite corners. So one corner right here.
And then one over here.
Exactly. And then the other two should automatically happen for you. Now, it is critical that you do not over-tighten this.
Okay.
This radiator is made of a very soft material, and it's very easy to cross-thread these screws.
You don't want to cross the threads.
No, because then it'll never tighten. It'll just spin and spin forever. And then if it doesn't tighten, how does it secure in shipping? How can you be sure it's not going to break free?
Right.
In the case of the radiator breaking free, it'll just bounce around up here. But in the case of the fans breaking free, they'll bounce around all inside of the case throughout the shipping process. And that would be bad, okay?
Okay, well, I made a Ghostbusters reference that you didn't quite pick up on,
What
so
did you
I'm
say?
just going to have to keep making Ghostbusters references until you get one.
The classic Ghostbusters or the female
The
remake?
classic one. I said don't cross the threads.
Don't cross the streams.
Right.
That's a different thing.
It's meant to be picked up on.
No,
It's subtle. My
Right.
humor is subtle.
that's not humor.
I thought it was funny.
And if anybody knows what humor is not, it's me.
It's you.
Give me my Fiji. The Bula Spirit. The Bula Spirit.
The who spirit?
The Bula Spirit.
Who's Bula?
Bula?
Yeah.
The Bula Spirit is what Fijians are taught to express to visitors to the island because they make all their money in tourism. So you must express the Bula Spirit.
I see.
The fans look terrible color, but they are the best. I've had that said about me. Except for the best part.
So do you want me to do also, should I tighten these down or
No.
should I then move on to the next fan?
Just move on to the, well, actually, it really doesn't matter.
Okay.
Do whatever you want. Those fans should be bumped up against each other. Why are they not? Why is there space?
I don't know.
Where's the mounting holes? Mounting holes over here.
Oh, I see.
There you go. There you go. Jay Carr says, oh, so you know Linda in real life. At Stacy. Nice. Pickle Rick is humor. Morty,
Stacy said?
you got to put those fans on in the right direction, Morty. I don't know. I don't know how many times I have to tell you this, Morty. Morty, are you listening to me?
Oh, am I Morty? Oh, jeez. Okay, that's all I got.
Morty, how do you not know if you're... Am I in C-137? It was those Krabopulous guy, wasn't it? Michael?
Krabopulous Michael. It's always
Krabopulous Michael's at it again. Nice try. You're an insect. Not you, Morty.
What's the name of the video game? Virtual... The game that they're playing? I know.
Oh, was it Ralph or Rick? No, it was... yeah, he was a carpet
Blips
salesman.
and Schlitz.
Everybody thinks I'm married to my sister. What is wrong with people? 694 people are watching. Oh, just dropped to 691. Apparently I just offended 3 people.
That's it? Only 3?
I know, it's weird, right? not as easy to offend people as it used to be. Actually,
That's the opposite of what you say.
yeah.
Said no Carey ever.
Not many girls I know of are interested in tech. Really? They don't have cell phones? Weird.
This one,
The fate of the galaxy Morty, the fate of the galaxy relies on those fans being space properly, Morty.
why is this one not lining up right?
Because you tightened the other ones down. You didn't have it in there like I suggested before you tightened.
I thought I had.
No, I didn't ask you to think. I don't know. That's all I got.
Okay.
Don't unscrew them too much.
First I'm screwing them too much. Now it's...
And I have
or
salt
not
that's too
enough.
salty.
You do have salt that's too
It's
salty.
true. The game is called Roy.
That's it, Roy.
Thank you for that. That came from Jay Santos in the chat room.
That's better.
Your sister should be a cameraman for you. Well, the problem is that she lives clear on the other side of town, and there's plenty of administrative work that she could be doing, from creating thumbnail images, video descriptions, video editing. She could take, out of my live blogs where I answer questions, she could be separating those questions out. For example, when I separated out the install of the 1809 from the live blog got about 7,000 views. But when I took out of the live blog, me personally, I extracted out just the install of 1809, titled it as Installing 1809 Live in Real Time. That video has 26,000 views, even though it's the same video from the live build. So it shows that people aren't going to sit through 3.5 hours to find the 20 minutes they're interested in. And it just takes somebody else to do that, so I can continue to create new content while somebody else extracts and refines and distills out of the 3.5 hours. If there's a good 20 minutes, maybe, good 10 minutes, just pull those out, upload them separately, title and thumbnail them.
All right.
Very good. Now this whole piece is going to, well, first let me just double check your work. I've been watching, everything's been good so far. Let me just check the tension. Very good. Very good. You did notice, right, that the rubber started to sink in when you tightened too far? Did you notice that?
I didn't feel it.
You can see it. This rubber here just starts to concave. It'll just keep letting you tightening and tightening, it'll just bend down. And it's there for anti-vibration purposes. So if you tighten it, see how that side's coming up? Mm-hmm. As I tightened it down a little bit, because I just felt
So you want it to?
Well, that's how I know I've taken it right to its limit.
Okay.
And I just want to take it right to that limit. Now all I have to do is flip this upside down and around this way, right? Because I want these pipes coming down this angle here, which for now I'll just put here. And then this is going to rest right back in place. Look how easy that is. And we can take these two power cables and we can run them out. You see this big hole cut in the back of the case? Mm-hmm. Just right out through there. You couldn't ask for installing a radiator any easier than that, honestly. And then when we put the bracket and everything else on, that's going to go on like so. And this is RGB, it's going to light up.
Nice.
These light up, the NZXT lights up.
Video card will probably light up too, huh?
And that's what it's going to look like. Yeah, I would imagine it probably will. They actually cut a hole right here in the shroud for the power supply cover. And that's to power the video card without having to run your cables, making them look ugly. They're trying their best to keep that nice and clean. Mm-hmm. It's a nice little touch. Mm-hmm. You can tell from a case manufacturer who eats their own dog food. It's an industry expression for companies that actually use the products they manufacture. Because there can be a big discrepancy. And you go, gosh, you guys must have never built a case before or built within your cases. Otherwise, you wouldn't have allowed this design to happen. And NZXT really feels like they really build computers in their own cases. Can you put those scissors back for me, please?
Sure.
Just want to get these out of the way before I knock them over. So this is for adding more fans.
I
That's what
thought
that's for.
since we have all those screws left, I thought that meant we did a good job.
Oh. Well, we used what we needed and we left the rest. Am I not? No. Do me a favor. Would you hold this in a tilted position? so I can see. I'm not tall enough. What a shock. One's gonna go here. You got it? Mm-hmm. It's heavy. And the last one is gonna go right about here, I think, is where this one goes. Why is it not tightening? What is going on here? Is it not in the right hole? That one goes there. That should go there. Maybe I'm just one off. Maybe it's this one. Yeah. That. That's it. That looks good to me. This can go back on. We could save it for later, but if I put it on now, I don't have to worry about knocking it over.
Damaging it later.
Yeah. So if I have to remove it, I'll remove it, and then the front cover can go back on. You'll see we also have a filter here on the front of these 3 fans that's magnetized.
Nice.
See the little magnets on there, on the bottom? And it sits in that little, see that little groove that sticks out? So it's important you take that off from time to time and clean it out. And this is just simply a friction fit. Make sure it's lined up before you exert any pressure onto it. Eh? Eh?
Coming together, huh?
Eh? Look at that. And then that's going to go on there like that. And then after we put the power cable on, then that piece will go back like so. Huh?
Looks good.
Right? Am I right?
Oh, jeez.
So Carey is going subscription only. No, that's not what I said. If anybody would like to explain it to him so I don't have to repeat myself. Or he could hit the rewind button on a live video, which you could do at any time. Okay, what do we have going on here? The radiator is, someone's saying you put the radiator on and then you cover it. It's not being covered. What do you think all these holes are? What do you think that's there for? Why do you think there's 3 fans behind this cover? You think those fans, do you think honestly that an engineer put all the money and effort and design and research into a case that can't breathe? Honestly, from a company as big as NZXT, what are you thinking? Why don't people stop and think for a minute? Maybe it's me. Maybe there's a part of this I need to slow down and think before I say something that's going to make me look like I'm not paying attention. Is that expecting too much from people?
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
Okay, thank you. At least you're honest. All right. How's that bread coming along?
It is cooling. It should be ready to turn out like onto a plate. So.
I have so much trash. I'm going to organize this.
While you're doing that, I will turn this bread out onto a plate and we'll see what we got. Here come the dogs.
Hold on, wait, don't do that yet.
Okay.
Why don't you bring that over here?
here.
And everybody can witness it live. This is real, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, this is nerve-wracking because if I didn't grease this good enough, it's not coming out.
It's just gonna look like random breadcrumb. No, we can't really see it. You need to do it from an angle. Stand off to the side. No, you don't have to move closer, you just have to move out of the way. You can't stand in front of it.
Okay.
Just kind of stand off to the side. Stand where I'm standing, maybe.
Okay.
That's
I'll stand
fine.
where you're standing.
See
All
what
right.
it looks like.
I needed like a drum roll. Big reveal. Ta-da!
Oh, ooh, oh, ah, ooh. The 3D?
You can see the pumpkin detail on the
see the
top
little
from the
riffs?
awesome pan.
You see the little heat
steam.
waves?
Yeah, it's still pretty warm, huh? I just wish
I will
could
tell you
smell
this.
It smells good.
Can I help you? Do you need some help? This is not yours. This is not dog food. This is people food. No, sitting doesn't do it. It's not, no. I'm not buying into your little puppy dog eyes. That might have worked at the pound, but I know you now.
Worked at the pound.
Oh, it totally worked. I mean, he's here, isn't he? He's like tapping his feet like, hello, I'm waiting.
This recipe came with a recipe for a ginger glaze that you can put over it.
Look at, they're like synchronized heads.
You could also just put butter on it. It's delicious with just butter. I like to do like a cream cheese glaze and do that, but you have a lot of options. But the recipe that I'm posting is just gonna have the ginger glaze.
Ginger glaze?
Yeah.
Ew, it doesn't sound good.
I don't.
Ginger.
I don't like, because something like this, like I'm going to our other brother's house for Thanksgiving, and I don't want to show up empty-handed. So I'll be bringing this exact cake with me.
This exact one?
Well, not this one. I'll make a new one.
Oh.
But the same recipe, I'll be bringing it with me, so I'm not showing up empty-handed. And I'm not going to put any glazes on it because I want people to choose.
You realize you're
Oh,
faceless.
I was looking in the chat. I wasn't looking there. But I want people to be able to choose how they want to enjoy their food. I'm not going to tell them what to do. So I will bring the ginger glaze, the cream cheese glaze, and they can either do that or just put butter on it.
Bon appetit. Irving says he's leaving. Hey, Irving, always great to see you. Oh, he said something in French. What does he say? Linda, again, what does he say? Say that out loud.
I think it's been a good time, or it's been good seeing you, and bon appetit.
Thanks,
Or
Irving.
have a good trip, or it's been a good trip. I've been to Paris twice, and my French is still subpar.
That is a thing of beauty, and now I'm really hungry.
We could
Lyle's
slice into
eyes
it.
were tearing me apart. Oh, there goes Jimmy. Something exciting happening outside.
Should we slice into it and,
Absolutely.
and make you taste it? This could be
I'll
like
try
the
it.
time you tried cheesecake.
No.
You wild child, you.
No, it's not going to be that traumatic. Bread's a pretty easy thing for me. I'm just going to put all of these extra.
Now, do you want to try it with just plain butter or the cream cheese glaze?
No.
Just without anything?
I like everything plain.
All right. I'm going to help
Just like
myself
my life.
to some cream cheese glaze that I brought with me. And put in your fridge somewhere. It has now gone into the void, I'm afraid. So that happened.
Okay. Now somebody spoke something in French there. I don't know what they're saying. Do I look French?
He said, I can see that looks like a delicious cake. It's not a cake. C'est pain. It's bread. But thank you. Merci.
I never had a baguette like that before.
In Paris, they actually have a baguette rule.
Let me wash my hands.
They have a baguette law, or an act, like an act of Congress almost. Sharon, you can help me out then, because moi aussi.
Okay.
All right, shall we cut it? I got the butter
Oh, you're
out.
going to use utensils?
Yeah, we
Civilized.
so fancy here. So I'm just gonna cut.
Well, you should cut it so they can see what the inside's going to look like.
All right, I'm not used to doing things for camera. So there we go. It looks perfectly done. Very bready. Thank you. This is a monumental moment in history in that Carey, for like, I think probably the first time in his life, is eating something sugar-free, gluten-free.
It needs sugar and gluten. If this had sugar and gluten, it'd be perfect. Let's see if, here, hold on. Come here. Give me a big old fuzzy monster. Take it nice. Oh, he's drooling. Set. Okay. Good boy. Dogs like it? No, it's good. It's, you know, first of all, I'm not a fan of pumpkin. I really am not. But I am a fan of hot, fresh bread or cake. It's almost the consistency of a cake.
Almost.
Less so than a
A little
bread.
more dense. You wouldn't want a cake this dense.
I disagree. I think that almond flour, you know, it absorbs a lot of moisture.
Coconut flour.
Oh, is it coconut flour? Coconut flour takes a lot of moisture.
There's very little coconut flour in this.
Okay, so then never mind. I was going to say
It's
something.
just dry.
Yep.
You can put a little, this is keto friendly. That was the whole point of this bake, was to make something that reflected my way of eating. So this is keto friendly. It only has
And what's this called?
Pumpkin harvest bread. We'll go with that.
And we'll have a link to the website that lists all the ingredients, right? Or do we list the ingredients separately?
I think it would be better to link directly to the creator of the recipe.
Agreed.
I think they work very hard to provide the public for free these amazing keto recipes. And if anybody is looking for delicious, sugar-free keto recipes, I highly recommend the nomnom.com. And it's very much nom nom. It's gnom-gnom.com.
Somebody wants to know why the back plate wasn't installed. Do you have any idea what they're talking about?
The back plate? Nope.
Me neither. Apparently, they have imaginary parts that we don't have, or they're looking to find a problem where no problem exists, or I just don't understand them.
Maybe they can be more specific, because I don't think that's a thing.
The last job says I have to finish some work. Enjoyed the stream. Thanks, Linda and Carey. Look forward to watching this over when Carey uploads it to you. I don't upload it to YouTube. It's on YouTube now. YouTube has to process it, and when YouTube is done processing it, it'll be available for everybody to watch after the fact. I have no control over that. Zero control.
And I was wondering if this is okay for somebody that's watching their potassium.
Downloading a piece of cake.
One of the kind of shortcomings of a keto diet is that you don't hold water. I like it, but as such, you end up letting go of a lot of your major electrolytes and nutrients, including magnesium, potassium, and sodium. So people who have potassium problems, like they don't get enough potassium, would have to do a lot more supplementing on a keto diet than on a normal diet if I can't imagine somebody having too much potassium. So if you're somebody that needs more potassium, if you are on keto, you would just be eating a lot of avocados and
His download of Slice is 92%.
you would be eating a lot of avocados and doing a lot more supplementing even than on a normal diet.
Oh, they're referring to the back plate on the...
This.
No.
No?
I think they're referring to the liquid cooler we haven't installed yet.
This?
Yeah. Well, we haven't gotten to that yet, have we?
We have not.
So it's not like we forgot. No, it's done. Let's just turn it on now, because clearly that's done. I mean, obviously, I overlooked having to mount. I mean, come on. This is one of the downsides of doing a live chat, are these unnecessary distractions, and I permit it. I allow it.
You're feeding it.
Well,
you might as well offer them free bread.
This is an interactive idea, right? I mean, unlike TV, where it's a one-way communication, I want to communicate back and forth with my audience. And I think there's a little training the audience needs, is to not be distractive and to assist if they want to help and be helpful. They don't necessarily need to, it would be pretty easy to conclude I'm not done yet. I think that doesn't need to be said.
Right.
And so all they're doing is, now that I'm talking about it, is instead of me doing this now, I'm talking about this. And as long as I'm live and I'm interactive, my choice is to ignore people or to acknowledge them. And if we want the communication to go efficiently and effectively and optimally, we should be helping each other out. That's all. And so part of that is me, and I decide what I'm going to read. I usually just read whatever is on the screen at the time. And maybe I need to not do that. I don't know.
It's a hard balance.
It's frustrating when somebody's jumping ahead and it's like, well, we're not there yet. I once got in trouble in 5th grade. They handed us a box of batteries and a light bulb. And me and my friends started stringing the batteries together to make the light bulb burn brighter. And the teacher said, you both sit in the corner because we haven't gotten that far yet. You've jumped ahead of the class.
Wow.
Yeah. And I think I understand the teacher now.
You get it.
Gary McGraw says, nice cake, Linda.
Thank you.
I'm on hemodialysis. I got to watch potassium and phosphorus.
Well, keto definitely sort of makes it harder for you to keep in potassium. So if that's something that you're paying attention to, obviously talk to your doctor about it, but keto might be a good solution.
And don't take advice from people on the internet.
Please.
Not even me. If you're smart, not even me. If you want to address
Make your own computer show.
If you want to address the audience for a minute, I need to step out for a moment. I'm going to go check the mail, and I'm going to mute. It's all you. I'll be right back.
All right. All right, guys. Let's see, keto diet rocks. I like it. It's not for everybody. It works well for me. Carey, does your sister do gaming on PC? I do not do gaming on PC. I really just use my computer for work. I have 2 gaming consoles that I rarely even turn on anymore. So when I do get in the mood to game, you know what? I'm going to take that back. I do play, I'm going to get probably roasted, I don't know. I really like to play StarCraft. Like, like the LAN party version of StarCraft Brood War, like the old school, kind of like missile defense type version of StarCraft. So that is how I spend my time when I do play a PC game. Otherwise, I do like, Xbox One, and my favorite game on Xbox One is the Gears of War series. Can you sing us a song, please, Linda? There's not enough alcohol involved yet. You'll have to tune into another drunk tech support for that to happen. Is that bread heavy, having no yeast? Well, it's a sugar, or it's like a sweet bread. So, consider like a banana bread, something like that, or a coffee cake. It's meant to be just a bit heavier. It's not, light and fluffy, but most sweet breads aren't yeasted breads. So it's not different in that regard. Thank you, Sarah. I'm glad you still like StarCraft as much as I do. Nice. David Crombie, hello Linda. Do you have any other bake or cake or slash bread recipes? I'm an ex-baker and I love trying new things. I have a ton of recipes. If I knew more about what you were interested in, if you're interested in like sugar-free and keto, the nomnom.com site is really great. And then also a good shout out should go to Keto Connect too. I absolutely adore that couple. And they do a lot of great keto recipes, and you can even pick up their cookbook at Costco now. Is the bread heavy? It looks very, very heavy. It's not any heavier than a banana bread. How much tech stuff has Carey taught you, Linda? Would you be able to build your own PC unaided? Carey has taught me a lot. But most of my experience and what I've learned comes from working in the industry, albeit very differently than what Carey does. My experience lies in point of sale systems. So I used to install point of sale systems for restaurants and support the networks. I do a lot of currently I do a lot of kind of server-based support, and a lot of working with IIS and stuff like that. It doesn't have a lot in common with the kind of tech stuff that Carey does. I do think I could build my PC by myself unaided, but I certainly wouldn't do it to the level of detail as somebody like Carey who has been doing it for so long. Thank you, Tony. Let's see.
Did everything spiral out of control while I was gone?
No, we were talking about gaming. I was talking about my
Who's your son?
My son is Merrick, your nephew.
Actually, it's for the benefit of them.
Oh.
You're his?
I'm his mom.
Okay. So you guys are watching. If you see me build a computer with my nephew, that's her son. If you saw me build a computer with my niece, that's my brother's daughter. That's why I don't have to have any kids, because you guys did that for me.
We did that work for you. Well, I only had one though. I learned. I only need to.
You got it right the first time.
Yeah, that's better.
No, that's not nice to the other. No. We're joking. We have a very sick sense of humor in this family. I guess I'm gonna have a Coke.
Get German bread, Linda. I've actually never made German bread before. I've had it. Does German bread normally have some sort of coconut in it? So we were talking about StarCraft.
This is gonna get noisy for a second.
I do have a love affair. I have a love affair with the old version of StarCraft. We have
a European friends. That's called an ice maker. You might want to look that up on Google.
They don't need ice. So you're more knowledgeable than Carey. Absolutely
about what?
Not.
About what?
It depends on the subject. If you want to talk about server operating system and integrating with IIS, yeah, probably.
Yeah, I don't know nothing about it.
But when it comes to building a computer, not even close.
We all have our areas of expertise.
You look too young to have kids, Linda. Robert, where can I donate to you? Linda, your son built my computer. That's amazing. I love to hear that.
This is true. This is, yes, that's right.
That is so cool.
Greg was...
German bread only has 9 ingredients.
Why is that? Oh, 9.
9.
I get it.
That's awesome.
I have kids. One's named Jimmy and one's named Lyle.
They're
my fur babies. My doggos, my fluffas, my floofs. There goes
or a
one now.
Nuka-Cola.
Now with extra Nuka.
Linda also has Portuguese roots.
Well, we have the same mother.
Right. Well, that's what we've been told. Who really knows?
Well, the last name, mother's maiden name was Azevedo,
Yeah.
and that's very Portuguese. That's sort of like Smith.
Now I got to go change all my security questions.
Is it Acevedo or Azevedo? Don't answer that.
Acevedo.
Let them figure it out. Then you don't have to change your security.
What, they have to try twice?
Avocado?
I was wondering if you will do a call-in show again in the near future. Can you be drunk? Because you kind of have to be drunk.
Based on some of the calls we
Yes.
get. But the reason I do that is because some of the advice often that I hear on the internet, I could not possibly replicate how horrible it is without being inebriated. Even technical support in general is often given such poor advice. For me to give that poor advice,
Yeah.
I would have to be intoxicated.
Yep, I've definitely heard a lot of famous technicians. One particular is in my head that like to give terrible advice. But I guess you get what you pay for, huh?
People are telling me how Azevedo is spelled, but they don't know how our mother spelled. Because there is ACE and AZE.
Yeah.
There's two spellings. Now that maybe they're telling me that's the common spelling in Portugal.
Right, or they could be stalkers and they could know.
Oh. I'm not hiding from anybody, so bring it.
Well, my name is way different, so
That's true.
get that right, Joey.
All right, now I'm going to go ahead and finish this install while you continue to entertain the troops.
Okay.
There's a back plate here.
I almost stepped on a dog.
They're accustomed to that. I think these go to the middle. I can't remember. It's been a while since I've done one. No, maybe they just go to the inside. All the way to the inside. I think that's the... Two tripod girls go around the outside.
Carey, do you play video games?
Nobody's as good as me at Galaga.
Do you play any console games?
Yeah, when I'm not making videos and I'm not helping my customers on retainer and I'm not editing videos and I'm not dealing with talking to clients and solving support problems and handling repairs and upgrades, and when I'm not spending any time with friends or family or my wife, then that's when I play
In
video
all
games.
of your free time.
Yeah, right then and there.
Nick is suggesting perhaps you might do a drunk computer build.
No. Okay, well, you pay for it, Nick. You pay for it and I'll do it. Somebody's got to pay for it. Is Nick going to
Oh
pay
wait,
for
I'm
it?
sorry, that's Rich's suggestion. I think Nick just was
Well,
clarifying.
Rich wants to do a build on December 2nd. He's welcome to bring his parts over and we'll get plastered, Rich. And your parts. You still want to do it? Joe. Suddenly it's not funny anymore.
It got a little bit quiet in there.
Yeah. Oh. Oh, my parts? Wait, what?
Oh, thank you, Elaine. Elaine says, Linda, you are by far the best guest Carey has ever had on here.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll take it. Thank you.
See, that guy at Walmart was totally wrong.
I get a feeling the guy at Walmart hasn't been right about a lot of things.
What about their prices?
Rich says, nope, it's too expensive if we screw up.
It's his idea. Make up his mind. What is it going to be? Okay, standoffs are in.
Nick says when he comes to Arizona in March, we can do it.
We can do what?
I guess junk computer build.
Do you like my Galaga machine? It's Tiny Galaga. Tiny Rick has Tiny Galaga.
I think Andrew would like you to use the Arctic Silver he sent you instead of the stock thermal paste.
Oh, that would make sense. That would explain why he sent it.
Is that a smartwatch you're wearing? I am wearing Fitbit's smartwatch. Let's see if I can. It has, cool because, I don't know if I can make it go to the camera. There we go. It has like changeable faces and it syncs up to my phone and I can use it to pay for things. I love it. Growing up, did Carey have the cleanest room? And was he the booze in the house? I think you mean boss. Our house wasn't particularly clean, but I would say Carey did have the cleanest room.
When she was young, my brother
pig.
used to play a game. Remember, she's 9 years younger than me.
Yeah.
My brother is 4 years older than me, and he would say, "And what does Carey say?" You know, so that was a game.
Oh.
What does a dog say? Roof. And what does a cat say?
I was
Meow.
probably, let's clarify this. This is probably like 4 or 5.
This was like, yeah, 4 or 5 years ago. And she's a little kid. And she'd say, "What does Carey say?"
And I would answer, "Get out of my room." Because that's all Carey would say to me.
Get out of my room.
When Carey was,
It's my room. Get out. You don't belong in
when
there.
Carey was 13, 14, I was what, 4, 5?
Mm-hmm.
So I was just a nuisance to him.
And you took my Star Wars figures and had them playing.
I made them play Barbies.
It still angers me. It's such blasphemy.
So I would say yes, Carey had the cleanest room in the house. And
It was not clean.
he actually wasn't the boss of the house. He very much just kept to himself. He was happy in his room with his computer, and he liked it that way, or so we all thought. Thank you for the compliment, Eric. Did Carey have a mustache at 13?
No, I can't grow a mustache now.
Yeah, no. Don't mess with the man's Star Wars figures. Well, you say that, but I'm telling you right now, Luke Skywalker was a patient and gentle boyfriend to Barbie.
No,
When
no,
she
no,
kicked
no, no,
Ken
no,
to
no,
the
no,
curb,
no.
Luke Skywalker stepped up like the man that he is. My sister did that with my WWF figures.
It's just wrong.
Linda, if the clock has all the functions, do you see the time on it? Yes, my watch is also a watch, too.
What?
Does Carey love bacon? What if I told you there's a Ziploc full of bacon on his counter right now?
Bacon.
If you play Barbie in Star Wars, you get Spaceballs. Well, that explains why that's my favorite movie. So
Elon Musk refers to Spaceballs constantly.
I love Spaceballs.
He says, they said, "What's beyond ludicrous speed?" He goes, "Well, it's got to be platinum, right?"
I thought ludicrous speed was the top speed.
No, it was platinum. In Spaceballs, they went platinum. Because when they go into hyperspace, it all turns into
He
platinum.
goes, ludicrous speed now.
Yeah, and then he
ludicrous speed was the
and
top
then it was
one.
platinum.
No, they've
And
gone
that's
to
why he did
plaid.
that's plaid. Isn't that what I said?
You said platinum.
I'm sorry, plaid. Sorry.
But
plaid.
no, ludicrous speed was the top speed.
And then it's plaid after that.
No.
And well, according to Elon, it is.
Okay, well,
and I don't like Spaceballs.
I would win a debate with Elon Musk over Spaceballs.
And he also likes the flamethrower idea because Mel Brooks plays yogurt and he's explaining all the merchandising. And he says, "And there's the flamethrower. The kids love that one."
Spaceballs, the flamethrower.
Okay, I'm just cleaning the stock thermal compound off of the bottom of the water pump.
Carey, it was plaid, not platinum.
My bad. It's close though, right? First three
Well, they
letters
said-
are right.
when they hit the speed, it left like a trail, a reflection, and it was sort of a plaid reflection. And so
As a Star Wars fan, I
Lone
don't find that movie to
Lone
be
Star
unique.
looks up and he goes, Spaceball 1. They've gone to plaid.
Okay, whatever.
Carey and Linda, do you play Rocket League? I do not play Rocket League, but I made a Rocket League cake. May the Schwartz be with you. Was there a Princess Leia action figure playing with Barbie? I don't know if Carey had Leia.
Of course I did.
I wasn't interested in Leia. I was only interested in Luke Skywalker.
Every time I hear Stevie Nicks talks, I hear Carrie Fisher. Is that wrong?
I don't understand.
You know who Stevie Nicks is?
Yeah, I know, but why would you hear Carey Fisher?
Because she got the same voice.
Oh. The 3 viewers you lost earlier, well, you gained 35 new ones. Congratulations,
That's
Carey.
usually the way it works. It's pretty typical. People are fickle.
Yeah.
The cream rises to the top. My true supportive viewers remain. Although some people had to go for work and other reasons. Like
Linda,
they got bored.
Are you THICC? Thick? Spelled wrong?
I don't know. Do I look like I'm 12?
I don't know. I think it got deleted. I don't know what
I don't
that
speak
means.
12-year-old.
I don't either. I thought thick meant dumb, but I guess if you're spelling it wrong, you're probably not one to call someone else dumb.
Somebody wrote a comment. They said, I know more than this guy, and they spelled no N-O.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah,
It's like
you
when
sure
you claim to
do.
be a genius and you spell genius wrong. Nope.
I used to do that. I was that guy. Wile E. Coyote, genius.
Did you
They're
see
making
that
a Space
thing on-
Jam 2 movie. It's going to have LeBron James in it.
Huh.
Yeah, and they're redoing Pet Sematary.
Ugh.
Yeah, I don't know why. Oh, and Aladdin. Will Smith is playing Aladdin. Live action.
I just wish we could have new ideas. Why did we
What?
keep remaking the old one?
Because we can't get any new ideas. We're done. Everything that everything that can be thought of has been thought of.
I don't think that's true.
That's what the Patent Office said in 1930 something. Everything that has been invented, and that's the end of it. I think they were wrong.
Did you get Carey in trouble by telling a lie about him to your parents like my sister did?
About what?
Did I ever get you in trouble by lying to our parents about you? I don't think so. We weren't the kind of kids that got in trouble, so. Because nostalgia brings a lot of money, like member berries.
I remember.
I remember. Movies wise.
I want you all to be sad. Do you want us to be sad?
think also, again, Carey and I, even though we grew up in the same house, it's so different because he was, you know, so much older than me. That
I still am.
That it wasn't like, it wasn't like a, you know, I'm going to hit you and you're going to hit me back, or I'm going to tell a lie to get Carey in trouble. That wasn't how it was. Linda, do you have a pet? I do not have any pets. I had a dog that I loved more than anything in this world, and she lived to be at an age where I had to make a decision to put her down. And it was the hardest decision that I ever had to make in my whole life. And I hated that I had to make the decision. I didn't feel like it should be up to me to decide. And
It was just a yes or a no question.
well, there's a reason. And so I put her down. And
If you're on the hospital, that's a real easy decision.
put her down and realized that if I were to own another dog, I would have to make that decision again at some point, and it's not something that I want to do. So
All things come to an end.
am dogless, and because I just didn't want to have to make that decision again. And now I'm in a relationship with a man who has severe pet allergies, dog allergies and cat allergies. So it's just sort of now to the point where even if I wanted a dog, I wouldn't have one. Linda, I'm the youngest in my family. My sister would boss me around. My siblings didn't boss me around either. Carey was kept to himself. Did you see that episode of Family Guy where Roadrunner and Coyote and Coyote finally catches and kills the Roadrunner?
That was part of a cartoon cavalcade. It was a special DVD. It wasn't a Family Guy episode.
It was a Family Guy. It was in Family Guy last weekend.
Last weekend?
Yeah.
No.
Pretty sure.
Oh, I didn't see the most recent, the one that just aired
Maybe I didn't
yesterday?
see it on. Maybe it was something else.
It was Seth MacFarlane's cartoon cavalcade.
Oh.
Many years ago.
Wow.
Can't remember plat or platinum, but
This
that
is
I
why
know.
I don't come out of my rock very often, huh?
Out of your rock or from under your rock?
Exactly.
Okay.
Did Carey have any girlfriends in high school? Nope.
No. That's a big no.
That's a hard no. Who's gonna win Astros? I don't know what that means.
I don't have that kind of paper.
LeBron or Jordan, Carey or Linda? I have zero preference. Do you have preference over LeBron or Jordan?
Well, Jordan was my generation, so I'm going to be, sort of leaning in that direction. One of the greatest basketball players of all time at a time with Scottie Pippen and Charles Barkley, and the Phoenix Suns did really well at that time with Danny Ainge and Dan Marley and all those guys.
KJ?
But when you had Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan, today you got, Muggsy Bogues. Who could ask for more than a little short guy playing with all these big, tall guys? And he was good. It's like a little Michael J. Fox running around there. And
Play for the Charlotte Hornets, right?
Muggsy Bogues?
Yeah.
He played with, I thought he was with Miami, if I'm not mistaken. But I was really into the Phoenix Suns when they were really, in that time, in that history where they were doing really well and basketball was all everybody talked about. Charles Barkley, just a lot of, I am not a role model, a lot of that kind of stuff going on. And just kind of lost interest. I was into wrestling when Hulk Hogan and WrestleMania and all that sort of happened, and Andre the Giant and Roddy Piper and all those guys, and then I just kind of lost interest in it. Okay, how does this go on? Well, there's a bunch of fan connectors back here. I probably need to postpone that.
Asked if I lived far from you.
Yes.
Oh yeah, it's a bit of a drive.
Oh, you think you're better than me? Because you don't have as many neighborhood shootings in a sketchy Walmart?
Yeah. It's different. Could Linda bring more women to the channel?
Why can't I bring more women to the channel?
Yeah. Any Steve Perry fans in this chat? Like the guy that sang the Oh Sherry song? Wasn't that Steve Perry? Mm-hmm. Is he
Steve
still...
Perry saying Oh Sherry?
Linda, ask Carey about the kilt.
It's sitting... I moved it. A gentleman from Scotland sent me a kilt. He'd like me to wear it.
Two-pack or M&M, Carey and Linda? What's with these ors? Why can't you just have
M&M
both?
is from Detroit, and I'm from Detroit. That's
So
a
you're
real
gonna
easy
take
answer.
M&M?
I wasn't into the Notorious B.I.G. or Tupac and the East and West Coast stuff. That never really wasn't into rap at all.
I don't like rap either.
I'm a white boy from Detroit, so it's all about rock and roll. And that doesn't make me a Kid Rock fan, okay? It makes me a
Thank
fan
God
of...
for that.
There's a lot of people from the famous people from Detroit. Tom Selleck, Madonna, all of the Motown music.
Ian wants you to put on the kilt. You knew that was coming.
I will be doing that, just not today. I don't know when. But yes, it you know, the Scottish kilt is... If anybody other than a Scotsman sent it to me, I would just laugh it off. But this is an important and proud Scots history, and I'm honored to wear the kilt. I really am. I'm afraid it's a size 36, and I'm like a size 31.
Yeah, I think the camera must add several pounds.
And I'm not quite sure what we're going to do about that yet.
Tom Jones or Tom Petty?
Tom Petty.
I like prog rock. I guess
Progressive rock.
Progressive rock. I'm not really sure
Sting, Police, that would be
Okay.
progressive.
Yeah, it's hard to not like that music.
CBGB, anything CBGB? Blondie?
Yeah, it's hard to not like it. I just didn't know that's what was considered progressive rock. I like indie music.
Progressive
and
rock could
punk
also
rock.
be Pink Floyd.
Yeah. I would call that like chill rock.
That's contrary terms.
What part of Detroit are you from, Carey?
Oak Park. But I was born in Mount Sinai Hospital in Detroit proper.
I didn't know we were born in different hospitals.
You were born in Southfield. You're
I was
not.
born in Royal Oak or Beaumont Hospital.
I think that's Southfield, isn't it?
I thought Beaumont Hospital was in Royal Oak.
I'm sure somebody will Google it and tell you in a moment.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure it's Southfield.
Linda, what does most of your dinners consist of since being keto?
Eat a lot of dust.
I eat a lot of fatty meats. I eat a lot of like ribeyes, sausages, bacon. Chicken thighs are amazing. I love chicken thighs. So like I do, I use a lot of the Keto Connect recipes as well. Like they have a chicken thigh cashew chicken that I love to make. I eat a lot of chicken wings.
I like chicken.
So
I like chicken wings.
We
should go get chicken wings.
I eat a lot of meat and vegetables. I probably eat the same thing that you do, but if it comes with a potato or French fries, I'm replacing that with a salad. That's it. Otherwise, it's the same for the most part.
Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Last night I had
remember?
beef stew for dinner that I made. Anybody know Dust from Little Britain?
That's what I was referring to. Somebody got it.
Yeah.
What can we eat that's fat-free and calorie-free? Dust.
Dust.
Now get on the scale, you fatty. I love that show. Loved
I
it.
eat a lot of meat. I eat a lot of meat too. Starch is no good. Yeah, I don't eat a lot of starch. Lots of steak, lots of chicken, lots of veggies. I do get, I make these keto treats, and I do make like a keto ice cream. So I like to eat something sweet after my dinner, and I also only eat one meal a day anymore.
That's what I do.
Yep.
It's just because I'm not hungry.
Nothing breaded in the traditional sense, but I will bread using like pork rinds. I will bread a
Ooh, that's an
piece of
interesting
chicken
idea.
in pork rinds and then deep fry it. And pork rinds mixed with a little bit of almond flour and Parmesan cheese makes an amazing breading on chicken. You can make some fried chicken that will knock your socks off.
I don't know, my socks are on pretty tight.
Chicken wings are overpriced for the amount of meat you get on them. I go to Costco.
It's a lot of work.
And I buy, I don't even know how much it is, but it's like enough to feed me for like 2 months, and it's $10 at Costco. So I do Pizza Fan here. I do a lot of pizzas, and I do it a lot of different ways. I love pizza as well, and I've not given it up. I just don't eat the traditional pizza crust. I make pizza crust out of almond flour and cheese, or I'll use like a cauliflower crust. I do like an English breakfast, although I avoid the beans.
Well, that's a meal in itself, though.
You know what?
For 2 days.
It's not as much as you think it is.
Oh.
You see photos of it, and it is a lot of different foods, but it's like normal. It's like not American-sized portions. So yeah, you're getting the eggs and the toast and the sausage and the beans but it's small portions.
Give it the beans.
So it's different. Have either of you been to the Motown Museum? Nope. How about chicken pizza? There is a recipe out there for chicken crust pizza, and I bought all the stuff to make it, but I haven't made it yet. We're the Village people from Detroit.
No, they were from San Francisco.
They were from San Francisco.
Carey makes Arizona sound like such a terrible place to live.
It
Why
is.
do people live there?
The
Everything
weather.
about this state
It's horrible.
is telling you it doesn't want you to live here.
Yeah, it's oppressive.
Yet we continue to live here.
Because we're stupid.
So there you have it. Maybe if I back up there. A couple of people are saying your mic is out or that you're hard to
I
hear.
had it muted when I was sneezing.
Oh,
I didn't think people wanted that in their ear.
English portions are much smaller than American portions.
Yes,
Yep.
anybody's portions are much
smaller.
smaller than American portions.
Also, no free refills on soda in England or France.
Or ice.
Or ice. Or ranch dressing.
And they want to charge you for
really-
ketchup and mustard at the McDonald's.
Oh, well, they had mayo on every table, but I really missed ranch
Well, that's
dressing
not
while I
ketchup
was
or mustard,
away.
is it?
Linda, do you have a cooking YouTube channel? I do not. Maybe someday, but I'm just going to be here focusing on working with Carey for a while.
Yeah, and it might spin off into something,
Yeah.
whether it's cooking or some other interest.
Yep. Except Australian portions. You call that a portion? This is a portion.
Sensing a Family Guy reference.
It actually is. Every time somebody compares something to something else, Paul Hogan gets a check. Italy has plenty of ice. I want to go to Italy. We have to pay the sugar tax. Michael, are you in New York?
What's up, Michael Bloomberg?
Do you consider yourself as vegan? No, I'm the opposite of vegan. Almost carnivore.
I'm just hooking up the front panel switches and connectors. You guys have seen me do this 8 million times. I might be exaggerating by a few million.
When is the floor show? I don't know what that is. We serve chicken parma with fries, the best, and salad on the side. Do you eat French poutine and Canadian Coke?
Oh.
I've never tried French poutine before.
It's disgusting.
Isn't it just French fries with like gravy?
And
on it?
gravy and yeah.
I would probably really enjoy that.
I don't want anything touching my French fries. Sacrilegious.
Winston, thank you for your donation.
What did Winston donate?
2 Canadian dollars, I think.
Nice. Thank you, Winston. I enjoyed the last of my Coke, Winston. He sent me some Coke from Canada.
Yeah, he just said, do you like French poutine and Canadian Coke? I sent Carey some Canadian Coke.
I drank it all. I did it all on camera. I saved it for the camera.
They are rude and mean here. Yep.
I'm sure it cost him way too much money to ship that to me, though.
English portions keep you fitter longer.
Yeah, but
Well,
it rots your
plus
teeth.
all the walking that you can do in England. And it's a very, depending on where you're at, of course, but like I found Manchester and London to be really walkable places. You don't really need a car, and that also helps keep you fitter.
Is that a word?
It is now. To me, what's on the plate is a portion.
Depends on the size of the plate.
No,
if
in
it's
the
a platter?
United Kingdom from Newcastle. Oh, they didn't know they had a sugar tax there. Is that just in Newcastle, or is that throughout the entire United Kingdom? Because I was just there and I guess maybe I didn't eat any sugar. I did buy some biscuits, and I don't remember seeing a tax, but I was still trying to work out the money.
Lyle's bored.
Rochester NY87 donated $20. Thank
Nice.
you for your very generous donation.
He's donated before, so he's donated again. I appreciate that support. Thank you so much.
In the UK, the government have introduced a sugar tax on sweet drinks, supposedly to discourage us from drinking sugary drinks. When did that start? All of UK. Linda, if you want to lose weight, don't let the food on your plate touch each other. Okay, well, I'm not trying to lose weight. Thanks.
Looking for
Another Diet Dr. Pepper.
tiny can. I think I'm about ready to fire this bad boy up and see what's going to happen. Oh, I got to hook up one more power
So
cable.
I've been there since April. I guess I just didn't notice it. I was there in June. Love London.
London.
That London.
You going to that London?
I feel like seemed to me that there weren't very many British people in London. I met more Americans in London.
Maybe they were all at work. You know, maybe they have jobs.
thank you for your donation. I don't know if I'm going to say the name right. Is it Magni Johansson?
Maybe Johansson?
Magni Johansson?
I don't know.
I know
He's
this-
also a frequent contributor.
55, are those the NOK? Are those
Norwegian
krona?
krona.
Krona, okay.
Krona's-
Very nice. That's
I
a
think
very
krona is
generous,
about 25 cents.
a nice donation.
Absolutely. All donations are nice.
Yes.
I can't remember. Somebody is, I think, Swedish is krona and Norwegian is kroner. If I'm not mistaken, I'm not quite sure. Wouldn't you love to live in Norway?
Absolutely.
Very, very expensive place.
Iceland also use, I think they use something that's a K too, kroner, maybe. I wasn't there very long.
Reykjavik.
Reykjavik.
That's all I know. That is my entire
Sounds better in
Wikipedia
English
page.
than in Norwegian. Can you tell us phonetically how to say it? What next to carry?
Robert.
What next carry a computer that bakes?
Why
A
not?
computer that bakes keto food and poops out Bitcoin. That would be awesome. London is an amazing place to visit, but a horrible place to live. I get that,
What is?
London. I get
Oh,
that
yeah.
it would be a horrible place to live.
Yeah.
But it is amazing to visit, and I've been there twice, and I'd be more than happy to go back.
Well, she loves the butter, the Irish butter. What is this, Carey Gold?
Yeah, Kerrygold butter. It's so much cheaper to get that in England than it is to get it here.
I think there's some shipping
You go
costs.
to Birmingham, UK, the second biggest city in UK. I've been told it's Manchester, and that's where I went.
Manchester. Go Manchester.
Another donation for the pile from Thomas Carter. £5. Thank you.
Oh, nice. Cheers.
Icelandic krona. I was born in Keflavik, Iceland. Very nice. Reykjavik is Iceland. That's what we were saying. I want a computer that does the washing up. I live in London. A lot of people live in London here. I got an Airbnb flat in London last year and spent about 12 days there in my flat in Fulham. And it was an amazing experience. Unfortunately, well, I guess fortunately for us, we had just missed that terror attack that happened to be where we were playing.
Was it the guy in the van?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we just missed it by a couple of days, and we're fortunate to have not been included in that, but it is terrible that it happened because London is such a wonderful, wonderful town.
Oh, get those hips up there, boy.
Oh, crone means crown.
I'm going to steal the keyboard and mouse from you momentarily.
Oh,
Oh, no, I'm not. No, I'm not.
working anyway.
You got
There it
to
is.
click it once. It
I
goes
got
to
it.
sleep to save battery.
Linda thought of going to Wales. I have. Actually was thinking of it, the last time I was there because I was in Manchester and I had a car.
Manchester.
And I had these grand plans to drive through the whole of England and then into Scotland. And I thought, even though Wales wasn't on the way, I was trying to work a way to get there. And after 3 days of having the car and seeing what it's like to drive in England, we promptly returned the car to the rental place and just took the bus.
I need to interrupt here for a moment. We're going to do our first power on self-test, and we're going to use your monitor at your home right there that you're using to watch us. We can still put the camera up here in the corner. All right, here we go. You ready? First power on. You've seen everything live. There's obviously no camera trickery happening. And if it doesn't smoke or catch fire,
We call that a win.
here we go. You know why it's not turning on?
because of the switch on the power supply?
Would you mind?
Sure.
Thank you. All right, let's try that again.
Oh, we got a fan cable hitting the fan. Ooh, look at that RAM light up.
This is why cable management is important.
I'm not getting any video though. We'll give it a minute. It could take up to 90 seconds for video to appear. Look at how colorful that RAM is. I did not hook up. What did I not hook up? Fans aren't running. Cooler's running.
Whoop.
Oh, there
We
it
got
goes.
action.
Why are my fans not turning? What did I miss? Oh, I have to plug them in.
Wow, that RAM is pretty. It's like a party in there.
There's a party in my
There's a
RAM.
party in that computer, and I want to be there.
See if I can hook these fans up really quickly. Quick lock. 1, 2, 3.
I think while you do that, I'm going to cover this bread so it doesn't dry out,
Okay.
so that Michelle has some.
That fan is just a little, that fan cable in the rear is just a little too short. We'll figure that one out later. So I got all the fans turning there up front. Cooler's running. This is a weird BIOS, isn't it? Step around here and see what we got going on. Basic or advanced? I'm an advanced kind of guy. Why is my keyboard not functioning?
Okay, well, those are too hard to get to.
Oh, I don't know. Exit? Will it exit? I don't know how to use this. Nothing is happening. It's alternating between two settings. Yes or no. I can't read it. It's too small. All right, I gotta make this full screen because I can't see. I cannot see. It's too small. Restore defaults. Oh, I can see it now. Do I want to restore defaults? No, I do not. It all looks good. All right, I'm not going to even mess with anything in here. Let's save changes and exit. And then let me go get a Windows 10 installation. Now this is still Windows 1809 that was released. There's really, only potentially if you're upgrading, there was nothing wrong with a clean install of it. And I made a new flash drive with 1809, erasing 1803. I don't even have 1803. Well, I have it on a server, but I don't really think it's necessary to use 1803. Now it should just automatically boot to the USB drive because it's got nothing else to boot from. You'll see it turned on a lot faster now that it's turned on before. Always give yourself patience and time on your first boot. Like I said, up to 90 seconds. And I'm really not going to alter anything into the BIOS because I want to show you that you generally don't have to. And we're just going to go ahead and click next here and install now. And we're probably going to get the license agreement momentarily. I'm going to skip the product key for now. We'll do that later. We want, I think it's Windows 10 Pro if I'm not mistaken. Let me just double check the box I've got here. This is Windows 10 Pro. Yep, that's correct. That's what we're gonna install that, and then we'll hit next, and then agree to the license agreement, and hit next. And we're gonna always do custom, and you'll see that the M.2 drive appears. I did not hook up power or data to the 2.5-inch SSD intentionally, so that there's no confusion when installing the OS. There's one drive to install. Fewer decisions to be made, less likely to make a mistake. I see the light here on top is flashing. That I guess they've combined the power light and hard drive LED right around the top of the power cable up here. Not the power cable, power button, I mean to say. There does appear to be a reset button, but it doesn't. Oh, it's not a reset button. It controls lights. There's no reset button on this case. There was no reset wires to hook up on the front port umbilicals. Hey, did you mute your microphone? Yeah. Okay. Just checking.
Blinking red is muted, right?
Yes.
Okay.
What country is this computer going to? All computers ship within the United States. There was one I built that's going to Australia. We're going to see if that successfully arrives affordably and in one piece to determine if I'll do that ever again. This microphone is, I'm sorry, this microphone. This computer is going to Pennsylvania.
Was it the Naked Gun movie? Where Leslie Nielsen's in the back room? Okay.
Yeah, look at that RAM. Here, let's go to a different video feed. Oh, look, we're already on our first boot. That's a fast Windows 10 install. Look at that.
Wow.
Right? So yeah, look at this. Look at the way the RAM looks.
It's a party.
It's definitely a showpiece. The NZXT logo's all lit up down here. Let's go back and see how we're doing on the install. Getting ready.
It's buffering.
Oh, we rebooting again? Yep.
Oh, sad. Paul Allen passed away.
Who's that?
From Microsoft?
Oh, Paul Allen.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. He was just in the news that his cancer came back.
Yeah.
Well, he had a good life. I wish I had 1/10 of the life he had, 1,000th of the life he had.
Yeah, but if you only live to be 65.
Yeah, there's plenty of people that didn't live to be 65 that didn't have as good a life as he did.
That's true. Still sad.
Yeah, he retired from Microsoft over his illness back in the 80s.
Oh, wow. He lived with it for a long time.
Yeah, yeah. Will you be building the Aussie one for their 240 voltage? Power supply handles all that automatically now. You don't have to do anything special. He simply has to buy a power cable to go from the wall to the back of the power supply, which is the same as any other computer in Australia. And when he plugs it in, the power supply will auto detect the 240 volt. So he doesn't need any adapters or anything like that.
What is the repair book?
Maybe he's, Wayneston, it says I bought the repair book. Maybe he's referring to my book? Why is this taking so long? Very strange. What is it doing?
It's because you told it it was too fast.
Is that what happened?
Yeah. Oh, see?
Just a moment. It's like, keep your pants on.
Does your sister miss Michigan like you do, Carey? I don't remember Michigan. I was,
She was too
3
young.
when we moved away. Version 22. Nuka-Cola.
All right, that is basically a successful build, and what remains to be done, I'll be looking for a BIOS update a little bit later, some cable management. I'll download the Samsung Magician software. I'll hook up the other Samsung drive. There's some tweaks and little configuration changes that the owner of the computer's asked me to do that he's detailed out, and I'll take care of those for him. They're all just little minor things that are completely optional and not required, not something some of it, like disabling, having anything plugged into USB turned off with power management, disable that sort of stuff. And it's all pretty normal stuff. Nothing crazy. We're not disabling any services or anything like that.
Repair book by Motherboard.
Mats Rickardson says, thank you for the nice evening and good night to you both. Nice job. Thank you, Mats. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Hello, Carey. I'm from Northern Ireland and I love your videos. Thank you, James Quigley. Oh, the repair book by Scott Mueller. Yeah, excellent. It's more like a Bible. You know, it's those 4-inch thick upgrading and repairing PC books.
Oh, nice.
That, I originally learned from.
Nice.
Great books, great resource. Much better than using the internet because everything in the book is true and accurate. Unless you find one in the dumpster.
Right.
See, sometimes there's good stuff in the
There's
dumpster.
good stuff in the dumpster. Just keep that.
Carey, would you live in Long Island? No, I don't like people. I want to live in a cabin.
Two people either.
Yeah, it's too people-y. I want to live somewhere secluded with the less I have to deal with other human beings, the better.
He wants his own, what's the guy who wrote the manifesto?
The Unabomber?
Yeah, he wants his own Unabomber cabin.
No, that was like a little outhouse. I need something nicer with Wi-Fi. Listen how quiet. Can you hear this computer at all?
Not over your other appliances, really.
Why are my fans not? I thought I corrected that. Why are my fans not on? Did I not put the connector on correctly? I swear to. Maybe the motherboard turns them off because it's not hot enough? Or maybe I'm missing a pin?
Are you both off for some chicken wings?
I think
Sounds good.
ATL. What do you think?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, I think the fans are off because it's just not hot enough.
Carey, what's your opinion of the 9900K?
I'll let you know when it's released. And I have one. I can't have an opinion on something I haven't seen.
Come on, Carey, living in the valley is not that bad.
It's pretty bad.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of something positive other than the fact that we're both here and living in the same place. At least
Let me know what you come up with.
living in but
Oh. No. No. It's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. It's a horrible, horrible place to live.
What does your wife think about the idea of living in the middle of nowhere?
She loves it. You know, there's really something human, but getting back to nature, about self-reliance. You can always get in a car and drive into town for anything you need. It's not a big deal. Maybe a 20 or 30 or 45-minute drive versus, you know, here in Arizona, everything's literally 2 blocks away. If I want to go to a grocery store, I can choose between about 8 grocery stores within a very reasonable distance of where I live. Where I live in Michigan, I would probably have to drive, maybe 5 minutes to a grocery store, and it won't be anywhere near as big, and it won't have the selection, and it won't have such good prices. But people will know you by name, you know.
Yeah, that sucks because, you know, it'll be you have to like get dressed and do your hair before you go to the store because you know you're going to see somebody you know. I do like the anonymity of not knowing the people I shop at.
That's not true at all. People are very relaxed when you live up north. Up north is usually, people are just real. They're not interested in putting on makeup and impressing other people. They're much more honest people.
Oh, not me. I'm going to fool everybody with my makeup. If that makes me less honest, then so be it.
Yeah, maybe more of an age thing. You know, as you get older, you start to care less. Mm-hmm. Generally. That's generally the way it works. Always exceptions. But generally, how much you care what other people think tends to go away with age. When you start to realize a lot of the people you're worried about what they think you wouldn't like when you spoke to them anyway, it becomes less important to impress people you don't like.
Mm-hmm. I would like to have a second home, like in Flagstaff. I like living in Flagstaff or being in Flagstaff.
It's horrible.
Everything's
horrible.
Yeah.
It's all bad and awful. And get off my lawn. I'm keeping this ball.
Yeah.
That is our Windows install completed. And I think, let me go ahead and just power this off. Let's see how long it takes to shut down. I'm going to hit the power button. Oh, it didn't take long at all. Well, it's still on. Now it's off.
Now it's off.
Wow. Yes, nice. So yeah, I'm going to look for a BIOS update, and I'll do some cable management here. And I'll show you the computer again when I get ready to button it up. You guys can see the completed project before I wrap it up. And is the owner of the computer still in the chat?
Andrew. What do you think of Sedona? Sedona's okay.
It's
I prefer
touristy.
Flagstaff.
Sedona's a great place to visit, but I wouldn't want to live there.
Yeah.
There's not much to do.
No.
There's not much to eat. The restaurants are very slim and...
Well, what I like best about Sedona is its convenient location to Cottonwood, where all the wineries are.
This person says, I hate living in small towns where everyone talks and there's no privacy.
Yeah.
It depends on the small town.
Like, it was like that in Havasu.
Yeah, but where I would live, I'd be living in a cabin in the woods.
Yeah, you got to drive 30 minutes just to go get your, whatever you need from the grocery store.
It wasn't 30 minutes away. There was a family fare grocery store right at the end of the road. It was, you went to the end of the road and you made a left, and it was maybe half a mile. And a family fare is maybe 1/4 the size of a Safeway or Albertsons.
And if they don't have it, you ain't getting it. And you're probably not getting Amazon Prime 2-day delivery there.
Sure you are. Of course you are.
2-day delivery?
Maybe not 2-day, but
yeah, it ain't going to be 2 days.
Whatever you want.
Certainly you can say goodbye to 1 hour.
Well, it's not important
or
to me.
2 hour.
What I think when you live in a slower pace lifestyle, 2-day delivery just doesn't become important anymore.
Andrew says he's still here.
I was going to ask Andrew something. Oh, do you want me to put these back in, or do you want me to just put them in the motherboard box? These are your 2.5-inch drive adapters that, you can go here or here. Or do you want me to move the 2.5-inch drive up to the front, maybe up, right here? I think it's better in the back. I mean, if it was mine, that's the way I would do it, out of sight, out of mind. But it's your computer, and now's the time. If there's any changes you'd like me to make, Andrew, I'm happy to do so.
So you don't mind shoveling all that snow?
Where would I shovel snow? Where am I going? Where am I going to go?
Good to just be, I guess there's nothing to do. Huh?
I'm YouTubing from the house.
Well, when you move to Michigan, I'm moving to England.
Did Catherine provide me a link for a BIOS update? Oh, Catherine, you're the best. You're the best. How come I don't see it? Oh, downloads. CAM software, Optane memory. Okay, these are all the drivers. BIOS version 1.01.
Wow, not a lot
Probably
of updating,
pretty sure
huh?
I got 1.01, wouldn't you think?
Yeah.
That was released on March 28th, 2018. This is one of the problems I tend to not like about small motherboard manufacturers like EVGA and NZXT is they don't seem to stay on top of their BIOS updates.
There seems to be a sweet spot between getting updates on a regular basis and then doing too many.
Yeah, like NVIDIA released
Right.
a driver last week, the week before, and the week before. Andrew's saying the motherboard box is fine. Good answer, Andrew. That's less work for me.
Lake Havasu City is a cool city. Nope.
No.
Hard disagree with you there, Brian.
If you like scorpions, rattlesnakes, and...
It's Windows.
Oh, wait a minute. Maybe it's not so bad. Grass is always greener on the other
That's
side
true.
of the fence. I think ideally I would
fair.
keep the house here and then have a
Yeah.
house in Michigan, and if the winters were really bad. But really, I don't need to go anywhere. It's no worse going out in 115-degree weather versus... At least when
Yeah.
it's cold, you can put more clothes on. You know?
Yeah, you can only take
In
off
heat,
so
you
much
can start a
before
fire.
the police tell you to knock it
It's
off.
not as expensive as an air conditioner.
Right.
And if an air conditioner breaks, you're at the mercy of the repairman and what it's going to cost to fix and when they can fix it. Good luck sleeping.
Right.
But at least if it's cold, you can pile under blankets, you can put on more clothes, you can start a fire in the fireplace. It's less costly. Why would I need to shovel snow? Where am I going to go? I'm self-employed. As long as my internet works, I can continue to broadcast on YouTube. I can continue to, if I got to ship a computer and I got to go to the post office, I can wait for the snow to clear up a little bit, when it's not such a snowy day. It usually isn't like a week straight of buried in snow. It'll start to go down, and as cars drive, it starts to minimize down. And, if you avoid, I don't like delivering computers when it rains here. We had a big rainstorm the other day, and the streets were all flooded, and it was very sketchy to drive a car in. Terry McGill says, hi, Carey and Linda. Excellent computer build and time to go for a job interview soon. Well, good luck with your job interview, Terry.
Yep, good luck.
Platter Jockey says, I'm over 50 and I love the snow and cold. Yeah, the air is cleaner. The people are nicer. I think it's both mentally and physically healthier than living in Arizona.
If you have a pool, Nick.
No, you can't jump in the pool because the pool is like 95 degrees.
The pool is like bath water.
Oh, it's horrible, horrible. But the ocean is cold. So yeah, if you live next to an ocean, but usually where the ocean is, it doesn't hit 110 degrees.
Right.
Just to begin with. There are a lot of hotheads in
yes,
Arizona. Yeah.
there are. Mm-hmm. That's true.
They actually did a college study that people live in really hot climates tend to be less tolerant and just angrier people.
Yeah, I've seen it firsthand.
Finland is the best place to live. I wouldn't doubt that. I would love to go to Helsinki. They do a demo convention called Assembly that's been going on for 30 years. Mm-hmm. Man, I would love to go to Assembly. That would be an amazing experience.
There's so much of Europe that
cold weather equals warm people. I think that's true. We all suffer together. When the power goes out and you don't have any internet because of the snow, you're not going to be doing any shows.
4G.
Well, when the power goes out because of the rainstorm, and when the power goes out because of the electric storm, and when the power goes out because the idiots driving the roads hit the power poles, regardless of the weather, it's a beautiful, clear, perfect day. And your power goes out because some moron was texting and driving.
We have brownouts because it gets so hot here. They have to stop producing electricity for residential areas and concentrate it for businesses and hospitals, and power goes out anyway.
Nick can live wherever Nick wants to live.
Yeah.
Please don't move where I'm moving, because I don't want to be around people like that.
What, positive people?
No, people that want to argue with me and challenge me.
I thought he was just trying to be positive.
Being positive about telling me I have terrible ideas?
No, I think he's just giving you a brighter side to see.
The brighter side is for me.
The silver lining of your clouds.
No, the silver lining is me moving and getting the heck out. That's the silver lining. It's a goal. In life, you need to decide where you want to go. And once you make up your mind, then your next decision is how you put in the processes to get there. That's all. I'm not living like an animal and I end up where I end up. I plan where I'm going to go. And then I figure out what I need to do to get there.
Yep.
And if you're where you want to be, good for you. I'm not. Nothing you're going to say is going to change that. Mm-hmm. It's weird.
Good try, though, Nick.
Yeah, right? It's just weird. Where does where you want to live have anything to do with where I want to live?
Linda is a peacemaker. Part peacemaker, part shit stirrer. Oh, am I allowed to cuss?
I'd rather you didn't.
Okay, sorry.
I want parents to feel comfortable with their children watching this educational channel.
I will not do that again.
Yeah, just for future
Need a
reference. It's not
dump
the end of the
button.
world. It's not the end of the world.
That's scary. 4 tornadoes identified in our area last week.
Yeah, well, we get those in Michigan. Go down in the basement. Standard procedure. Just another day in the
tornadoes
D.
in England.
Yeah, there's something to be said about the people. I find the people of Michigan are more like me. And I like to
Cuss
be...
less. I'm gonna blame Phoenix. Nick, did you just get trolled by Carey? One of your wrenches said that.
Hmm?
Maybe you can fly to Australia with computer and luggage. I mean, does WOW fly to Australia?
What?
Does WOW Airlines fly to Australia?
I've never even heard of WOW Airlines.
I flew WOW to Reykjavik and to England.
Was that your soul plane?
Yeah, and it was $99 one way. Linda, have you been to Scottsdale? I was just talking about going to Reykjavik. Scottsdale is to this point eluded me. No, I've been to Scottsdale. Carey, would that case take your nemesis, the Kraken X72?
The Nemesis was the 62, not the 72. I think this was a 52, wasn't it? What's the box say? No, this is the 62.
X42,
This is a
52,
62. I thought the 62
No, they
was
don't
bigger
fly
than
here.
that. This case ate that with no problem at all. I think it would take the 72. I don't think I've ever had a Kraken 72.
$99 was it powered by rubber bands? It wasn't powered by rubber bands, but I swear to you, I saw chickens in the aisle.
Did they come and collect gas money down the aisle?
There were some chickens and goats.
All right, guys, we need to wrap this up because we have a bunch of things we got to get cleaned up and we need to go eat. We've been live here this whole time, and we really appreciate everybody who's tuned in to watch us and who's contributed to the channel. My thanks, of course, to my moderators who have done such a
you,
great
guys.
job, keeping out the trolls and keeping it civil in the chat. I really appreciate that. And of course, for everybody who's watching, all the videos participating in the chat room, thank you guys so much. I'm sorry for the delay in getting the video out. But I will say that looking to do more videos more often as I try and steer more of YouTube as a job instead of as a hobby. And we'll see if that becomes doable or not. Lots of projects are in the works, lots and lots, from the Computer with Mitch, the Kids at Hope charity that I talked about, that's in the works. I have to finish editing, well, sooner or later, the Build with Dad. That's a year ago now, 1 year ago, and that edit hasn't been finished. And just lots and lots of things. So many things are going on. But all thanks to you. You know, your viewership and your contributions and your support are what fuel me and drive me and motivate me. And for that, I thank you very much. And I will see you all again very, very soon. Until then.
Thanks for having me.
Bye for now.
Hello and welcome into my latest live feed. Today is the 24th of October. You know how you know it's the 24th of October? This will be a giveaway right here. That's how you know. You're not going to see this in June, that's all I'm saying, or March. This is your proof. This is your evidence. This is the date. So it used to be we could hold a newspaper up and show the date, but you guys don't know what newspapers are anymore. I don't even think they make them. They're hard to find. Welcome in, everybody. Hopefully you can hear and see me okay. As you can see, we've got Nuka-Cola heaven right here. There's 3 of the 4 builds. And I got my Nuka-Cola right here. I was at the Spirit Halloween store, and they have the Nuka-Cola hand, the laser gun that she's holding here. It's got a little bottle cap at the end of it, and it's just $20 for that at the Halloween store. I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna spend $20 for a prop I'm gonna use once, but I did think about it. I thought about it. If I'm honest, I put it in my hand, I fired it a few times. I said, no, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. I was so tempted. How's everybody doing today? Hope you're doing well. Boy, I need a Coke. Some people have been asking lately when I go live. They're not getting notifications or what have you. And generally speaking, I go live between 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Pacific time. Generally, if I'm going to go live that day, that's when you can check in. Obviously, you should be getting notifications. If you have subscribed to the channel, be sure you can click the little, there's like an outline of a bell right next to the subscribe button, or where the subscribe button used to be when you press it. And you have to check a little box because it is not checked by default to tell YouTube you want to be notified when new content is posted. You could also follow me via Twitter. And I hope by 2019 we will have some sort of a regular schedule, like every Tuesday from 1 to 5, something like that. We'll get it figured out. Subaru Mike reached out to me yesterday. He said he wants to do a once a week Subaru Q&A. And I'm like, do you have enough content for that? And he's like, do you have scotch? So I guess we're gonna do that too. So let me just get this air conditioning turned down in here. It's a hot day today. I think we're up to around 90 degrees Fahrenheit today. It's hot, 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 and we had all kinds of rain yesterday, even though that wasn't even in the forecast. So welcome to the desert. This system belongs to John. This system belongs to Rodney. And this system belongs to Andrew. All right, you got that? John, I feel like a part of the Beatles. It's Carey. Me and John, I think of getting the band back together. No? No? Stick to my day job? That is my day job. Let's see. Hello to Colin Hilton, Thomas Carter, Robert Jones, Peter Rayner. Peter says, hey, Carey. Tomorrow I'm getting the Scythe? I always want to say Scythe. Sounds like Scythe to me. The Scythe Mugen 5 Revision B CPU cooler. I wrote to the gentleman over at Scythe. Anyway, I wrote to him and I said, this may be my new favorite cooler of all time. I think, you know, it's a bit more money, obviously, than the Hyper 212, but it's twice the cooler. For less, well, it's not quite twice the cooler and it's not quite twice the price, but the install was so good. Oh yeah, it was a good install, baby. I gotta go get a cigarette after that. It was a good install. Real nice. What's wrong with you? Talking about the cooler and how easy it was to install. Stay with me, focus. Okay, so he said, the guy over at Scythe, he said he wanted to send me, you know, one of the bigger ones that's like a dual radiator with 2 fans. I go, you know, honestly, I would be very reluctant to ship a computer across the United States with a cooler that heavy in the computer. So I'd rather not even look at it. I'm sure it cools well. It's probably the, you know, similar to the Noctua. I think these coolers are superior to Noctua. I think the installation is superior. I think the tools that come with the cooler are superior. I think the cooling is equivalent, if not better than, the equivalent Noctua. The price is better than Noctua. Now the only question is, how will the fans hold up? So I've asked the gentleman at Scythe to send me, they have a smaller cooler that's more along the line of the Hyper 212 Evo in size and price. So I've asked them to send me that. And I asked them to send me 2 of their case fans. And I'll swap out the case fans in my build with theirs, and we'll see how they hold up in this dusty environment that is Phoenix. It's a very good test for fans. In the meantime, if you're looking for a great CPU cooler, and remember, I'm not paid by them. I would like to be. I would let them sponsor me if they wanted to. But if you're looking for a great CPU cooler for an Intel or AMD platform, definitely look at that Mugen 5 Revision B. That's just amazing. It's just the perfect balance of everything as far as I'm concerned. If you're looking to overclock, then you should be looking at a liquid cooler. You could do some overclocking with it, don't get me wrong, but there's better choices for that. It's much quieter than the stock fan. It ran 20 degrees Celsius, as you witnessed, cooler than the stock CPU fan. And I'm just overall tickled. Look, you guys have seen me review products. You've seen me just hammer on products that don't make sense to me, why manufacturers do certain things that just aren't logical. If I had a choice between an Arctic freezer and the Scythe, I'm taking the Scythe all day long. The installation so far superior, so far. Like if you watch me, first of all, the whole idea that Arctic freezer says that they're not going to include documentation, and yet they also didn't include any links. It was just a QR code. They're off my list. They're done. When you saw me struggle to install that cooler with 27 years of professional experience, and I put everything on wrong, every literal thing I put on wrong. And yet with the Scythe cooler, which came with very good, clear documentation, everything went on perfectly the first time with me, one exception, and that was me failing to remove the little piece of tape. After I warned everybody not to do that, I did it myself. But I wish that the little piece of tape had like an orange tab or something that stuck out of the side of it, so it was clear when I was installing it that I hadn't removed it. The only way I knew I didn't remove it was to turn it over and look. And I think the Evo 212 does that, where it's kind of like a little tab sticks out to one side. It should be brightly colored, and it should say remove or pull something. Other than that, they give you plenty of thermal compound, unlike Arctic freezer. That had a big issue with the little baggie of thermal compound, which wasn't quite enough, and you can't save it for later. The fans mount similar with those wire hangers between the Arctic and the Scythe, but they're pretty much the same there. There's nothing, neither one is better in that category. So if I'm spending my money, I'm buying the Mugen Revision B, the Mugen 5. That's what I'm buying. That's what I'm using on my personal rig right now, and we'll see how it holds up over time, but obviously the only concern will be the fan. And what else was I going to tell you? Oh, I offered the gentleman over at Scythe, I said, if you want to send me like a dozen of these or 5 of these, I'll be happy to offer them to my customers for free, and I will showcase them on the builds. So it gives you brand awareness. I won't charge you anything for it. The customers get a free cooler and you get the advertising. And if you want to talk about that, it's a good place to start, because I'm right behind it. I will gladly endorse that and suggest it and evangelize it. It's fantastic, really. Who knew? I never heard of this company. They just hit it right out of the park. Home run, perfect, beautiful, love it. Okay. Hello to Franklin Adams, Elhaz Tepej, Robert Jones, Ben DeCure, Michael C, Keith W, Jesse Kirk, Alan E, Magni Johansson, Thomas Carter, Colin Hilton, William Dawson, Tweaks, Stephen Barber. Looking for my wrenches. Zoom. I think I got all my wrenches. All those people in blue, those are regulars here to the channel. They're shown to be supportive and kind to other people, and I have elevated them to moderator status because they've earned it. You too can earn moderator status. Simply behave in a kind and supportive way to other individuals in the chat. Who knows, you might just make a friend IRL. It's possible.
In the meantime, we support each other here in this community. This is what we do here. This is our escape from the real world where like-minded individuals who enjoy computers and technology can get together and enjoy watching repairs, watching builds, watching product reviews, and looking at non-traditional ways upon which I go about doing PC repairs and maintenance. I come from the old school, the oldest school, when computers were brand new. And I think if you watch the old guys, I guess I'm an old guy now. If you watch the old guys, you watch the way they handle parts. They handle parts, look at Steve Wozniak. He picks up a classic, like original Apple circuit board. He just flops it around, sticks it under his arm. I mean, it's a priceless piece of history. He's just like flopping it down. Because people who understand electronics know it's not fragile. They know you don't have to baby it. You know, I really want to give you some of the warning signs of what to watch for from other individuals, especially other YouTube creators, who are mishandling parts or offering fraudulent or incomplete information, or information they didn't understand properly, and then they translated it to a language they can understand, and then in the process end up saying something inaccurate. So one of the things I like to do here is emphasize what real techs do, not enthusiasts who make YouTube videos. I get paid to work on computers from clients, and when I work on them and I deliver them, I'm held responsible for that computer to maintain working indefinitely. And if it doesn't, then they call me again, and I want that to happen. That's how I stay in business. Tech enthusiasts, they just make videos on products. They don't have any accountability or liability to anybody. Maybe they might use a product themselves, maybe they don't, but the only person it affects negatively, if it affects anybody negatively, is them, and they may not share that with you. I also like to go back and revisit products I reviewed that I actually use and rely on, because nobody seems to do that. Why? So, for example, you'll see my Intel Nook build that I did over 5 years ago, and then 3 years later, I follow up with it, and I try to follow up with it every year to give you an update on how the machine's running over the course of the years. Some people say, well, what's the point? That computer's obsolete, you can't buy it. But what you can do is you can get an idea of what the company is like, what kind of product the company makes. And if I had any problems, I will share what the problem was, if the company was responsive, if the company was supportive. And based on that, then I can recommend future products for the company, assuming that that is the norm for that specific manufacturer. And other channels, I just don't see that done. They review a product, they have it 2 weeks, and then they say, yeah, you should buy this. They have no respect for the value of your money. It's very easy to spend other people's money. Just ask my wife. What? All right. Jens Carlson's contributed to 50 Swedish krona. Thank you, Jens. Is it Jens? Jens? Moderator status for Jens. And let me take a look here. Let me look at the chat. Tony says, hello from Iowa. Hi, Tony. Thanks for joining us today. Oh, that's good. Why isn't Coke sponsoring me? Oh, I see some more wrenches in here. Dave 1182, Stuart Bonneville, Virgin Sieber, Greg 2711, Frederick Lundholm, Donnie Seeger, I think I said Patrick Manny. Did I say that already? Patrick Russo, hey guys, Grant McDonald, Tony Vento, welcome in, Rob Gurley. Good to see all of you. Be sure and give Colin Hilton, Bill Leatherland, who else is in the chat? Jesse Kirk. Those three gentlemen are your sponsors today. Through their generosity, they have helped to pay for camera equipment and studio equipment that help make the videos of better quality. Jesse Kirk, you wouldn't be able to hear me if it wasn't for Jesse Kirk. This right here, that's Jesse's generosity right there. I know that doesn't look like much, but it's $600. Anyway, so if you see those guys, give them a shout out, make them your new best friend, because it's because of them that I'm able to make these videos more often and with better production quality. My sister has started editing for me and she's learning the ropes. She did her very first video today. Actually, she's been working on it for like 9 days, but she's never done it before.
So it's like a 4-minute video. I want you to appreciate how much work went into that. Now, I'm sure she'll be able to crank them out faster, but the quick tips video to be a whole new series, and what she's going to do is look through all of these live vlogs and pick out the little pieces where I answer questions, and she's going to turn those into little quick tips videos. And she'll put a nice little intro and outro on them and add graphics or cutaways as necessary. And be sure and check that out and give her a thumbs up, or let her know that you appreciate her work, because she's working for free right now, ladies and gentlemen. She's got to ramp up. Bob says, what happened with the $500 donation? You know, I think yesterday, no, it wasn't yesterday, a couple days ago, a gentleman submitted $500 through the Super Chat. And I want to remind you, Super Chat is great if you want to donate under $20. But if you use the donate button at tech-vets.com, tech-vets.com, you'll see there's a donate button. I get the money immediately. PayPal takes 3%, but YouTube, when you don't donate here on the Super Chat, YouTube takes 30%. I get the money right away with PayPal. With YouTube, it's 30 to 60 days before I receive it. When you send it to PayPal, I can refund it if you made a mistake. YouTube, I can't do anything. With PayPal, I get a receipt and a record of your transaction, that you've paid, what day you paid, how much you paid. With YouTube, I don't get any receipt, nothing, no record. In fact, even when I get paid, there's no amount broken down into the payment, the monthly payment, as to how much of that came from YouTube Red and how much of it came from regular YouTube views and how much of it was from Super Chat donations. I think what happened, JHP Hawaii, who was the donor, he's contributed before $2, $5. I think he meant $5. And the reason I say that is that's what he's given in the past, and he suddenly vanished out of the chat room after that big donation, and most people would hang around, you know, to soak up the praise. I suspect something went very, very wrong, and he's probably got to fight with YouTube now to get it corrected, because they don't offer refunds, and I can't do anything. If he would have done that through PayPal, I could have assisted him. I could have hit the refund button instantly and really wouldn't cost anybody anything. So just bear that in mind. I also still have case badges available. So if you want an inspired by case badge, I'm sure you guys have seen them. They're available for donations of $20 or more, and they ship anywhere in the world. Anyway, until I hear from JHP Hawaii, I don't know if his contribution was intended or not. I get the feeling it was a mistake, just based on there's been no precedent behind that size of donation from that person, and the way that they vanished suddenly afterwards. But I don't know until I talk to him, and if you guys see him, hopefully I'll notice and we'll find out what happened and if that was intentional or not. So we'll see what happens. Carey, my Gigabyte motherboard blew the other day. Do they have power surge protection on these motherboards? Power surge protection should be coming from your power supply, and of course from your surge protection that your power supply is plugged into, and then you can even get a whole house surge protector that goes into your fuse panel. If your motherboard is under warranty, I think Gigabyte has a 3-year motherboard warranty. You could be able to send that back for RMA. So today we've got an interesting build plan. There's a big parts list for today's build in the video description below the video. And it's got links to everything we're using, and it says a lot of storage. We've got 6 storage drives. So we've got 2 3-terabyte Western Digital mechanical drives. We've got 2 Samsung 970s, a Samsung 960, and a Samsung 850. I don't know if there's room to plug all these in, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Apparently, John over here has a lot of stuff. You guys don't need to be posting links for a refund. That's between JHP Hawaii. If you see him, you can offer it to him. It doesn't do any of us any good. He might have already taken care of it. I don't have any way to check if the payment was refunded or not. Like I say, YouTube gives me no receipt of the transaction, no record of it. So I have no way to tell if it was applied or removed. I don't know. There's just no way for me to know.
I have to assume, again, based on that behavior, most people wouldn't give a donation of that size and then just vanish. That's highly unlikely. And a lot of people who contribute generously do so, I wouldn't say regularly, but, you know, maybe a couple times a year. And it's not uncommon, you know, when you see that same person give a generous donation, you know for a fact that that's that person. They're just generous that way. Another one I failed to mention, Peter Laycock. Peter Laycock has been the single largest contributor, not physically, I don't know how big he is, but he's the financially provided, I'm speechless. Like, I don't even know what to say. Part of me wants to use the money he donated to buy a plane ticket to fly to England and thank him personally. So, just so you guys know what's going on behind the scenes. I haven't gotten back to Catherine yet. She provided a parts list for me. I haven't even looked at it, but I did get it, and I didn't even tell her. So I'm telling you now, Catherine, I got the parts list. I haven't looked at it. I will. Thank you for doing that. I've been running around like crazy every single day this week. And Shane wants to know if I'm drinking cane sugar, sweetened Coke, the Mexican Coke. No. You know, growing up in the 70s, it was all sugar, and now it's been replaced with high fructose corn syrup, HFCS, yeah. And when I have the Mexican Coke, which still uses real cane sugar, it tastes like Pepsi. It tastes too sweet. I know I'm supposed to like the real sugar better, but the truth is I don't. The truth is I guess I've grown accustomed to the high fructose corn syrup, and I like the bitterness of Coke versus the sweetness of Pepsi. Shane and I had a fun time. I did the improv thing with Shane and his wife Lori and a gentleman named Billy, and we had a good time. And boy, there's certain instances where you just feel a groove in improv. Just things start flowing it just feels right. Everybody knows it. You just feel it. Great therapy, wonderful therapy. Love it. Good times. Yes, I have a Twitch channel. Isn't the Twitch link in my video notes? I know my Twitter link is in there. Well, it's just twitch.tv/CareyHolzman. Not a lot going on there. Maybe starting to use like Restream.io for broadcasting simultaneously across multiple platforms. I'm going to have my sister Linda look into that. Again, she's going to be doing a lot of the administrative behind the scenes stuff. So she's got her work cut out for her. I think on day one, I just put a stack of this much to do. All different things, from merchandising to sponsorships to editing, thumbnail creation, video titles. Yeah. So she's going to do that part-time and continue working her regular job. She kind of sees the end coming with the regular job, and she's getting ready to do something else. And I'm sort of in the same position right now with me losing that retainer client. I'm at a crossroads where I have to decide if I want to replace that retainer client or use that time to invest more into YouTube. The big fear, of course, is if YouTube decides they're shutting my channel down, what do I do? So that's why I've also tasked her with the job of finding another platform to offer subscription-based content, paid subscriber-based content. And I think it could be very inexpensive. So we're following that up. It's just one thing at a time. Danny Koyman has contributed 1.5 euros, 1.5 euros. There's moderator status for Danny. Is there another way to donate without signing up for PayPal? You don't have to sign up for PayPal. You can make a payment without signing up. But otherwise, the problem is really you know, if you mail me a check or something, I got to take it to the bank. It's kind of a pain in the butt. And PayPal's just quick and easy, and there's a record. You know, even a check, I won't have a record of it. I suppose there'll be a show of a deposit, a generic deposit in my checking account. If I knew the amount, I could go look for it. But PayPal is the easiest, most painless way if you want to show your support. It really is. And I do believe you can just make the payment without signing up. The time here in Arizona is 2:30 p.m. You can always type into Google, what time is it in Phoenix, or what time is it in Munich, or what time is it in London? You can do that at any point in time. You no longer have to ask anybody what the weather's like or what the time is. It's all been resolved when the internet came out back in when the internet became publicly available back in the early 90s. So it's been 25 years. Let's keep up. I cannot deposit checks through my phone. No, I'm with a credit union and they don't do that. So I'm going to get started with today's build. So as you see, we've got Nuka-Cola case. I don't know which build number this is. Remember, these are all numbered. There's 2,000 of them made. This one looks like it's 1170. Or is that a 6? This is what happens when you get old, ladies and gentlemen. All those numbers you used to read without a problem. Who am I kidding? You're all millennials and you look at your phones all day. Your eyes are worse than mine. Yeah, case number 1170 belongs to John. And let's get this out. I am trying to find a place to put this where I won't get it mixed up with anybody else's. Okay, there's one. I guess I'll just set my reading glasses back there. Let's bring this around. Now, John is going to do the same thing Andrew's going to do, and that is he's going to put his own video card in. These gentlemen are, Andrew and John, even though they don't know each other, one lives in Pennsylvania, one lives in California, they're both technically capable people. I guess they've built their own machines before. They both wanted to share their build here on my channel, so of course, a big thanks to those folks. Rodney's been very patient as I've been trying to figure out how to get this system to Australia. I think DHL is going to be my answer, but what I have to do is I have to borrow my wife's Subaru Forester to get all the parts in the car, take it over to FedEx, pay FedEx to pack it for me, then put it back in the car, and the box is, huge. I can't fit it in the Mustang. Then I got to drive it over to a DHL office and have it weighed, have it measured, and get a price. And if the price is if it's around 600 or less, that's half the price. FedEx wants $1,200. So I'll get an idea when I mail Andrew's system, because it's going to be the same weight and box size. Actually, Rodney's will be a little bigger because this one's Rodney's, this one's Andrew. Rodney's will be a little bigger because he's got a keyboard and mouse that we're adding, as well as the external DVD drive. So we're adding a few more boxes on top that nobody else is getting. That's going to add weight. It may make the box a bit taller. We'll see how that goes. Lurchica says he's 62 and he's still not old. That's right. As long as you hang around people that are older than you and fatter, then you'll be young and thin forever. That's my rules. All right, let's get this glass off of here. And we'll move that back here as well. All right, you guys, I'm gonna have to watch my battery. I'm running, I didn't have my rechargeable batteries ready, so I have alkalines in here, and I don't know how much life they've got left. Now, let's go back here and let's take the styrofoam out. Ooh, this is a smaller box. Look at the difference in size. They both say Vault Boy Bobblehead. What's in this one? I just want to see. I gotta know. I gotta know. Something on his face. Okay. I was almost convinced that all the Nuka-Cola cases had the same little bobblehead figure, but apparently it is in fact a variety that I guess you got to buy a bunch of Nuka-Cola cases to collect them all, huh? Good luck with that mission. All right, let's start with power supply. I've got a EVGA 850 watt fully modular G3. This is 80 plus gold. That's the power efficiency rating, which is decent. Why do I put my knife away? It's OCD, baby. There we go. Instructions. Bag. Power cable. This will turn the power supply on manually, I guess, if you want to set the house on fire. Mounting screws. This looks like it is either, yeah, these are cable, Velcro cable ties. These are all of our modular cables. I am quickly running out of room. Wait. Oh, it says do not eat. Oh, not. I get it. Needs salt anyway. Oh, good. Another bag. What am I supposed to do with this? Am I supposed to put that bag in that bag and put that box inside of the box it shipped in? I don't understand. Sometimes there's a little plastic cover over the label here. See, it's not on the fan, it's on the cover. But this does not appear to have one. I've been really liking EVGA power supplies. I think the warranty is outstanding. The reliability has been fantastic thus far. I've had one bad one so far, and it was a cheap one. It was like the cheapest EVGA power supply you could buy. So you do get what you pay for. But in this case, I think the extended warranty on these makes them worth considering, apart from the overall value, or considering the overall value. Remember, we're not just shopping for price; we're shopping for value. I get so sick and tired of hearing from people who say, we all can't be rich like you. I don't know where you get the idea I'm rich.
But this idea that you have to suffer along with some piece of crap computer because you can't afford anything better and that's the reality of the world you live in, I do not accept that. Absolutely not. I grew up with very little. The house in Arizona had no air conditioning. It had no heat in the wintertime. I slept in an electric blanket. I had a big box fan by the side of my bed to help keep me cool at night. I don't come from a family of money or means. And a lot of stuff in my life was fixed by people who didn't know what they were doing. My mother would have her brothers come over and put tile in, and they did it wrong. They'd fix holes in the wall, they did it wrong. They mounted a ceiling fan, they did it wrong. I had to, when I was old enough to realize all the wrong stuff that was done, and it was all done because we didn't have any money, and yet this really strange thing happens. It's almost like you get into a habit. My mother, when money wasn't a problem, like when all the kids were out of the house and she didn't have all that added expense, continued to shop at the dollar store and continued to look at swap meets and look for used things and bargains, and that was her sense of achievement. And as a result, she never really had anything nice. And it bothers me. I find the money if I have to save, if I have to work extra hours, not to buy the best. I'm not interested in buying the best. But I'm also not interested in buying the cheapest. Find that middle ground, and a strange new habit will happen. It's very difficult to explain, but what you'll find is you will have a faster, more reliable computer that never breaks down, or very rarely ever breaks down. That reliability allows you more productivity. It gives you something to count on, and you can invest your time into other things. And as you slowly, one by one, replace pieces, a nice kitchen faucet instead of a cheap one. Just buy it once, you'll have it for 20 years. A nice couch, a nice bed. How often do you buy furniture? You buy something nice, and you don't replace it for 10 or 20 years. It's an investment. Don't buy the cheapest thing and hurt your back and hurt your posture and have medical issues as a result because you didn't have the money to buy something more comfortable. You spend a third of your life asleep. How can you buy the cheapest bed? And again, you don't have to buy the most expensive one. I've lived both sides. I've lived the life of having nothing, and I've lived a life that I have created through hard work of being able to achieve something better than the basics, just to go one step up from the basics, go right down the middle. And if you do that too, I think you'll find the quality of your life is better, and you'll ultimately have more money. The first time I bought a brand new car, I was scared to death because I never had a car payment before. Something unusual happened that I had no idea was going to happen. There was a weight that felt like was taken off of my shoulders. Because when I got into my brand new car, it started every single time. I didn't wonder, is it going to start today? And another thing happened. All that money that I was spending on repairs, on keeping my old car running because I could not afford a new car, I was saving money with the new car. So instead of wondering how much is it going to cost me at the end of the month after I do all these repairs, plus the time and the dirt and the mess and the bloody knuckles and the tools you got to buy, and the tools break and you got to buy new tools, and you need a car to get the tools, right? This is before the internet. Instead, I had a fixed expense every month, and I had a warranty. It was the single best thing I ever did for my mental health. And then I realized, not only can I afford that car payment, I could probably afford a little bit more. So I traded the car in and got a nicer car. And then 2 years later, traded that car in and bought an even nicer car. And my payment went up, $75. And I felt a lot better. I didn't have the stress. Is it going to start? What's it going to cost to fix? I got better gas mileage. I didn't have to worry about passing emissions. I had power windows and power door locks and air conditioning and a great stereo and a comfortable drive. It's
weird that we create these spirals. And so if you're in a spiral of having nothing and you just continue to spend and spend on things to just keep making ends meet, then you just continue that spiral until you stop it. Force yourself to sacrifice, tighten the belt, whatever you got to do to get just a step nicer. And it's just the right set, and you can start that spiral in another way. And you'll have things, they last longer, it's less stressful, you can rely on them, you can count on them. My mother couldn't buy a decent faucet, so every faucet in the house would drip. How much money do you think my mother spent on wasted water compared to the price of a faucet? So I just don't want to live like that. And at the same time, you know, i9 and Threadripper, that's overkill for most people. You don't need to buy that. You don't need the RGB lights. You know, if we're talking about really watching our money, get yourself a nice, decent case, a decent power supply with a decent motherboard, a decent processor. Get yourself 16 gigs of RAM, put an SSD in it, find the money, and be done with it for about 8 years. It'll last you about 8 years. That's my advice. It comes from my personal experience. I wouldn't have it any other way. When people accept it, when people go, well, it must be nice to make money, I don't make any money. Well, that's your choice. You know, apart from people that have physical disabilities or mental disabilities, and I mean official ones where you're getting a disability check. Otherwise, otherwise it is a mental disability that you think you can't make a modicum of money. It's not a lot. It really isn't. Or you're not willing to sacrifice, or you're not willing to put the effort in. Then you'll never appreciate its value anyway. Like if somebody just handed it to you, you wouldn't appreciate it. You think you would, but you don't. You have to earn it. And when you earn it, you'll take care of it. So that's what I've learned. That's my life, that's the word I want to use. My life experience, that's what it's taught me firsthand. And it's really great when I hear from customers. I talked to the judge, remember the judge? And I said, are you ready for a new computer? He goes, no, you built this too well. It's running as great as the day I got it. You really need to build in some planned obsolescence in these things, because you do good work, but I don't need another one. I said, well, that's all right. When you're ready to upgrade, I'll be here. I love that. And remember what I said when I put the free computer repair ad in Craigslist? Everybody that was contacting me had these old crappy computers sitting in a closet. Why? It's always the old crappy computers that will cost you the most amount of money and stress. What's that worth to you? Have I gone on about that long enough? Should I talk about it for another 20 minutes? Do I have a brand of socks you recommend? Yes. Well, understand, and I've talked about this in the past, I have something called sensory processing disorder. So how clothes feel to me is critical. You'll see me wear the same shirts, you know, and it's because of this. They say it's a disorder. I don't know that it's a disorder, but it's not something most people deal with. But when the brands I like, when the stores stop carrying them, I can't find them online. When it comes to any type of clothing, what do? I have to go on Amazon and I just start buying little by little until I find something that works. And even though this has nothing to do with computers, I do feel for people that have this same sort of issue that I have. So I'm happy to share the content with them. And I apologize if you're not interested, but we'll be back on track here in a second. Just hang in there. What are the socks I buy? Here they are. I found a really nice pair of socks that were really, really expensive. And I thought, I'm not going to pay $20 for a pair of socks. That's ridiculous. So instead,
I found these. And these are what I'm wearing now. I wear these every day. There's a link in the chat room. And those are the socks I buy. I was brought up wearing crew socks. I don't like the ankle socks all the kids wear. It's weird to me. One day I might have to buy them. They may not make crew socks much longer, but yeah. I'm going to just put the power supply in here for now, but we'll be taking it back out to hook the cabling, power cables up. But for right now, I'll just kind of put this in loosely. And then we have our box of mounting hardware right under here. Franklin Adams says, I am disabled, but I choose not to let that stop me from saving for a new computer. You know, regardless of any disabilities, you really can do whatever you set out to do. It just seems like a lot of people don't want to put the effort in, and you know what you have is a result of the amount of effort you put into it. So if you didn't put a lot of effort in, you don't have a lot to show. I'm sorry, that's life, that's how it works. And if you're born into money, if you're a Kardashian, I feel bad for you because you really don't know what it's like. I mean, they have different problems, the Kardashians being judged by people, but they're taking that to the bank, so I don't feel bad for them that way. I just feel bad that they're just very disconnected from the struggles of the regular person that lives paycheck to paycheck, and you know, they're very disconnected from that. They're very much all about their looks, and that's priority number one. And in TV, you know, that's kind of the way society is at this point. Just very unevolved people. Anyway, let me go on about being old. Christoph Ash has contributed €5. He says, I'm using a Pentium 4, 12 years old, as a kiosk system. It works great. Once it breaks, I will replace it. Yeah, if it's a kiosk, that's fine. Kiosks don't have to have liquid cooling and overclocking, right? People are saying they're not seeing the link for the socks. Why not? Is it going to let me post it? Let's see. You guys see it now? Christoph, thanks for your contribution. I really do appreciate that. Steve Larkin says, Carey, I'm watching you on my new build inspired by you and Catherine. Very cool. Congrats, Steve. Feels good to build a computer, doesn't it? BDT Trans makes a good point. He says, I think a lot of us middle classers are just as disconnected from the poverty in Africa in the same way. Well, listen, that's a whole different culture and a whole different set of lifestyle expectations in that environment. There's no reason to live that way in the United States. It's a choice. Whether you believe it or not, it's a choice to live that way when you live in the United States. I can't speak for other places because I've never lived anywhere else. Christoph has contributed another €5. He says, I'll always fight for my goals. Disabilities have nothing to do with that one. It's just an excuse. Amen, Christoph. All you need to do is look at Austin Dabbert. If there was ever anybody to be inspired by such intelligence and such a kind, giving, caring, considerate, compassionate, empathic, and intelligent individual who happens to have a disability.
See how that was just kind of tacked on the end as sort of a, it didn't start with that. It doesn't define, our disabilities don't define who we are or what we can do. We do that here. All right, guys, I've been compared to Bob Ross, the painter. So coming up for a Halloween show, I have my Bob Ross costume. And we'll do a build if Bob Ross did a build. Okay, so you asked for it. Right there it is. It's a one size fits all. I think it's just a wig, a beard, a paintbrush, and a palette. I think that's all it is. What do you think? Does that fit? Is that going to fit my channel? Evan says, I'm definitely tuning in for that. All right, that's awesome. So that'll be coming up. All right, here's a test for the chat room. I had a little conversation with my nephew. I was explaining to him that it's what he was repeating was a famous movie quote, and he insists it's just an expression. I said, it's not an expression. It's a quote from a movie that's become an expression. And let's see if you agree or disagree. But if I say to you, so I got that going for me, what movie comes to mind? The expression that we're talking about is, so I got that going for me. Come on, what's the name of the movie? And there it is. Wayne Elliott says Bill Murray. That's right. That's the name of the actor. What's the name of the movie? Baron Black's got it first. Caddyshack. Yes. So I was trying to explain to my nephew, when you hear somebody say, so I got that going for me, they're referring to a quote from Bill Murray in the movie Caddyshack. He's, no, they're not. It's just an expression. I go, no, it's an expression nobody uses unless they've seen Caddyshack. No, I don't believe you. So I'll have to just forward him this part of the video. He's 15. What does he know? Yes. See, everybody's agreeing. Everybody agrees. So there's your reference. It's not as common as some other movie expressions that are, you know, more well known. But that is one, when you hear it, if you want to be part of the culture and get what they're referring to, I've never met anybody who said that other than my nephew, who didn't mean anything by referencing Caddyshack. Basically, Bill Murray's talking about how miserable his life is, and he says that the Pope, I think it was the Pope, told him, on your deathbed, you'll receive total consciousness. So I got that going for me. So despite all this bad stuff that's happening, you know, I got that. Or it was the Dalai Lama, or it was something like that. Charles says the socks look great for the winter, but not the summer. You know what? The socks breathe really well. I wear shoes from the moment I get up all day until I'm ready for bed. So the thicker the sock is, the more comfortable the shoe fits, honestly. Instead of buying a better sole for the shoe, just buy a thicker sock. I don't have any problem with the heat in Arizona, although I'm mostly indoors. But when I walk around, I never think, wow, my foot is hot. But anyway, that's the sock I like. If you like it, good. If you don't, that's fine too. Whatever. I'm not selling socks here, folks. Not yet. When my sister gets a hold of the merchandising, we just might. Who knows what it's going to come down to. All right. Coke is gone. Time to get to work. This is why I can't do these live streams. I end up hanging out with you guys and not getting anything done. And unfortunately, YouTube pays the same, but the customers aren't real thrilled. So here's all my storage drives. Well, not mine. These are John's storage drives and RAM. Let's move this out of the way so I have some room to work. Lots and lots of RAM. We got a 32 gig kit of RGB Trident Z, 3200 speed. I think it's 32 gigs. I think it's 4 sticks of 6, 4 sticks of 8, I think. Yep, it is 4 sticks of 8. I can see it now. All right. So I got that going for me. So John is the one who had the NZXT motherboard, and he witnessed the problem we had with Andrew's NZXT motherboard and said, "Oh, I don't want it anymore. Here's an RMA. Please send it back." And the motherboard cover. So those 2 items went back today. They got shipped out back to, I guess, and I think he bought them directly from NZXT, and they're going to give him a full refund because they never were opened or used. Verujan Kalustin has contributed $1. Thank you for your contribution. Make you a moderator. Colin says he's watching on his MacBook Pro. Oh, traitor. Traitor. What's the most RAM you've installed in the motherboard? 128. I think the maximum allowed in a socket X99 or X99 chipset. You can only go 64 gigs, I think, in a Ryzen or socket 11.5X Intel chip. Alan Parker's contributed $5. Those are awesome cases. I'd like to see an R2D2 style case similar to those. R2D2 is big, you know. R2D2 would make a better trash can or a drink cooler than he would make a computer. No, Shane, this is not improv. No. All right. So he saw me build Rodney's computer using this motherboard. And he said, you know what? That board really seems to fit well. It's priced cheaper. It's got current BIOS updates. It's not abandoned like apparently NZXT has abandoned that board with regards to BIOS updates. It's only got one BIOS. That's really weird. But NZXT support was excellent. Apparently, when John asked them for an RMA to return the products, they didn't give him a hard time about that. So, you know, credit where credit's due. Ben DeCures contributed $4.99. Hey, Carey, hope you're doing well, watching the stream and drinking a Diet Coke. So I got that going for me. Very nice, Ben, very nice. Apple has an R2D2 case? Yeah, but it costs a lot of money. That's our board. Look at that bad boy. Oh, I should probably stand where you can see it, huh? Even though that says Intel Optane, it's just a, oh, it does have Optane built in. What? What? I can see it. You see the M.2 in there. What? When did they start doing that? This one didn't come with that. I would have noticed. Is this a different version? I mean, the box looks the same. Oh, it's got the little logo on it right here that this box doesn't have. It says Intel Optane. Let's talk about Intel Optane. Is it worth it? Generally speaking, Intel Optane is a poor man's SSD. It is not recommended. You'd be much better off investing in an SSD. But if you can't afford an SSD, then you can use Intel Optane as a cache between your hard disk drive and the motherboard in the communications in order to give you the appearance or the effect of everything moving quicker through the cache. if you have a choice of using Intel Optane or using SSD, always pick SSD. Now, there may come a point where Optane matures and evolves to become a replacement for an SSD, or becomes an SSD of its own, but much faster, but we're not there yet. And it may never reach that, depending on how Intel's research and development and financing goes, if they find it to be a profitable endeavor or if they give up. Generally speaking, you will not see a performance increase pairing an SSD with Intel Optane. It's just not worth it. So, does anybody want to, I want to phrase this carefully. Does anybody disagree with that statement? Does anybody think Intel Optane offers something that I failed to mention that would be worth correcting my statement? See, now I'm inviting being challenged. And the reason for that is I'm basing this information on what I've read. I've never so much as touched an Intel Optane chip before, because what I've read from trusted sources, not just on Reddit or something, from what I read from professional tech journalists is basically what I just conveyed to you in my own paraphrasing. Platter Jockey says, thanks to Carey, I just installed my first SSD. It's an ADATA 650. I used a 4-year-old version of a Cronus WD edition, cloned my boot drive to it, and it works great. Awesome. You guys don't have to say no. I just want to know. Don't say no. You're filling the chat with no's. That's not good. But if there's something about Intel Optane that I have missed or have overlooked or I don't know, this would be your chance to educate me, because I think that Intel Optane chip is going to come out. Because clearly, John wasn't expecting it, or he wouldn't have provided me with 3 SSDs. I am responding to somebody. Bear with, bear with. Live on YouTube right now. How much you want to bet they're going to text me back and say, okay, like that's the worst thing you can do. Don't text me back. Okay. We got some plastic on here that's got to come off. Sometimes there's plastic on these, but there doesn't seem to be any. There's plastic right here. Tinsel G has contributed $5 Canadian. He says, I bought my NZXT BLD today. Ooh, hiccups. And actually decided not to go with their N7 board and stuck with an MSI Z370, which was slightly cheaper. Yeah. I think that's the right choice. I mean, it just depends how important the aesthetic is to you. You know, if NZXT motherboard was priced around $200, and then when you add the cover, it's another $50, that'd be okay. But the board's $275. And, you know, for $275, I mean, that board right here with the Intel chip this is $220 all day long. And it's a much better board. But it's got a lot more features to it. More M.2 slots, 2 LAN jacks. There's 2 video outs here if you want to use built-in video. Better audio. There's an optical out. I don't think the NZXT has. Yeah, the NZXT does not have an optical out. Not that I've ever used it in my life, but to some people that's important. There's red USB port, which is for charging devices, a fast charge. And I don't know what NZXT's warranty is, but these motherboards, I believe, are 3-year warranties from Gigabyte. sure Tinsel is a moderator. There you go, Tinsel. You can mod for me as well. By the way, moderators don't have to do anything. They're not obligated to enforce any rules or punish any people. When I make you a moderator, it's me recognizing for my own good that you're a supporter of the channel. And you can be a supporter because I see you regularly and I see you treating other people with consideration and kindness and support, or that you've contributed financially to the channel. And so there's so many people that watch. How do I differentiate the regulars or the supportive people from people that are just not as supportive? And I do that by adding the wrench. And so as a result, you don't have to do anything. It's really for my purposes. And I would rather you guys, as moderators, walked softly. Don't be quick to punish people. Don't be quick to ban people, because I will remove you from moderator if you're costing me viewers. If you're upsetting my other viewers because you're too heavy-handed, I'd rather you did nothing. So then you can maintain the wrench status indefinitely if you do nothing. But if you're heavy-handed, I'm going to have a problem with that, because you're supposed to help me, you're not supposed to hurt me. So if we see somebody being abusive in the chat, like just vulgar and very clearly causing trouble, by all means, you're never going to get punished for that. But if somebody's talking off topic, if somebody's speaking in another language, just ignore that. Don't punish them for it. You can talk to them, don't punish them for it, okay? What are you guys showing me? Peter Rader says, tomorrow I will send you a picture of my PC with the, let's make Peter a moderator. So you don't have to donate to be a moderator. You just have to be kind and supportive. Is anybody keen to see Carey shooting stuff in the desert again? You know, we live in a climate here in the United States with so many anti-gun people. It's almost right down the center. You could ask 4 people if they like guns, and 2 will say yes and 2 will say no. You could ask 1,000 people, 500 will say yes, 500 will say no. That kind of divisiveness, when you make a video about it, could cause trouble with people complaining to YouTube and having some side effects. And all the places where I used to go out to the desert to shoot have all been shut down. They said it was a fire hazard. Now that it's rained, I'm kind of curious. I mean, we've had a lot of rain. It's clearly not a fire hazard anymore, but those signs they put up looked awfully permanent. So I haven't been back. It's been too hot to go out shooting in the summertime, and so we'll see what happens with that. I just don't know yet. All of us Brits should be moderators, as we are all ladies or gentlemen with excellent manners. I agree, Philip. There you go. And your name's Moss. Come on, Moss. Thinking of the IT crowd. Maurice Moss. Maurice Moss. Ah, you gotta love a little Richard Ayoade. Is that his name? I'm gonna put the RAM in first. Steve M says, as a moderator, I like to do as little as possible. Yeah, you got it. Joel Titmus says, I got my case badge and thanks for the wonderful content. Awesome, Joel. Good to see you in the chat. Give you moderator status as well. My goal is to have 90% of my viewers be moderators. So that way I know everybody's kind and supportive, and again, that's the community I want to see built, and I want to see lots and lots and lots, like thousands. We have about 600 people watching. That's about average for me. But I'm hoping that 3-digit number becomes a 4-digit number, and I hope that becomes the new normal on live feeds. All things in due time. There's our RAM. Ambler Productions says, I'm a new subscriber. Well, welcome in. Welcome in. Everybody who's kind and supportive is welcome. All right. So only one side of these memory sockets opens. The other side does not, because it would interfere potentially with the graphics card install. And it really doesn't matter which sockets we start with, because we only have 4 sockets and we only have 4. Oh, the side does open. I'm a liar. So yeah, we're gonna use all 4 memory sockets. So I'm gonna start at the back so you can see me install each one as I move forward. I hate that when I watch build videos and the guy brings the camera down, you get a nice close-up shot of the first one going in, and then you can't see anything on the other side. Not very well thought out. And unfortunately, I still don't have a camera operator yet, so you're gonna have to watch this from a little bit of a distance. We just seat that down into the track. We could actually put this in pairs if we want to, just skip a track. You don't have to, all the memory's the same. But if it makes you feel better. That's the advantage to buying a kit. It's all been tested to work together, so you don't have to worry about installing a specific module into a specific socket. Oh, I lost my Go Faster sticker. Apparently, if you put these on your case, it'll go faster. Thank goodness they gave us 2. We go twice as fast. Jeffrey Lebowski has contributed $5. Eli, the computer guy, mentioned your channel on October 23rd. Oh, really? Was it good or bad? Do I want to know? All right, now I'm curious. Let me check out what Eli said. Where's that link? Where did it go? It was here a minute ago. October 20, oh, there was not a link. It's just, Eli the computer, I mentioned your channel on October 23rd, 2018. Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to search for it. October, nothing's dated. Oh, I see, the iPhone failure, 20 minutes in. I gotta mute my microphone so I don't have a copyright violation. Let me watch it. Hold on a minute, guys. Okay, well, thanks for bringing that to my attention. I see what he's doing there. It's all good. It's all good. I was laughing because he butchered the name really bad. He spelled my name so wrong and he couldn't find, and he didn't sort any of my videos by view, so he's looking at videos that are just a few days old and he's seeing these view numbers, which he says are very low. But I'm very proud of the view numbers considering, and I thought he would sort the videos by view number, but he looked at the total number of views and he saw videos that were just a few days old, and he wasn't looking at the date of the videos, he was only looking at the amount of views. But regardless of that, yeah, his comments were pretty much dead on. I think he and I would get along very well. We have very similar attitudes, so maybe someday we can collaborate on something. It's nice to be acknowledged, that's all. I'm happy that he said my name and I exist. Sometimes I wonder. I think I need another Coke in here. Let's see. Got one bottle left. Do I want a bottle? No, I think I'll go get a glass with ice. It's really just about acknowledgement. You know, it's just nice to get a shout out from another creator, especially one that somebody I consider my peer. You know, I think it's safe to say I look up to him for different reasons. I don't look up to him with regards to, I don't know his technical ability, I really don't know it. But I like his honesty and I like his brash, his, what's the word I'm looking for? His candor. I like that. So, nowadays he's a disgruntled IT guy. Most IT guys are disgruntled. It really is a thankless job. Hold on, there's gonna be some noise here. That's the ice maker. A little too much ice. Get rid of some of that. It's an hour and 20 minutes in and all he's done is put RAM and a power supply in. I could have had it built by now. Why am I talking to myself? What Eli said that I thought was funny is, I don't understand why anybody would ever want to make a build video, and I don't know why anybody would ever want to watch a build video. I've said the same. Like, I understand the first time you want to watch one if you've never built a computer before, but why do you guys continue to like watching me build computers? It's weird, but I'm not questioning it, unlike Eli, who says, I'm just not going to do it because I don't like it. I do like building. I just find it weird that you guys like to watch it so much, but I'm not going to fight with it. I mean, hey, I got to build them anyway. And if you like watching it, that's good for both of us. But why? I don't know why. Dennis says, I used to like Eli, but now he's only complaining about how terrible YouTube is and how much he hates the trolls. Let me tell you something. Being the person who's also done that, I've also done that. It's therapy. Let the man have his therapy. If he's in a place where he can say these things and be honest and direct, you don't have to watch it. He's no longer, you get the sense that he tried and tried and tried to please people and he just gave up because people are just, it's not possible to please people. And the sense I get is he's like, to heck with it, I'm not going to try anymore. I'm just going to do what I want to do. Because at the end of the day, I think he feels better. So if you don't like it, don't watch it. But I'm all aboard with that. I totally get it. And once he gets it out of his system, sooner or later, he'll come back around. But yeah, there's a lot of toxins that build up, and you got to get them out. I don't think I've ever heard a big, a popular YouTuber ever mention my name before. I don't think Barnacles has ever done it. Jay's 2 Cents has never done it. Linus Tech Tips has never done it. Gamers Nexus has never done it. Paul, Bitwit, they've never done it. So, thank you, Eli. Thanks for acknowledging I exist. You're the first one. Okay, let's get that CPU installed. CPU continues to go up in price. This is the Intel 8086K, which I have around here somewhere. Here it is. I'm gonna walk around in circles until I find it. Intel's making a limited number of these. This is the first Intel consumer chip to hit 5 gigahertz on one core, but it still hits it. Does not come with a heatsink. And I was buying these for right around, for a long time, they were $425. Sometimes you get them on sale for $399. Today, $475. So you just don't know with computer parts. Sometimes they go up, sometimes they go down. Jazz Sinclair says, I just left your stream from the other day to see this live stream. You're the hardest working man in showbiz. This ain't showbiz. This is real. There's one thing you got to learn about showbiz. It's all fake. All of it. Nothing is what it seems. So that is my goal is to conquer that. To stand in the face of polished, practiced, rehearsed, scripted videos and show you what it's like to work for a living and turn the camera on. But what I thought was funny is Eli said that I must have brass balls to put myself out there with such few views. No, that's not why I have brass balls, Eli. The reason I have brass balls is because I let people watch me work. I don't know many people that would let a camera film them during their working day and see the quality of their work, see how fast or slow they work, and see the mistakes they make. I show my mistakes, and it's embarrassing, but yes, even professionals make mistakes. The difference, as I said before, between a professional and a hobbyist isn't about who makes mistakes. It's what you do and how you handle a mistake, how you move forward from that and make it right. And some mistakes I don't even realize I have made until the chat room says, hey, you know, like the other day, I forgot to take that little piece of tape off. I can't believe it. I can't believe I did that. But I did it. And you know what? It's okay. It's nothing that has to be edited out and make sure nobody ever sees that. Oh my God, he made a mistake. Making mistakes is something to be proud of. It means you've learned something. God forbid you learn something. Obviously, if I'm making nothing but mistakes, I probably should find a new career. But, you know, I am a human being and I get distracted and I lose focus. And especially when I'm trying to maintain a YouTube channel where I'm talking back and forth, answering questions, and I go back and I get distracted. Sometimes you guys get me a little excited. You all can't wait for the results, the end results, and I rush through it like an idiot. And then I have to fix it. But that's life. That's the way. If you think it's going to be any different for you, you're going to have good days and bad days. So what? But that would be an expression where telling me I had balls of brass, that would make more sense. Because a lot of people don't have. They just let their pride and ego get in the way. Not me. I don't let your pride or ego get in my way. All right, let me just clear some of this off of here. Vault Boy. Okay, we've got our 2 drives, which is pretty good since we only have a place in the case for 2 drives. We could put those in right now. These are 2 3 terabyte Western Digital greens. Obviously, he intends those for storage. Let's get our front port umbilicals out through here. You're not an idiot. Well, look, I guess what I'm trying to tell you is nobody's harder on me than myself. There's nothing that you can say to me
that's as mean as what I say to myself when I make mistakes. And sometimes it's just better that way with the trolls. If I call myself an idiot, I've beaten them to it and hopefully taken the wind out of their sails. But we're doing really good today. I'm not really seeing any trolls today. So if they're out there, the mods are doing a great job of keeping me from being distracted by it. Orly Doss has contributed $5. Really enjoy the content and donating to the cause. Very nice, thank you. Now, I wish these drives had toolless installations, but we do have to screw them in. So in the bag here that came with the case, we'll have, these look like power supply screws. Here we go. These are short coarse-threaded screws. They're labeled as 632. And those are the ones you're going to use for mounting the hard drives and the motherboard. That's what those screws are used for. It could be fun, though, to just have a little chat with Eli just about YouTube, about maybe some politics, see where he is, see if he's aligned like I am. Not that it matters. But, you know, birds of a feather like to flock together. And I suspect that I will be able to understand, even if I don't agree, I'll be able to understand his perspective, whatever it happens to be. It could be a very enjoyable conversation. So maybe we'll make that happen. Could be fun. Okay, that's one. Let's get the other one out. This connector's kind of in the way of this bottom hard drive tray. I've never pulled the hard drive tray from the bottom out on these other NZXT builds, so I've never encountered this problem before. I guess I'm gonna have to disconnect it. It's not very well thought out. NZXT's like, well, we gave you the disconnection option, didn't we? Well, how about if we didn't need it? How about that? So I got that going for me. It's not lining up. I wish I could get that song Better Now by Post Malone out of my head. That cable's really in a bad place. Yeah, I think this Optane chip has got to come out. We know want. Define Optane. Poor man's SSD. But SSDs aren't as expensive as they used to be. Agreed. Looks just like an M2 drive, doesn't it? Doesn't perform like one. I was trying to see if it'll focus in on the text. Focus. Man, why you gotta be difficult? $32 gigs. 32 gigs. What am I supposed to do with that? My Google Chrome browser crash. Browser cache. I think I had it right the first time. Bigger than that. Samsung 970 EVO, 1 terabyte. These are $400 a piece. Yeah, it's not my money. I'm not buying them. Don't think I'm the rich one. Remember, people find money for cigarettes, they find money for alcohol. How long do those things last? And what damage are you causing to your body? This, how long will this last, you know? Funny how that justification machine in my head works. I'm gonna buy that Samsung 970 EVO NVMe 1 terabyte drive because you know what? I don't smoke and I would have easily spent that on cigarettes in a year. There, I just justified it. All right, let's put the first 970 EVO in. There's that one. And under here is the documentation, which we'll take out and put with the rest of the docs. And we'll slide this puppy in here. And it's nice that, you know, it's got this heat sink. It's going to say Optane on it, but that's all right. Nobody will know. It's got a little thermal pad on the bottom. And you got to be careful when you slide this in, although this design seems better than what I worked with on Threadripper. Putting the tab into the slot, lower this down, and we'll lock that into position. Now, I don't want to install the other two drives yet, because it can get confusing to figure out which one am I putting Windows on, especially when all three of these drives are all 1 terabyte. I mean, this is just a regular M2 SATA, 1 terabyte, and then we have another 1 terabyte NVMe. I think he wants the NVMe drives in RAID 0, I think. I gotta talk to John about that. In the meantime, what I can do, let me just pick this trash up, because what I can do is I can take the Optane chip and put it here in the box that the Samsung drive came in, and we'll just keep that together for the customer. He might want to use it in another rig, another build. He might want to hang it on the wall. I don't know, he might want to sell it, who knows. So for a cooler, we're going to use liquid cooling, and we're going to replace the stock fans with Noctua fans on the radiator. I guess I can put the Samsung drive back here because we have the 850 EVO. We could do that now. Why not? Just documentation. I think it should go right there. Put that with the connectors facing down. So that's going to go back in just like that. It'll be hidden out of view, and that keeps the cable management looking better. That's why I like to put it in the back. We have to use a different type of screw. We have to use these screws right here that are labeled as M3 5 flat. So they got a flat head on them. And they need to have that flat head so the screw head won't stick out too far to have that avoid sitting flush against the back of the motherboard tray. So we need, let's see, we need 4 of those. Why am I not using my electric screwdriver today? I don't know why. Just in a mood. No reason. Just because. Now we should be able to put that right back there and slide it down. That's good. Put the thumb screw back in. We can start that by hand. Always easier to start it by hand. And then tighten it down.
What do you think? Looks pretty good, right? Sure it does. I'm going to take these out. These are optional 3.5-inch drive bays. Stargazer, what am I saying? Stranger in Night has contributed 5 New Zealand dollars. Thank you, Stranger in Night. Moderator status for you. Okay. I think I'm going to go ahead and put the motherboard into the case now. Quickly running out of counter space here. And I need that bag of screws that I use to secure the hard drives. That will be used for the motherboard as well. They're very similar. These 2 screws, every case comes with these 2 screws that are very similar. They're, sorry, I have to bring up my live feed here. They are about the same size and shape, but the threads are entirely different. So as you can see, we've got the 6x32 and the M3.5 flat. So the flats are used for things like SSDs, and the 632s, those are used for hard drives and motherboard mounting. So looking at the mounting holes, this looks pretty standard. 1, 2, 3 across the middle, 1, 2, 3 across the bottom, 1, 2, 3 across the top. And looking in the case, the standoffs are already installed. 1, 2, 3 across the bottom, 1, 2, 3 in the middle, 1, 2, 3 on top. The middle one has a little post that holds the board in position. So we won't need 9 screws, we need 8 screws. I'm gonna lay this case down. It's heavy, just wait till I get parts in there. Probably need to install the I/O shield, huh? Where can I put this? I'll set it over here. Lots and lots of Go Faster stickers. Big fat documentation. A DVD with drivers, which obviously we don't have a DVD drive. Another Go Faster sticker. This thing's gonna go fast once you get all the stickers on there. Just based on the stickers alone, I can tell. We've got a bridge for hooking up 2 video cards together. We've got the G connector, which we should not need. There's the I/O shield. It's a neat gunmetal color. I really like this color. It's a nice combination of black and silver. It's got a little breathing vent right there. Look at that. Fancy, fancy. So let me go ahead and put the I/O shield in. Something I always watch beginners struggle with, and I have to bite my lip and just let them work it out. That's in. Now I can get the motherboard. Always hold parts by the edges. And I want to put this in. I'm going to grab it just like that. We're going to put the front in on an angle. Line up the I/O ports with the holes in the I/O shield. Don't put any pressure on the RAM. It's sitting in a socket. I don't want you picking it up by that or putting any pressure on the RAM. Keep your fingers away from that. You can pick up the motherboard by any heat shields or by the edges. Try to avoid touching the bottom of the board. Try to avoid touching anything metal. Wow, that just sat perfectly in there. I don't know how well you can see that, but it just plopped right into place without any frustration or negotiation. It just sat in there like a glove. It fits like a glove. Okay, these are, where's my motherboard screws? I just had them. Here we go. We need 8 screws. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. Screwdriver should be on 3. I don't want to twist the heads off of these screws and crush the motherboard. And I apologize, you're not going to be able to see this, but it'll just be a second. And I'll have it back up on its feet in no time. Well, something's not aligned. Let's try over here. It is common that you have to grab the board, sometimes push it towards the back of the case to get the holes to align. And that's why you don't want to tighten any of the screws down. We just want to get them started so we can continue to wiggle the board as necessary to get the rest of the screws aligned. I'm nervous because it went in so easy. I'm actually putting these in too tightly. The driver is eager. Oh, that's not good. Oh, it seems to have resolved itself. It was taking the standoff. That's what that sound was. The standoff was unscrewing with the screw. But when I tightened it back down, it all just aligned right. Very good. I'm tightening these down because they just want to. 3 more. Last one. Perfect. Oh yeah, it's gaining some weight. I suppose I could hook these little cables back up now. I'm done with them. There we go. There we go. Dun, 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 dun. Huh? Look at that. I/O. I can put all of this stuff in the box. It's a good place for it. Screws. Power cable, documentation, Vault Boy. I feel like I'm missing one here. I'm just gonna go in there. I know there was 4 screws. I see 3. Where'd the other one go?
Where did it go? Oh, these can go in there too. And these go faster stickers, they can go in there. Let's get these zip ties out of the way. I'm missing a screw. It's the thumb screw that holds the glass on. It's around here somewhere. I know I didn't eat it. Pretty sure. Well, I'm sure it'll turn up. It'll turn up in something. Samuel Ramos has contributed $20. Here's a little something to show my appreciation for the knowledge you share. I've learned so much. Thank you, Carey. Keep up the good work. Very kind of you. Samuel, there's a moderator status for you, my friend. Thank you for your generosity. Guess I can work on this liquid cooler now, huh? Let's put this over here for now. And we're gonna take the face off. I'm gonna tear your face off. Yeah. This makes me nervous. You're making me nervous. So he wants to use the H115i Pro from Corsair. How does this box open? Documentation. We're not using those fans. Mounting hardware. And finally, we have the radiator. Oh, that's a kind of a low profile pump. Look at that. Look how low that sits. Interesting. Nothing else in the box. Just put that there. That's where that goes. $10 has come in from James Zender. Just to let you know, I'm still watching every day. Very nice. James is already a moderator. Thank you for your contributions. Yeah, Coke should be paying me at least in free Coke, right?
maybe some insulin. I can laugh at that because I'm not diabetic yet. Is there a plastic cover on there? There's always a plastic cover on the company's logo. Anything can get scratched but that. God forbid. There we go. The torque is set too low to loosen those screws out. It's hitting torque setting. Factory put those thumb screws in pretty tight. There it goes. Set that back to 3 before I forget. Love this. Love the way you can do this on an NZXT case. You paying attention, Corsair? Probably not. I feel like Corsair's losing their way. It's not what they used to be. All right, let's see if their cooler's better or worse. It's gonna have to go in this way. Do I want to mount it on top or beneath? I think I want to put it on top. Wait a minute. It's going to go in like this. Yeah, it's going to go in like that. And we could center it. Push it more to the left. And then the fans. Do we want to put the fans under or over? Under or over? Take a look at that real quick. Let's see what that's going to look like. Under. So I'm going to put the fans under here. And when we secure the fans on, it'll secure the radiator at the same time. John wants to use the Noctua NF-A14 fans instead of the fans that come with the cooler. The coolers, these liquid coolers always come with just the cheapest fans, which is bizarre. You'd think the company would really want you to see a value in their product and not have to replace something brand new out of the box, but that's what they all do. Well, they're black, so it's nice to know Noctua makes normal fans. You don't have to buy them brown. And apparently they've given us a lot of different colors, and I don't know why. 2, 4, 6. I would need 8 of these. Why do I have 6, and why are they all different colors? It's very strange. What's in here? Oh, there's the rest of them. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. These are optional. And you may choose to put one color on one side and one color on the other side, I guess. If we want to stick with the black, we know that this side of the fan is what's blowing air out, so that's going to go against the radiator. We're going to bring air from inside of the case and blow it out through the top. So this is the side that potentially can be seen, so we'll put black here to make that match. These reduce vibration, so it's a good idea to use them. I think it's kind of silly that they give you these different colors. They should be pre-installed in black, and they should sell different colors optionally. Let people pay for them. This is just going to go in a landfill, right? It's just you can't use all of them. So, I mean, I guess if you had other fans that these could fit on, but they're not going to have the mounting holes like these fans have for these dampeners. I don't really understand what the logic is. It just seems very wasteful, adding to the expense of what this fan costs, and adding to the amount of labor you have to do since these are not pre-installed. Really starting to have a hard time justifying Noctua now. I feel like they might have been groundbreaking 20 years ago or 10 years ago, but they're just not anymore. They seem to be staying the course, and they're letting others pass them by with cheaper prices and better or equivalent products. And it's a shame to see them moving in that direction. Well, failing to move is what it is. They're just staying in the same place. And they're getting past. They need to step it up. Here we can do the other side as well. We can pick a color, I don't know. Red is a little extreme. Maybe we'll just go with blue. Well, the case is red, isn't it? We'll do red. Hold on a minute. Did this backwards. This is the part that faces the radiator. Oh, you know what? Yeah, we'll have red on the outside. That's cool. Because the case is red. It'll work. I intended for the black to be on the outside, but you know what? Red on the outside. See how the fan has little holes? And there's little posts that stick out, little rubber posts. You put those in there. And then the lip just goes over the edge like so. And then we're left with 4, 8, 12, 16 of these little rubber dampeners that you can't use. So very wasteful. And you're paying for them. If you're buying these fans, you're paying for product you're going to throw away. Isn't it enough I buy garbage bags, and the only reason I buy those is to throw them away? That's a Carey quote right there. The only reason I buy garbage bags is to throw them away. Here's one. I want that there, or do I want it here? I think I want it like that. And in the bag of hardware, we should have some long, thin screws for the fans. This isn't even in the Ziploc bag, which sucks because you're going to save some of these screws. You're not going to use them all. So I know I threw a Ziploc bag down here that's a lot smaller. Here, we'll reuse this one. I'm telling you, Corsair, they're losing their way big time. And Noctua is too. Corsair's moving in a direction I don't agree with regards to their cases and their coolers. And Noctua just isn't moving at all. So these are the screws I was looking for, these long screws here. So we can go all the way through the fan and then down into the radiator and lock that radiator and fan into position around the frame. And I just want to line it up. And you want to start one corner, any corner at all, just pick one and just start it. Don't tighten it. And then we're going to do the other corner. And in doing that, actually, I should put a little washer on here. There's these little washers here. So we'll pull that other one back up. Oh, wow. With these dampeners on, there's not much of the screw to go into the radiator. It's when you put the washer on it, combined with the dampers, there's only a few threads left to reach through the other side. So, you know, the option is don't put the dampers on. You gotta use these washers though, or the screw could go right through the opening because the head's not wide enough. It's just Corsair playing, somebody's playing by different rules than everybody else. Would it have killed them to make the screw a little bit longer? Did they not test fit different manufacturers' fans? Because they know they're giving you crappy fans. Why wouldn't they test fit the one everybody, all the enthusiasts talk about is Noctua. It's not like there's some unheard of brand that only a few people use. So Corsair's just living in Corsair's little world. And this is what happens in this industry. You can praise a company and they can be doing great, and then all of a sudden they start going the wrong way. And this typically happens when management changes. Somebody in the company left or was replaced. And it's probably all about money and has nothing to do with the product itself. That's been my experience with large corporations. It's just lose their ways. Lose their way. They start out good and then they just start going off in different directions and forgot why they started business to begin with. I really get the sense that's what Corsair's been doing lately. Otherwise, nothing makes any sense otherwise. Why is this not lining up? See, we got the other three ends, so the fourth one should just line up by default. And if it doesn't, we just have to loosen them all. I can't see anything. Let's get a flashlight in there. Oh, I can see this is not lined up right. It's got to go all the way over to one side. I think it'll work now. You got to be careful because the radiator is made of a very soft material and it's very easy to push these screws through the dampeners and over tighten them. I think just where they're at is perfect. We're not sealing it against water or anything. Isn't that weird that they give you one of each color and the rest are in the box? Like, I don't get that. I don't understand what they're thinking. Keep all the product together. It's not like there's a see-through box where you can see that. You can't see that through the box. It's just stupid. Okay, we're gonna put that on the same way. We want to make sure those cables are coming out of this side. Come on now. Come on now. Ooh, might have over-tightened that. A little too tight. We're okay. All right, and the rest of these screws I'm going to put in this bag here. And then all of these dampers we'll just put in this Ziploc here. That came with the cooler. How appropriate. Okay. You know, there's probably a piece of plastic on here I have to remove. Yep, there is. All right. God, I love how easily NZXT has made that whole process, just taken the pain right out of it. There we go. We're getting there. I mean, the hardest part, I guess, is getting those fans put on the radiator. That's the most time-consuming part of it, you know? It's not difficult. It's just takes time. Yeah, we got good RAM clearance. Probably should have checked that before I installed it, but we're okay. We're okay. It's all good. And let's put the front back on. That's all of our front port umbilicals right there. Okay, I need to take a little breather. So let's talk. What's on your mind? What you got for me? Getting a mess down here. Jeffrey Lebowski says, Carey, I just bought a Nuka-Cola case on Amazon. It's a great case, man. It's a great case. Carey is the slowest growing YouTuber, just 205,000 views in over 10 years. We're building a community. Not everybody fits into the community. It's kind of a niche community. There's no marketing budget, so it's only word of mouth. And I haven't really been going full tilt for 10 years on YouTube. I would say really most of the YouTube growth and attention has been since around 2012 is when I started taking it more seriously. But even then, that's nothing to brag about with regards to the viewers. But we're all about quality and not quantity. I'd rather have 205,000 awesome viewers than 1 million viewers with 200,000 awesome viewers and 800,000 trolls and monsters, you know? So I'd rather get to know you guys. And as you can tell with the names in blue, and there's a lot of first name basis back and forth, where do you see that on YouTube? Where do you see that kind of interactive nature of creators with their viewers? I'd like to see more of it. Otherwise, it's just basically television, isn't it? So I think some people get that. Some people understand. It's kind of like hanging out with me, you know, like we're just friends hanging out. So, I mean, it'd be great if there was 1 million. If they were all of the quality of the 200,000 I've got, but I want that quality first and foremost. And there's nothing nothing tricked into those. Nobody was tricked into subscribing or tricked into watching videos. You know what I mean? It's all organically grown. It's all natural and organic. Non-GMO. Oh, I'm not having a good hair day today. What's going on? I guess I should be lucky I have hair at all, huh? I did get 5,000 new viewers in 5 weeks. Yeah, 1,000 subscribers a week, though. Even then, that's 52,000 a year. It's a long way to 300,000, isn't it? More than a year away. But hey, you know what? It's all about us. Let's talk about us. You're the people who are here, and I'm here, and we're the ones that matter. Anybody else that's missing out, hey, maybe someday they'll join us if they choose to be part of the community. It'd be great. And if not, we have each other. What else do you need? All right, let's see here. It is not your dinner time yet, boy. No, don't look at me with those eyes. Told you that doesn't work on me anymore. I'm immune to the ways of the Force that you use. You're gonna have to come up with another trick. Yeah, you're gonna have to be more original, Lyle. You got to come up with something else. Find another angle. Yeah, did you give up? What's up, Jimmy? My boy. What the heck is that for? It's not time. Your clock is off by a half an hour. Why don't you go bark at something? Give me that look. We talked about this already. Don't give me that look. I'm not interested. It's tough love. You want a box? Is that what you want? What do you want? You want the power supply box? You want the cooler box? He's just going to his jar of cookies. No. Do you want the box, though? He's ignoring me now. Lyle. Lyle. There he is. Here, hold on. Hold on a minute, let's see. Hold on a minute. Here, come here. You want this box? Where's Jimmy? Hi, Jimmy. Lyle. You want this power supply box? You want it? Here, you want to take it by the handle? No? Don't like EVGA? How about your bark box? You want your bark box? You want that bark box? You want it? It's right over there. You're a good boy. And you, just standing over there by the cookies. What's your plan? You just give me those eyes? Lyle. Lyle. Boy, talking to you with your folded ear. I know you can hear me. Yeah, just walk away. I see how it's going to be. Spoiled, rotten dog. Yeah, that's what it's like living with Lyle. Sure, it looks glamorous, but he's a diva. Oh, he's getting his box. You gonna get that box? Get it. Get that box. Get it. There you go. Get that box. Fuzzy butt. Look at that tail. Showing off your plumage. All right. There you go. You're a good boy. You're a good boy. Pain in the butt. But you're a good boy. I think I just heard that roll away. All right, so there's already thermal compound applied from Corsair on the bottom of the water pump. So that's why there's this plastic cover on here to protect it. So we only remove that when we're ready to install, which we are. Standoffs are in, back plate is in, and now it's just a simple matter of mounting the block. I can't get over how light and small the block is, which is, I don't know, is that good or bad? Let's see here. A little lazy, a little difficult to do on the Lazy Susan, but this is the toughest corner to get on. It's because it's by the ram. And we're going to start these by hand. And I don't want to torque them down too much, but I want to speed this process up a little bit. So opposite corners. Okay. Now tighten them down by hand. That's good. 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 That's all there is to that. Water block is installed. These cables here, we're going to feed these up and out through the top. I think that's going to be the best. Up and out. Except for one of them that's going to go on the all-in-one pump header. This is for the fans to plug into right here. And that's going to provide power to the pump right there. And the RGB lighting. Which one of these is the all-in-one pump? Flashlight and glasses time. I guess we're just going to put it on the CPU fan header because that's all I see.
Okay, that looks good. And then we'll come around the back and we'll put the, there's only 2 fan headers here. That's obviously what we're gonna plug the 2 fans on the radiator into. They're both 4-pin fans, which is good because it's a 4-pin header. And this rear fan cable, we'll get that out of this wire management here. We're gonna run that down in here. And the other CPU fan, plug in. Doesn't matter which one you plug in where. You just want both of the radiator fans plugged into the fan headers that go to the water pump, so the Corsair software can control that. Where's my USB 3 on here? USB 3 right there. There we go. Well, that's all twisted, isn't it? That kind of looks terrible like that. Why does it do that? I don't like that. Try that again. So this power connector is going to power the NZXT logo on the power supply shroud, and that fan connector is going to power the pump and the RGB lighting on the pump. So we'll have to run a power cable from the power supply to those. And what else do we have to plug in? We've got the front I/O. HD audio, let's get that out of the way. Nice, like that. Very good. Let's get the Q connector out of the box. We'll use that. What do I do with the box? It's over here. Sorry. Asus is the Q connector. Gigabyte is the G connector. Because you look at it and you go, gee, Rick, are you sure that's going to work? Yeah, Morty, of course it's going to work. It's not a defraculator, Morty. Power switch. There is no reset switch on this case. Which is fine. Hard drive LED. Power LED.
That's all there is to that. And now this will just plug right onto the motherboard header. I think we probably could come in right from the bottom here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Kool-Aid. And now we can just plug that straight on. And now you don't have to fuss about with the individual cables. You just plug the whole header. I got it upside down. Yeah, I put the power switch over by the speaker for some reason. Why did I do that? Not paying attention to what I'm doing, apparently. So the hard drive LED has to go here. And then the power LED goes right above that. I don't know what I was doing. Had it backwards. It's clearly labeled, so got no excuse. It's not like I've never done this before. It's not like I can't read. You know how I knew I screwed up? Because it wouldn't plug in. You never use force. If it doesn't go on easily, you're doing something wrong. And because these were plugged into the wrong places, it wouldn't allow, in the case that, in the way that I did it, it would not allow for it to plug in. There's certain holes that have to line up in certain areas on this connector where there are no holes. So if you don't have it oriented in the proper direction, it just simply doesn't go on. And if you force it, that's bad. You'll break something. So that went on a lot easier. Should be a USB 2 cable in here. There it is. We should be able to run that right up through here as well. And plug it in right there. Same thing. It should, if you're in the right connector, you just kind of wiggle and push on it. It should go right in without any force. Don't use the force. It's looking clean, nice and clean. Let's see. Guess we're gonna hook up some power cables now, huh? Getting exciting. We're almost ready for our power on self-test. I'm going to do this backwards. I think I'm going to go ahead and plug everything onto the motherboard and connectors first, and then plug into the power supply last, since I have to yank the power supply out to get to the back of it. Well, at least get to the back of it easier. Bada boom, bada bing. That looks good. I need an 8-pin power cable for the motherboard. That's VGA. It's nice it says VGA on it instead of PCI Express. I like that because it's not like you're going to plug anything PCI Express with power other than a video card. So it's a little less confusing for a first-time builder. Here we go. This one's labeled CPU. Perfect. And we're going to plug one end of that right up here. I still have that rear case fan to plug in, don't I? Where am I going to plug this rear case fan in at? Appears to be in some kind of a wire loop right there. It's an interesting choice. deal with that later. And let's give power then to the pump and the LED. So that's going to be one of these, yes. I could probably go to the hard drive as well, or the solid state drive back here. I think all 3 power connectors, there should be 3. Yes, I have 3. Should be able to go one right here. Why is that in my way? Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, that sounded like 25 miles an hour. Okay, let's see. Where you at? There it is. Just plug this in here for now. Worry about cleaning it up later. Should have one more. Oh, it's going to be all the way up there, isn't it? Of course it is. There we go. Okay, and now we can just plug these 3 cables, the motherboard power, the SATA power, and the CPU power into the back of the power supply. And I'll worry about hooking up hard drive power later. Obviously, you'll need another SATA power cable for that. And the back of the power supply has plenty of connections for that. So let's go ahead and just temporarily take the power supply out so I can just see better. That's why I didn't tighten it down. Just didn't want it to flop around in there until I was ready. That's going to be a tight fit. So let's save that one for last. This is SATA power. That's going to go, let's see, we're going to go all the way to the end right there. And then I need CPU power next, so we'll run that one right through here. Oh, I got it plugged in backwards. It's backwards. This connector goes to the back of the power supply. See, it's in one piece. And this connector says, some motherboards have a 4-pin, some have an 8. So that's the split connector is what goes on the motherboard. We're going to use them both on this build. Just kind of hold them together and line them up. Make sure the clip faces the outside edge. That's installed. Run the other side out. See, it's really easy to correct little mistakes like that. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. Okay, and then finally just the motherboard power connector, which, man, I wish they gave me just a little bit more. I mean, it's enough, but it's just when the power supply is inserted, it's fine, but that's the length I can get, which means I'm going to have to work on this the hard way, unfortunately. My flashlight again. Let's see here. Yeah, now the CPU power's in my way. Can't see. It's going to come out. See, the power supply shroud looks nice, but it does sort of get in the way of building. It'd be nice if that shroud was easily removed for this very purpose. Stay.
Here's one. All right, time for the big connector. 2, and now CPU power can go back. 3. Okay, very good. What was going on? Come on. The NZXT could use a little work on their alignment. Let's put hybrid mode on. That'll turn the fan off when it's not needed. Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for its very first boot up ever. Oh, wait a minute. This has to have power too? Oh yeah, I suppose it would. That's the front fans. Just trying to sort through this mess of cables. Let's bring it in right up through here, I guess. No. No, no, no. Get it down. And around. Am I around? Yeah. Okay. Good, good. It's alright, it's alright. It's okay, it's okay. All right. All right, I still have the USB cable to hook up for the cooler, which isn't entirely necessary, but I might as well just get it out of the way now. That's gonna go on. Is it going up? It's a tight fit, isn't it? Can't tell which direction it goes on. Hello, USB Type-C. Corsair, let's get with it. Why you gotta be like this? Yeah, looks like it's gonna go up. Which is fine, that means we can route the cable straight up and out the back. So of course Corsair gave us enough cable. Looks like they did. And we'll bring that down through here and into the remaining USB 2 header right next to the other one we're using for the case. That uses them both. That's great. I build a lot of motherboards where we simply don't use one of the USB 2 headers. It seems a shame to me to do that. All right, I need a power cable, and let's see, I need a video cable, I need a mouse and a keyboard. So let's move this mouse and keyboard over here. Let's grab this keyboard. And this mouse.
cable. Okay. Like so. Power supply's in the off position. And we're going to use your monitor as the test monitor. We're going to use onboard video. So it's an HDMI and a display port. I thought it was 2 HDMIs. Looks good. Looks good. Flip the switch to on. All right, guys, you ready? You ready for the power on test? Here we go. Fans are turning. Dead silent, by the way. Oh, I should switch over to my input. Let's see what happens. First boot, you want to give it up to 90 seconds. Oh, something's happening. System shut off and it's turning back on now. I haven't touched anything. RAM's lit up. And BIOS has appeared. So far, so good. Okay, and that's the message we want to see. Let me grab a flash drive and let's boot. Let's update the BIOS. There's got to be a newer BIOS version. This is a good time to do that. I don't want to install Windows or anything yet. As I mentioned, the customer, I think, wants a RAID 0 array from the 2 Samsung 970 EVOs, so I got to talk to him before I go any further than that. Let me get the flash drive plugged in here. And what do we have? An Aorus Gaming 7. So let me Google that. Z370 Gaming 7. There's Gigabyte's website. RGB Fusion, triple M2 with thermal guard. Yes, yes, yes. Support BIOS. Current BIOS is version F10, which was released on the 20th of September. That's pretty new. Optimized for Intel 9th Gen core processors. I guess that's why that update came out. Got the zip file. I'm going to extract all of this temporarily in my downloads folder and copy the BIOS file itself, which is .f10. And we're going to put that onto the flash drive. Copy and paste. Done. Very good. Then I can safely disconnect the flash drive. And plug it in over on this rig. Let's shut this one down. And we'll just find an empty USB port here. That'll do. Plug her back in and hit the end key on the keyboard, E and D, which is where on this keyboard? Can't find it. Oh, it's the right arrow, function right arrow. Waited too long, didn't I? No recognition. Function right arrow. Function right arrow. Why is that not working? Control Alt Delete. Let's just go in the BIOS and do it that way. I don't know why this keyboard is not. Delete, 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 delete. What is going on? Why is this keyboard? You know what? Could be a USB 3 I'm in. I should be in USB 2. Let's try that again. Helps when I watch the live feed instead of watching the YouTube feed, which is about 90 seconds late. That makes a big difference when I'm watching an actual live feed.
Okay, so let's go over to, is it under chipset? No. Save and exit? No. Smart fan? No. Where did my Q flash go? It used to be up here. It's in here somewhere. I can't see with me in the corner. There's something up there I can't see. Oh, it's just the date and time. What BIOS version are we on? F1. Holy smokes. Wow. Guess that's been sitting in inventory for a while, huh? My goodness, Jimmy, you want to save some of that water for the fish? Used to be an option that said tools. It's not there anymore. Oops. Q flash, it's down here now. Update the BIOS. It already sees it, very good. That's the one I want. I don't know why it does this. Try again. Oh, that's not a good sign. BIOS ID check. What am I doing wrong? This is what happens if you're trying to put the wrong BIOS on the motherboard. So let me just take another look at the website. Maybe I just went too quickly. This is Z370 Gaming 7. Z370 Gaming 7. Intel gaming board. I'd say that's it. I don't know why it wouldn't provide it. It looks like the right everything. BIOS shows version F10. Wonder what's going on. Let me download it again. Let me download it from Asia. Maybe the download itself was bad. And let's see if we can just copy the BIOS file out of it. Hang in there, guys. I'm still here. It's just trying to update this flash drive with the latest BIOS version. Let me plug it back into the motherboard. Let's try this. Let's turn it back on. And I'll hit end on the keyboard this time. I should watch the live feed instead of the YouTube feed. Update BIOS. It does not like that BIOS for some reason. Oh, it's the Gaming 7 OP because it's got the, I see, because it's got the Optane. Surprised they would have a separate BIOS for that.
Shut this back down. And let's see here. Grab that flash drive, plug it in over here. All right, I'm just going to extract the files of the flash drive, of the zip file onto the flash drive, and that's done. And let's minimize that. And we'll go over here and let's eject. Thank you, Catherine. Okay, let's try this one more time. Flash. Update. That's better. Helps when you have the right BIOS file. Just deleting those BIOS files I downloaded, and 2 different versions of it on there, and once they're on the flash drive I don't need them anymore, so just doing that little maintenance while I'm waiting. It's going to reboot itself, so I'll just let it sit and take care of that on its own. And the thing is dead quiet, absolutely just silent. Again, you got to be patient. The BIOS is still updating, so just the system is already turned off and turned back on all by itself twice now. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. It'll boot when it's ready. It's coming. It's shut off now a third time. And now the RAM's lit up and we should be in BIOS version F10 now. I'm sure we are. Just gonna let it sit for a minute. Look at that, it shut itself off for a 4th time. Again, just leave it alone. It's thinking, it's processing, doing its thing. And was it just gonna be in a loop now? What's happening? Well, all right, very good. Very, very good. That's what it's supposed to do. I mean, ultimately, we got where we needed to go. We should see BIOS version F10, and we do. Very good. Very good. I think that is going to be today's build, ladies and gentlemen. I think that is it. You can see that thing is all lit up, nice and pretty. I'll give you a nice little look at that with the lights down. Maybe a little zoom in on here too. Let's see. NZXT logo lit up. Yep. Tilt the board a little bit. Those colors are a little washed out on the video for some reason. That gives you a better idea what the colors look like. All right, guys. And look at that. We're a little after 5 o'clock here, which is dinner time for you guys, isn't it? You guys are hungry? Are you hungry? I guess that's a yes. Yeah. All right, guys, thank you once again for joining me. Thanks to everybody who's contributed to today's channel. I appreciate all your contributions, and all the money does go back into the channel. And I want to thank all my people in blue, all my friends in blue there. Kind words from Jesse Kirk. Thank you, Jesse. Again, thanks to everybody for joining me, especially for the people in blue with the wrenches. They keep all the trolls, at bay, keep it civil in the chat. I thought Carey hated RGB. Yes, I do hate RGB. You think I'm going to tell a customer I'm not going to build their computer because I don't like RGB? What are you, insane? Customer wants RGB? Customer gets RGB. It's not rocket science, people. But keep trying to demonize me and find me to be a hypocrite. See how that works out for you. Okay, thank you guys again so much. Ben, Shane, Jen, Samuel, Christoph, thank you so much. And everybody's names I haven't mentioned. I appreciate you guys tuning in and joining me and hanging out with me here in the kitchen as we build Nuka-Cola number 3 right over there. I have to talk to John and find out, just verify he wants to do RAID 0. I will do it on camera. I won't do that off camera, so don't worry, you won't miss anything. And gosh, there was one other thing. There'll be some more quick tips videos posted now that my sister is finding her groove with the editing. And of course, thanks to Mikey Beckers for contributing the edit that he did. I think there's another one. I might twist his arm into editing for me. Just a short video looking at the temps for the different cooling solutions I tried on Thready, just to minimize that into one video. We'll see if we can't get that done for you. So, time to feed the dogs. I will see you all very, very soon. And until then, bye for now. Where am I? Well, hello everybody. I hope everybody's doing well today. Welcome into this live broadcast. And today I'm going to put down my palette and my brush, and we're going to do something a little bit different today.
So welcome back for everybody who's been here before, and to those of you that are new, you're all very welcome here. Welcome in, welcome in. So today I'm going to show you how to build a computer, and then maybe later we'll give it a good old paint job, huh? It's a beautiful day today, and it's a wonderful, wonderful time to be building a PC. This is a great family event that everybody can enjoy, from fathers and sons to daughters and mothers and grandparents and everybody in between. So come on in and let's show you just how easy and fun it can be to build your very own computer. Now, I'm going to simply set these items aside here, and we're going to start by prepping something that's called the motherboard. Now, the motherboard is what everything connects to. It's the peacekeeper. It's sort of the Bob Ross of the whole system. Now, for this instance here, we're going to be utilizing this motherboard. Now, this is made by a company called Gigabyte. And you may not know that name if you're just a regular old individual who's not into computers, but trust me, they're a big name for those who know. And this isn't their highest end motherboard, but it's up there. It's a real good one. And I'm going to show you just how easy it is to get this ready to install into a case. These are computer cases here behind me, and I have an extra one of these. So we're going to build basically what you see right here, except there's going to be a fourth one right over here when we're done. It's going to be wonderful. It's going to be a great time, and I sure hope you're following along with me. The only tool we're really going to need for most of this is a number 2 Phillips screwdriver. Magnetized always helps keep things nice and sticky. You don't want to drop a screw down inside of something, make a big mess, or scratch anything. So magnets and computers go along just fine. No need to worry about that. Now, let me just take a minute and let's say hello to some of the friendly folks we have in our chat room today. Let's see who is in here. Oh, we see Dave Murray and Rich Robbins, Stephen Bernstein and XUM, Colin Hilton, Geekazoid Tech, Paul Baxter, Nick Poverman, Matthew Barnes and Jesse Kirk, Bill Ottinger, Patrick Rousseau. Hi guys. Come on in, everybody. Come on in. Let's all get a little closer. Come on, we don't have to be afraid of one another. You can hold each other's hands virtually. We'll save the kumbaya for later though. Okay, so for right now though, just know that you're all friends of mine, and that makes you all friends of each other. And let's share in this enjoyment of building the computer. And we're going to prep this. We get everything started. We call it a prep. It's short for preparation. And we're going to prepare the motherboard to be installed into the case. And the reason we do that is it can be very, very challenging to try and install the parts on the motherboard after the motherboard's been installed in the case. So let's get started here now. And for those of you whose names I haven't mentioned, of course, don't feel neglected or alienated. I see you, and I appreciate your being here. Now let's take a look in the box. So here's what the inside of the box looks like if you've never done this before. It's got the motherboard. It's put into this bag. Not sure where Carey would want me to put this, but Carey, where would you like the leftover garbage placed? Oh, like that? Isn't he a hoot? All right, let's come down over here. Now, there's obviously not a whole lot of technicality going on here. It's just stickers. we're not going to use the stickers today. So we're going to set those off camera. And in the box, there's another sticker. I know you might be thinking you just bought a box of stickers. That's kind of true, but we're going to ignore the stickers for right now. This is our instruction manual, which you can refer to for any details that we won't cover in the video today. Just drop it. Okay. That guy's something else, isn't he? What a great guy. In the motherboard box, we're going to find something that's called an I/O shield. And I/O is short for input and output, and it's where all your little connectors and USB and keyboard and plugins, all your plugins, they all plug in, and this right here goes on the back of the case. We're going to get to this just a little bit later, so we're going to set it aside for now. And everything else we've got in the box for right now, we can just leave in here. We've got SATA cables, RGB cables, looks like some kind of temperature sensors, and a quick connect. Now don't let any of this overwhelm you. I'm just showing you the parts that are in the box here today, and we're not going to be utilizing all of them, and that's okay. It's all right to have parts left over. It's totally normal. Now, some people are saying they have a hard time hearing me. Let me just adjust. Let me adjust my microphone a little bit here for you guys. Let's see if that works any better. I'm not the loudest person in the world. Everything's very calm. And, you know, in my day, things were stressful. They're not as stressful as you guys have it today. But I am the original chill pill. It's true. Long before that word existed, Bob Ross existed. So we're just going to relax and enjoy our build today. And we're going to look at our happy little motherboard right here. We're going to take this out of the box. Sorry, I took it out of the box. I'm gonna remove the tape that holds the bag closed. We're gonna gently remove the motherboard, which is being hugged so lovingly by the bag. And here you'll see we've got some protection placed here, this plastic to keep things from being damaged in shipping. And if we just bring this around, you'll see that's that I/O I was telling you about, that input and output where all your plugs go. That's all right there. And I'm just gonna find an end to this plastic. And we're just gonna peel this plastic off. Now, if we don't peel the plastic off, these areas can get pretty warm when the computer is turned on, and it could emit an odor, an unpleasant odor. And that's because the plastic that's intended here just for protection and shipping wasn't removed, and it starts to get hot and melt. So let's take this time now to very easily remove this plastic, because once we've installed the motherboard into the case, doing this would be much more difficult. Sometimes it can be a little difficult to find a little piece of that plastic to pull up, but don't give up. Once you get it started, you'll see the rest of it will just come right on off. There we go. Look at that. Isn't that just gorgeous? Now, here with our motherboard, you can see, let me just bring it up to the camera and I'll show you. It looks almost like a little city, doesn't it? Like a big satellite photograph of a city going on down there. And it's not unlike a little city. There's little roads that are the electrical circuits, and all roads are basically just a circuit. So it's not too far-fetched when your first reaction may be, wow, that looks like a little city. It is kind of like a little city. Oh, it looks like we missed a piece of plastic right here. Let's go ahead and take that off right now. Oh, and another one. Always good to just double check and make sure you get it all. Now, we only have to install 3 things on this motherboard just to prepare it, and that's going to be our CPU, which is going to go right there, our RAM, which goes in these sockets here, and then an M.2 drive, which is what we're going to boot from and put Windows on. That's going to be our storage drive. And that's going to go underneath this metal plate right here. That's a heat shield, and it helps dissipate the heat so that everything runs nice and cool and fast. So let's go ahead and place this down. Now, I know many of you would like to see some close-ups of my work, so I've arranged for that to happen for you today. Now, let me just bring out my camera. That's going to give you a nice view of all the detail work of what we're doing today. So bear with me here, folks, because my regular crew is in here. So let's see if we can get this set up here for you. As you can see, I got this camera, and I'm just going to raise it up a bit. That looks good to me. And we'll have to turn this camera on. There we go. Now let's check and make sure this camera here is working and it's focused. Oh, that looks pretty good, folks. Let's just take a look right there. Oh, yes. Look at this. Isn't that just gorgeous? Absolutely. Absolutely. Now here we've got our RAM. We can install this RAM very easily. These 2 packages represent 8 gigabytes of memory each. So that's 8, 16, 24, 32 total gigs of RAM. These chips will fit into these sockets very easily. The first thing we need to do is to open these connectors up. Just like that. And let's see if we can get you another camera view here. Here we go. So you can see me doing it both ways from both angles. We could probably make that just a little bigger. Let's see if we can just grab a little edge here. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Okay, now, with the motherboard out, we're going to focus in on this little area right here. So let's see if we can get you zoomed in a little closer. And we're going to turn like this so you guys can get a really good look there at what's going on. Now we're going to take one of our packages of RAM. Now all the parts and all the details for the build today, they're all in the video notes below the video. Be sure and check those out if you would. Now this is how we're going to take our RAM out. We're going to bend the package. Don't bend the RAM. And as you can see, when you build your own computer, you basically start your own sticker collection. And hey, who doesn't already have a sticker collection? Now, with one of the RAM modules removed, as you can see here, I can place them at any of the 4. Because we have 4 RAM modules, we're going to use all 4 of these sockets. There's a little keyhole right here in the RAM, and there's a notch you can see driven right through the center. And that makes sure that we can install the RAM in only one direction. And look at that, it just fits so perfectly. It's kind of hard to see when it's top down, isn't it? Fits right into that groove. And then I'm going to use my thumb and I'm going to push down real gently on the right side and then my left side. Now you don't have to do right or left first. But you just want to do one side and then the other side. Don't try and do both sides at the same time. Let's get the other RAM module out of the container. Now, because these were a kit, I'm going to skip one, and this is not a necessary step, but I'm going to skip one because this is one memory channel right here. And then push down and push down. And that locks our second memory module into position. And that's what this really looks like from this angle. Very, very simple so far. See, I told you you could do this. I wasn't kidding. People can really enjoy building computers, and to a point that some people, believe it or not, make a living doing this. I'm going to just repeat the same process with the remaining RAM modules, making sure that we keep everything oriented into the same direction. And we just have one last one here, and we're going to put that one in real quick. Nice and easy. Goes down in the groove. Don't force anything, it should go in very easily. Once you're sure it's in correctly, then you go ahead and apply your pressure down on one corner and then the other corner. And that's installing 32 gigabytes of RAM into a motherboard. It's really, really just that easy. Now the next thing we can do is put our M.2 solid state drive in. Now I realize you're probably going to hear some terminology today that's foreign to you. But that's okay. You just keep listening. You'll understand in context and in time. You don't have to know it all today. In fact, here on this channel, Carey's been doing builds now for many, many years, and some are more basic and some are more advanced. So there's something here for everybody. You're all very welcome to check out the entire library that Carey has. And there's different levels for people of different experience, so you should never feel that the content here isn't for you. It is for you. It's for everybody. Now here, this part right here, this is where our CPU is going to go, and it's got a little cover on it. And we're going to get to that in a second. But just below it, this is where our M.2 drive is going to go, our solid state drive. Let me just align that so you can see. There's a screw right here I have to remove. Now for this, I'm actually going to use a slightly different screwdriver that's a little smaller, because that screw is different than all the other screws that we use when building a computer. Now when I remove this heat shield, it's going to expose a socket below. Be careful not to lose that screw. We're just going to slide this out. There's a little tab in a slot right there. We're going to just gently slide that out. And here we've got a thermal pad. This is going to help pull the heat away from our solid state drive. And it had some protective tape on it to keep it from getting dirty. So we'll just take that tape off. Now what we're going to put in here is one of the best solid state drives available today. It's the Samsung 970 EVO NVMe M.2, and it's 1 terabyte. Now, what do I mean when I say best? It's not the cheapest. It has the best read and write performance of any solid state on the market. And Samsung has been leading the way that other manufacturers in this arena strive to just stay up with. Inside of the box, we've got our happy little NVMe drive right there. It kind of looks like a stick of gum, doesn't it? I've got some double mint right here, as a matter of fact. I mean, if double mint doesn't warm your soul, look at this. You're all familiar with a stick of gum. Well, who would have thought that computer technology would be so similar to an everyday item like that? Now, don't install this. No, you can chew on this and enjoy this. You don't want to chew on this. I know it's got the word bytes in it, but that's not what that means. Okay, let's go ahead and take this out of its package here. It's just like a little baby coming out of its coming out of its womb right now. Look at that. Now this also has a little groove in it, so it can only go one way into this socket here. If we turn this around, we'll give you another kind of view, what you can see when you look at it this way. If you look into that socket right there, you'll see the groove is on the right side. And we're going to place the drive in on an angle. First we want to line it up and then push it straight in. But make sure you don't force anything. It should go in nice and easy. There we go. Now it's lined up correctly. And you'll see it kind of bounces up and down right there. Now, I've just noticed that we need a little standoff and a screw to lock this down right there. So I'm going to just gently set the motherboard aside for a moment. Just put it right over here. And here in our box, with all the parts, is a little baggie, and that contains our standoff and our screw, and they're very, very tiny, so be careful. You don't want to lose these. Certainly don't want to be working on any carpet. You really wouldn't want to paint on over carpet either, because if you drip the paint, it drips on your carpet. So building a computer actually is very similar to painting in a lot of ways. Now, in the bag here, we'll go ahead and just open this up and take the standoff and the screw out. There we go. Hey guys, you can breathe again, huh? Good to be out of that bag, I bet. Let me just take this out for just a moment. We'll just set this down. So I can put this right here. This one is marked as 80, and that means 80 millimeters, because it's 80 millimeters in distance. 80 millimeters this way, 22 millimeters this way. Therefore, this is referred to as the size 2280. As you can see, they come in multiple sizes. Now I can put this back in. And with a magnetized screwdriver, make sure that that little tiny screw stays on the end and we don't lose it. And very slowly and carefully, we're going to bring these parts together. And we're just going to turn that screw until it stops. You don't have to go any further than that. That is installed our M2 drive. Now we can put our little heat cover back on it, which kind of makes it look a little better and helps it perform a little better. And we start by sliding that tab into the groove, first of all. And then we just lower this down on top and tighten this one screw here. You don't want to over tighten anything. Everything is very easy to assemble when it comes to building a computer. And if you're struggling or frustrated, you're just doing something wrong, and maybe you just need to step away for a moment, take a breath, perhaps have a sip of your favorite beverage, and come back in a few minutes and try again when perhaps your mindset is more calm. What you have to understand is this is mostly the most expensive part of building a computer. These parts here. See if I can zoom out a little bit here for you. For the parts that we've installed, this piece here is almost $400 for the part we just put in. These 4 sticks of memory run about $80 a piece. So we've got 80, 160, 240, about $300 worth of memory, approximately. And now we've got our CPU to put in. And the CPU is kind of like the brain of the whole operation. The CPU in this build that we're using here is an Intel Core i7 8086K. The price on these CPUs is quickly heading towards the $500 range. The prices have really started to go up on these, and they're a limited edition. Now I'm going to go ahead and cut the tape on the box so we can remove the CPU, and I can put away this other tool. And I'm going to show you just how easy and fun this is. A lot of people get really nervous about stuff like this because of how much money it costs. But, ladies and gentlemen, you just can't buy fun at any price. So we're going to open up the box and get a lot of paperwork, which we'll set aside. And of course, another sticker right here. In the box is our CPU. That's what a CPU looks like. There's not a lot to it, to the naked eye. But under a microscope, this would expose hundreds of millions of transistors. Hundreds of millions. Can you imagine? My, what a world we live in. Now we'll come back over to this camera right up here. Here we go. Now there's a little cover, and that little cover is there because underneath, if you look very carefully, very closely, you'll see those little tiny gold dots. And what those are, if I can zoom in here, I'll show you. Those are little tiny delicate pins, and there's over 1,100 of those little pins in there. And they're very easily damaged. So they put a little plastic cover right here to protect the motherboard any time that there's nothing in there. Because anything, even a light brushing against that socket, can damage the internals of the socket, and then the whole motherboard is bad. And that won't be a warranty issue, because that'd be something you did. But if you follow these steps, it's so simple. I'm going to remove the CPU from its little container here. And if you look real carefully, let's go back here to this other camera. If you look real carefully right here, you'll see there's little indentations on the sides, and that's so you can get your fingers in there and grab the CPU. That's what those little indentations are there for. You see how the way I hold these parts? I always hold these parts by their edges. That's the way they like to be held. And so we're going to keep them happy and hold them the way they like to be held. Now we'll come back over here, over to this camera. And this little chip, this can only go in one direction. Now, if you look, there's a little gold triangle right on this corner. And there's a gold triangle on that corner. And if we line those gold triangles up, rest the CPU edges into the socket, and then just lightly let it sit down with gravity. You can see it's very loose, but it doesn't move left or right or up and down because there's a little ridge that's holding it in place. And now when I close the socket down on top of it, this little groove is going to go underneath that screw, and it's going to put pressure down, and it's going to push that CPU down. And that little plastic lid then is going to pop up. Watch. Let's bring down the lever. It's going to have a lot of tension on it. It takes a little more muscle to push this down when it's got a CPU in it than when it doesn't. Watch real careful. Here we go. Well, there it is. It just lightly popped off. Now we're going to put this in our motherboard box, because if we ever have to send the motherboard back to the manufacturer for any warranty work, we have to take our CPU and RAM out of it. We have to take everything back out the way it was. And that means we have to cover those pins up so they won't be damaged. If you don't cover those pins back up, more than likely the manufacturer simply isn't going to honor the warranty. So let's make sure that we put that away somewhere. And ideally, we'll never need it. Now, that's all there was to prepping our motherboard. We still have to deal with a heatsink and fan for our CPU to keep it nice and cool. It's just one of the parts of the computer that gets the hottest. But we're going to do that a little bit later. And we can start now by preparing our case. So let me go ahead and put this camera away because we're done with it for right now. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. I'm so happy to have you here with me, and I sure hope you're enjoying what we've done so far. This is really the most expensive part of the computer, everything we've done here. And as long as you handle the parts the way I've shown you, you shouldn't have to worry about any electrostatic discharge or really any surprises at all. It's important you work in a well-lit area. I like to work in my kitchen because it's very well lit, and I have a large blank counter to work with. Well, it started as a blank slate, and as you can see, somebody's been a very busy boy. Now, let's go ahead and get this out of the way. We're going to set the motherboard way over here. And right here we've got our power supply. We're using a Seasonic Prime 80 plus gold 750 watt modular power supply. Those are some big words, aren't they? This just provides power so everything can turn on. You don't really need to understand all the technical specifications. What's important is you have more than enough power to deliver so your system has enough power to run. If it doesn't, it may crash or act oddly. Seasonic is a well-respected name in the PC building community, and while there are other manufacturers to consider, if you research your own parts, you may find a lot of enthusiastic people speaking very positively about this particular brand. It's also one of the most expensive brands you can buy, but it includes a great warranty, and they have a great reputation for reliability. Let's go ahead and take the power supply out of its box. Here we've got our documentation and more documentation. We've got a big power cord here. In this bag will be all of the cables we've got. And they've included a little device here that can power the power supply on without a power switch. That's more for diagnostic or technical reasons. We should never need to use that. And then finally, in this beautiful velvet bag is our gorgeous power supply. Let's go ahead and introduce it to everybody. Come on out, power supply. Come on and say hello. Got to come out of your mama's pouch. Oh yeah, I see him squinting from the sunlight. It's been dark in there. Come on into the light, my friend. There you go. Welcome, welcome. Here's the back of the power supply with all of the features and connectors that we can use potentially. Doesn't mean we're going to use them all. We're going to use some of these, and the rest we're just going to leave empty for ideas in the future. Might want to add something to the computer or change something to the computer months or years from now. And that's all there for you to grow into. All the specifications and details for people that are interested are printed here right on the power supply. And there's a fan on the bottom of this power supply. And this fan, it sucks air in, and then it blows that air right out the back. It goes in and out. None of the air actually goes into the case. And so it's important when we place this power supply into our case that our case can breathe from underneath. Otherwise, we're going to suffocate our power supply, and well, that's just not very nice. Now, before I move on to the case, let me just take a few moments to say another quick hello and acknowledge our friends here in the chat room. Hello, friends. Tommy Ellis is
has contributed 10 pounds. Says, way to go, Bob. Thank you, Tommy Ellis. And let's just see if we've missed any other contributions. It looks like Tommy's the only one. Very good. Thank you, Tommy. Well, I hope all of you said hello. Where do we have people watching us from? Why don't you give us a little shout and tell us where you're watching from? I know we have people watching all over the world. And this is the one true place on the planet where everybody is truly welcome. You're all beautiful people, and I consider you all my friends. Thank you so much for being a part of today's build. Tell me, where are you watching from? And what time is it where you are? I realize some people have to stay up pretty late to watch me, and that's very kind of you. Wow, look at all the people coming in here from Florida and Britain, Texas and Belgium and Kentucky and Holland and Chicago and Milwaukee and Louisiana and California. There's Austria, San Francisco, Indiana, Minnesota, South Africa, Swaziland, Africa. Welcome in, welcome in. London and Michigan and Altoona, Pennsylvania and Ontario, Canada. I see Geekazoid Tech joins us from Tucson, Arizona. Isn't that where JoJo was from? Get back, JoJo. Your mom was waiting for you. North Carolina, Cape Cod, New York, Denmark. It's 10:30 at night in Denmark right now. Georgia, Slovakia, and Boston, more in England and Netherlands. It's amazing. Sweden, Estonia. You guys are just absolutely amazing. Here we are from all over the world, and we all share this passion, and we're all kind and like-minded. Someone here is joining us from Greece, and someone else from Spain, and someone else is in Atlanta, in Romania. Wow, the world is truly represented here. Thank you, friend. Thank you for joining me today, and I really hope you enjoyed your stay. Let me go grab the case. It's going to be similar to what you see on the counter now, except I put it over here. Because as you can see, we've now got 4 of these computers. And each one of them is a little different internally. And that's the beauty of building your own computer, is you get to make it your own. You get to express yourself. Just like with painting, you get to decide where you want your happy little trees to go. If you want a blue sky or clouds and waterfalls or rainbows, it's all up to you. We're going to start here by simply removing this glass side panel, and it's there so everybody can see the quality of the work you did inside. So it's important that we take our time and really enjoy our build, because that's really going to show through the glass just how much you enjoyed your build. You can tell just by looking through the glass if somebody did not enjoy the process of building a computer. It does show in the quality of the work. Now, how anybody could not find this to be fun and enjoyable, I don't know, but I encourage you to try. We're going to go ahead and remove this glass. This is tempered glass, so it's pretty difficult to break, but it is pretty easy to scratch. So we're going to set that safely off to the side. Now this exposes all of our internal components inside the case. And here on the other side, we've got this gorgeous, if I don't say so myself, painting from a video game called Nuka-Cola. Oh, I just see something here. Hold on, let me just take a minute and fix this real quick. Yeah. I'm sorry, guys. This is what I do, and I just have to make a slight little. There we go. There we go. All right. Yeah. I'll make sure she has a. There's a happy little gun right there. Want to make sure that your laser pistol is happy. Look at that, just a little more shine. Gorgeous. Oh, it's perfect now. Perfect. So we're gonna push a button right here, and we're gonna set this off to dry. And we're gonna keep it somewhere safe where it won't be scratched. We're going to come back to that a bit later. Now, here on the back, in this area here, this is where our power supply is going to go. This is where it's going to go on most modern cases, down here on the bottom. And we can remove this little frame. That's going to make installing our power supply so much easier. We'll take that out and just set it down. And we've got a piece of styrofoam in here that has to come out. So we'll just turn this way. I do need a little bit more counter space here, but let's just see what we can do. There it is. Just put that where Carey likes to put it. And here's our bobblehead. I think we've seen this bobblehead before. Let's see which bobblehead is included. Oh no, this one's different. Oh. Now the bobblehead is not normally something that comes with a computer case. If you've never built a computer before, that's just a little something extra that the case manufacturer threw in for fans of the game Fallout, which one would presume you would be if you bought this case. Now also in here, if I turn this around, we're going to have a little box that's got all of the mounting hardware that we need. It looks like we got a little cable that came off. We'll address that here in a moment. Oh, I got to turn it around this way, don't I? There we go. Now right down here, you'll see there's a little white box down here. And this box comes out with a little encouragement. If you have difficulty with it, like I am, you can try just coaxing a little bit more, or we can just take that tray out of there, which will make life just a little bit easier. Just take our number 2 Phillips screwdriver and unscrew these 2 thumb screws. Look at that. You see? And now the whole tray can come out. Now it's a lot easier for me to take that box out of here. Well, it's not supposed to be in this tightly. Maybe we can bring it out the other side. Maybe that'll be a little easier if we come out this way. Oh, there we go.
And that's going to have all of our screws and mounting hardware for our case. So we'll just set that there for now. And I'm going to just put this right back in where it was. And we're going to get all these cables untangled and nice and neat and orderly. There it is. And we'll just tighten those back down again. Now those trays are there to install mechanical hard disk drives, and we've got room there for 2 of them. One there and one there. We have room for solid state drives here on the back. There's one there, and up front 3 more. Now we're going to turn this back around. And with our power supply, we should have some screws here in this bag with the cables. We'll set the bag here. Well, this is just cables, nothing but cables and power cable. Maybe the screws are in this bag right here. They could be in here. We've got zip ties and Velcro ties. Here we go. There's our happy little power supply screws right there. Now, we're going to grab the power supply here, and we'll gently place it on the counter like so. And we know we're going to install with that fan facing down. So this piece can go on. With this part here, this is going to be the part that's the back of the power supply, so we're going to face that part down. This is the part we're going to be working on, the part that's got the big hole in the switch. I just noticed they've also got another little piece of plastic covering the company's logo, and that can come off right now. We'll just peel that off. And now that logo is nice and shiny. Setting this down, we look at how we want the power supply to install. So that's our fan facing down. We're going to set this on the counter just like this with the fan to my right. So when I install it, it's going to go in just like that. So we'll put the frame on it by lining up the mounting holes of the power supply. And as you can see, you may have to rotate the frame. And using our bag of screws that came with the power supply, we can secure that now. Now this is a Phillips number 2 magnetized driver handle. And we're just going to gently start each screw, and don't tighten them down yet, because you want to be able to move this piece as needed to get all the other holes to line up. Now with them all started, I can go ahead and tighten them down. And you don't want to take this too far. Once the screw stops, you can just give it a little bit more of a twist. And that's all it needs. Anything more than that is just too much. There we go. Oh, I think it's feeling pretty happy now. It's getting back into its home where it was meant to be. And this is what it looks like when the frame's been installed. Now, not all cases use frames. Different case manufacturers have different power supply mounting techniques, so this really only applies to this case here or other cases made by this manufacturer that have this design. Now we can simply place this back in and just push it. That's all you have to do. Gently push it in. You may have to sort of lift up on the bottom of it to get it to align. And we'll just gently tighten these thumb screws
just so it doesn't fall out on us while we're moving the case around while we're doing some more work. We won't be using the power supply until everything's been installed, and then we'll run our cables. So for right now, we're just going to keep the power supply locked in this position, turning these thumb screws. And you may have to sort of hunt around a little bit to get the screws to align with their holes. So be patient, be understanding. And don't get frustrated or angry. If you start feeling that, it's time to just walk away for a little bit. Sometimes when I'm frustrated and angry, I like to come and build a computer. It gets my mind off of my troubles and gives me a sense of fulfillment and accomplishment. I think most people are very much driven to feel. This is having a little bit of difficulty. But it's not that critical at this juncture, other than to just keep the power supply from sliding around or falling out while we're working on the case. If things feel like you're struggling too much, it may be that the frame isn't quite centered properly. And if we loosen all these screws, that will enable us to move the frame slightly left and right. And then it should line up. See how much easier that went on without any struggle? Very simple. And now we can tighten the frame back down. Now you don't normally have to do that. But if you're finding things aren't fitting properly, then simply backing off some screws to give yourself a little wiggle room can often make a very difficult problem a very simple one with a modicum of effort. Now, when I was painting, I used to talk about painting happy little clouds, but you guys today, it seems you have your own happy little clouds like Amazon Web Services and Google Drive. My, how times have changed, haven't they? It's a beautiful place, isn't it? Isn't the world a beautiful place? And we're also so lucky to be alive and see this beauty and experience this wonderful technology. And there's absolutely such a fulfillment of enjoyment and pleasure of harnessing that technology and taking control of that technology. And it's so simple, and it's so easy, and it's so rewarding. I simply don't know why everybody doesn't take a day, at least once a year, to build their own computer. So with our power supply installed, we can go ahead and put our motherboard into the case. So we're going to lay the case down to do this. So we're working with gravity rather than against it. I did not open this, did I? In this box is going to be the screws we need to mount the motherboard into the case. Because every case manufacturer is different, they have to provide the screws. So in the box is all the hardware, all the screws, documentation. It's all inside of here. And every case, or any brand new computer case, will come with the screws because different cases hold a different amount of components or different types of components. And that's why it's important when you're building your own computer that you pick the case that's right for you and your needs. Now we can put our I/O shield in. That's going to go right down here in this corner, and we put that back in the motherboard box. So let me just set the motherboard aside for just a moment here. I'll just hold this in one hand. And in the box here, let's take the I/O shield out. Now you see I'm always putting the motherboard on the motherboard box, and I do that because it's a natural anti-static anti-conductor. It does not conduct electricity, and it won't scratch my countertop because the bottom of this motherboard has all these little, what they call soldering points, and they're very sharp. And not only do you not want to touch them for electrostatic discharge purposes, but it can hurt. There we go. Now our I/O shield here is in a little plastic bag, and obviously we have to take this out. Here we go. That's what the I/O shield looks like. And it's going to go right back here. And it's going to align. See that? See how that aligns? So we first place it here in our case. And people that do this for the first time, they always struggle. They always struggle with it. So you really need to take your time. And, you know, if you want to get good at it, once you finally get it in place, take it back out and put it back in. And when it goes back in, take it out, put it back in until you get faster at it, if that's something you want to get better at. On the other hand, if you're like most people, you'll be so glad by the time it finally locked in, you won't want to risk taking it back out. But it does get easier with time. Now I'm going to grab the motherboard here, and there's not going to be a lot I can show you on this point because of the angle we're on, but I'm going to pick the board up by its edges, and I'm going to place it here inside of the case. And I'm going to line up those I/O ports with that I/O shield. I want to make sure that they all come through here straight. And sometimes that requires to lift up the back of the board while pushing it forward. And when it locks into place, there's a little post that sticks up underneath the motherboard. That's going to hold the board into position for us. And you'll actually feel it when it locks in correctly, when it's aligned, and you can see all of these ports lined up with their holes right now. And in this bag of screws, it's labeled 6-32 flat is what it says. This is what we're going to use to secure the board. So we're going to need 8 of these screws. And using my mechanical screwdriver with a magnetic tip, I can at least get one of these started here for you. There we go. Now I can pick the case up and show you what this looks like. It's starting to look like a computer now, isn't it? We've got 3 mounting holes on the bottom, across the middle, and across the top, with that center post holding the board in place that consumes one of the mounting holes. That leaves us with 8, and we want to make sure we use all 8 of those to lock the motherboard into position, make sure that it's not going to move on us. You don't use any washers or anything like that. And when you do this yourself, you should do it with the case laying flat. I'm only showing you this way so you have a better view of what I'm doing. But this is not the way I would recommend that you go about it, especially if you've never built a computer before. This is a lot more difficult. I make it look easy, but that's only because I've done it so many times. So that's screw number 5. We have 3 more. We got to do the whole top row up here. There's one there. And we're going to put one right up here. We have our very final last screw, and that's going to go in this top corner right up here. Now don't over tighten those, you don't want to crush the motherboard. It's just there to secure the motherboard, to make sure that the motherboard doesn't shake loose or make electrical contact with the metal on the case.
be sure that the number of standoffs behind the board match the number of mounting holes on the board in order to prevent a short from occurring. We're going to just take all these extra parts here and we're going to put them all in our motherboard box. And that way we have them all together in one place. Excuse me, folks, give me just a minute. Oh, hello friends. Let me just take a look here in the chat room and see what friends we've got joining us now. It's a lot of work maintaining a beard of this lusciousness. Okay. With our motherboard installed and our power supplies installed, most of the build's already done. There's a cooling solution we're going to put on here, which is a little extreme. So if you're a first-time builder, this may not be something you want to copy. However, you certainly can if you're ambitious enough. But it's not entirely necessary to go with a cooler this extreme. And the way we're going to put the cooler in is this case comes apart a little bit more. Here underneath on the bottom, if we give it a good pull, it does require quite a bit of muscle. There it goes. And this whole front cover pulls off just like that. And we'll just set that right over here for now. Now this top cover also comes off the same way. I'm just going to pull up on it. It does take a bit of strength. I don't suggest that you yank on it, but rather just apply pressure until it starts to give, and then gently raise it up and remove it. Now up here on top, which you can't really see, there's a removable frame, and we're going to take that out. There's 4 thumb screws that hold this frame in position. I'm going to take out these 2. And those 2, right like that. And you'll see the little thumb screw there on the end of the screwdriver. Gotta love the magnetism. And now this frame simply comes straight out, and we'll set it down. And that's going to make our next part so much easier to deal with. Let's move this back. what we've got for a liquid cooler. It's right here. And this was something that was started for another computer build that Carey was working on, and he said we can go ahead and use this for this build here. So this is our radiator. This is the water pump, and this runs the liquid through, and it draws the heat off of our CPU and cools it just like a car radiator. Really no different than that. And here is our frame. And knowing that the frame is going to go in like this, right? This is where our frame goes. Then we can visualize how we would install our cooler. And it appears for us to install this, we're going to have to remove these fans. They're in our way. So we're going to really quickly remove all of these fans. There we go. Just 2 more left. Now, if we visualize the way these fans are going to sit and the way the radiator goes in, the radiator is going to line up into the frame. See how much easier this is to do outside of the case. Imagine, on most cases, you have to work pretty hard to get to this point. And we're going to turn it upside down so we can line up the mounting holes of the radiator. There we go. Excuse me just a minute there, folks. Now we can put our fans back on. And this is always a little bit of a challenge. And that is, we want to make sure our fans are installed in the right direction. And I'm going to be moving the air through our radiator. So on this side of the fan here, this is the side that sucks air in. This pulls the air in. And this side that has this frame, this is where the air is coming out of. So we want to put these fans on, so they're going to suck air from inside of our case and blow it through the radiator, out the top, out into the happy, wonderful universe. So I'm going to just place the fan back on. And when I put the screws back in, it's going to sandwich the fan. Well, it's sandwiched the frame between the fan and the radiator using the same screws that was previously holding these fans into place. Now, these are not the original fans that came with this radiator. These are made by a company called Noctua, and this may not be a company you've heard of before unless you're in the industry, but they're very well known for making fans that are quiet and long-lasting. Now, what I've done here is, remember, this part here is the top. So we want to make sure our cables are coming out of the top. And right now, I've placed it in there with the cables going out of the back, and that's just a happy little mistake. It's really not a problem. We're just going to turn that back around. There we go.
Very easy to fix that. Nobody will ever know. Now we're going to line the screw up with the hole, which is a little hard to do when the screw's already in there. So first we line the radiator up properly. That's better. And now we can set this back down. And we'll do the same thing. We're going to make sure the fan faces the same direction, the cable comes out in the same direction, and we'll align those. And we're just going to start each screw on the opposite corner. Very good. There we go. And now with those 4 screws started, the other 4 will just go in very simply. They won't put up much of a fuss at all. There's our last one right here, folks. Look at that. I'm going to just use my regular screwdriver here. You don't want to over tighten these screws at all. They've got to be secure, but you don't want to squish everything down. These all feel pretty good to me. I think it looks good too. Now that is our CPU cooler installed in this frame, and then the frame can be placed back into position. We bring in this heavy part first, and we can go ahead and route our cables through this slot in the back that pushes those cables out behind the window where they're not going to be seen behind the motherboard. And then the whole frame drops right back in, and it locks into position, leaving us only to place the thumb screws back in that secure the frame. So, as I mentioned, this can be a lot more difficult with other case manufacturers, but the folks over at NZXT really thought that much through. And we just want to make sure that that is fully seated properly, and it is. And we can put these screws back in to lock that radiator into position. This keeps it secure, so if the computer gets moved around or shipped, things won't fall apart. Okay, one last one here. Here we go. You see how easy that was? Now we can put our covers back on that we just took off. I'll start by placing this cover back on first. We got to put the top on first. You just set it on there and push straight down. And then here we've got the front of the computer right here, and we will just simply place that on, and it will snap back into position. That is a happy Nuka-Cola case right there. And we can turn this around. It's really starting to look like a fairly fancy computer now, isn't it? Isn't that just gorgeous? We're just going to look here in the chat room and see what my friends are saying. So to place our CPU cooler now onto our CPU, we have a little preparation to do here. You see here, these are going to hold more 2.5-inch solid state drives. I like to take these out because I don't like the way they look. So I'm just going to put them here in the motherboard box, and if at some point we have to add more storage, we can do that. But for now, I want to keep it looking as clean as possible. And with the cooler, we've got our directions and screws and parts right here. And we should be able to just take this little frame and place it here on the back, and this goes around the edges of the CPU in those little holes. There it goes. Now what I've done is put this black frame here, and there's little posts are sticking out here in these corners. I know it's hard for the camera to pick that up. And we have to get some thermal compound. Now thermal compound is what keeps everything nice and cool. You want to use just the right amount. You can't use, if you use too little or you use too much, then you're not going to achieve the best cooling possible. And of course we want you to have that. Now this is something I'm naturally an expert at because this involves painting. And our paint today is going to be Arctic Silver 5. And yes, it's actually that color. So we're going to do a little finger painting today. I know you don't see me do that very often. You always see me use a brush. And we'll start with a nice clean nitrile glove, and we'll remove the cap and place some thermal compound right here. Yeah, it's like a very dark silver. And then I'm going to just put a nice coat of thermal compound on there. Doesn't quite enough. Doesn't quite cover the chip, so we're going to give it a little bit more. We want a nice thick coat of paint. You shouldn't be able to see through it. You shouldn't be able to read the CPU through the thermal compound. So just a nice, happy thermal compound here. It's really very, very simple to apply. You would just want a nice, even layer all the way across the surface of that CPU. You'll see we used very little of the thermal compound. And we didn't have to get it everywhere. Normally you see me wearing my blue button-down shirt because my paints will spill on my shirt. This is what happened here. I had a little accident with a unicorn earlier today. He's gonna be okay. So with our thermal compound applied, we can now take some standoffs here. So those aren't the standoffs we need, are it? Where's our standoffs? Here they are. I'm going to take these standoffs, and we've got 4 of them. And they look like this. And what we're going to do is with holding this, we're going to hold the back frame back in, and we're just going to tighten these standoffs just with our fingers. We're not using any tools here. You'll see I do opposite corners on this, and that way when I put this one in, I won't have to hold it anymore. There we go. And then we just have these last two to do. Isn't that lovely? It's just so smooth and so easy. And now I'm going to set the case back down so I can place this part on top, and I'm going to use gravity to assist me on this. So it makes installing just a lot less difficult. It makes it much easier. And so to do that now, I'm going to lay the case down. Then hold on to the water pump head here because it's heavy and you don't want it hitting anything in here and causing any damage. There's a plastic cover, and that's to keep this whole bottom copper area nice and clean from any contamination of dust or fingerprints. And now I can set it right on top of those standoffs we just placed in. And grabbing a thumb screw now, we can secure it into position. Nothing requires any force. Just be very gentle and be very patient. If you find yourself struggling at any point, you're doing something incorrectly, don't force anything on a computer build. Just have those last two standoffs to put in. I'm sorry, not standoffs. These are the thumb screws that screw onto the ends of the standoff that secure the water pump onto the surface of our CPU. That's going to be really good for pulling the heat off. There we go. Now I can bring this back up and show you what that looks like. And we'll use our screwdriver, and we're going to tighten these down, and we're going to do opposite corners. And just tighten it until it doesn't turn anymore. It will come to a stop, and then move to the next one. Wait for it to come to a stop, then move to one of the last two remaining. These pipes do move, so you can, if they get in your way, you can gently shove them aside. And then we're just going to double check everything and make sure that none of the others have become loose from tightening the ones around it. And they're all locked in position really well now, and that installs our cooling solution. I would say if there's one improvement we could make, is that surface is supposed to be a mirror-like finish. So we're going to grab a microfiber cloth here, and we're going to just polish that right up. Look at that. Gorgeous. Now we have some fans we can hook up if we want to. We have this rear case fan right here, and that can plug into any of the fan headers on the motherboard. We just happen to have one conveniently located right there that I'm going to use. This case also has 3 fans up front. So if we turn this around here so you can see it, there's a little fan splitter that comes with this case, and it looks like this. And the idea here is that we take each of these 3 fans and plug each one into a connector on the fan splitter. And it doesn't really matter which fan goes to which plug on the splitter. It divides them all equally, treats them all the same. We should have one more. There it is. We'll place that one in there. And for right now, we can just run this cable right up through the bottom and bring it up through the front. So if I turn this around now, all you're going to see is that one cable right there. And these are all fan headers on this motherboard right down here. We'll just use the first one available because it's convenient. And it just installs that easy. Now, speaking of the cabling, we have our power switch, power LED, hard drive LED, USB. All of that can be all hooked up utilizing these cables here. And what we can start with, if we look at this one particular cable right here, this says HD audio. And if we can get this out of the way of all our other cables, let's take a quick look here. Now's a good time to make sure that you don't have any cables routed around each other. We're going to run that all the way to the back. Just straightening out our cables, make it nice and clean. And here on the front, you'll see I brought that cable in right down here in this corner because the plug we need is right down here. Just like that, we just gently push that on. And always make sure you give it a little light pull, make sure it doesn't just fall off. That's how you know you've got it in there. Come back around. The next cable we can put on right here, this is our USB 2 for the front of the case. This case has 2 USB 3s and 2 USB 2s on top. And so to plug in our USB 2s, it's a connector that looks kind of similar on the end, but it says USB 2 right on it. We can bring that up and underneath here just like we did before. And if I turn the case around so you can see, this is going to plug in to either of these 2 connectors right here. So we're going to use that connector because it just seemed to be right. Alternately, we could, if we want to make our cabling look a little better, we could bring this cable, just have to wiggle and pull, there it goes, it comes off. We can bring this cable back down and up on this side. And if we so choose, we can plug the cable in on the connector next to it instead. The computer doesn't mind. You can use one or the other for any USB 2 device, so you can have them both filled if you have devices to fill them. And coming back around, we've got our front port I/O. I'm sorry, this is our hard drive LED, power LED, and power switch. This case does not have a reset switch. So we'll bring that down, same as before, right up through the bottom here. There we go. Now you can refer to your motherboard manual to figure out where each of these cables go. It's fairly industry standard for the hard drive power LED, for the hard drive LED, to go on the last 2 pins at the bottom with the positive cable facing the edge, and the power LED goes directly above that. Old Bob here needs his reading glasses. These are pretty small connectors, and of course the kids, they can see this stuff just fine. But us folks who've been around a little while, well, we might have to get a little assistance here. So we're going to go ahead and put our power LED on. Oh, my little hard drive LED cable came off. Let's put that back on there again. So hard drive LED cable goes here. The power LED cable goes on just above it. Positive above positive and negative above negative. Oh, Bob here's going to need a flashlight too, it seems. Oh, that's a lot better. Okay. There's some irony that I need an LED to see where to plug in my LEDs. And then finally we have our power switch, and that's going to go right beside the power LEDs that we just plugged in. And then we're just going to take that slack and we're going to push it back out the back side. Because remember, there's a big glass panel that's going to showcase all the internal components here. Okay, now we have our USB 3.0 connector. Should be the last one remaining. Let's take a look and see. I want to route this a little differently. Plug this for just a moment, and we're going to just run this cable back behind these other ones. I think that's going to be a lot prettier. There we go. It was all hooked up correctly. I just didn't like the way it was looking. Just minor changes for aesthetic purposes. Okay. And now, where is our USB 3 cable at? Ah, here it is. It was all tightly wound up along the side. So this is a different looking cable here. And let's see if it's got enough space to reach where we need it to go on the inside. Somebody had this case before me and just made some modifications to the cable management on their build. So we're going to just take it out of the cable management tracks for right now, because we just want to get things hooked up. We're not worried about making the cables look pretty just yet. Now this connector just fits on right here, and it's going to just lock into place with the friction. And that's it. That installs everything but our power. Once we get power installed, we'll be able to turn the machine on and test it and make sure that it works okay. So far, everything looks fantastic. This rear fan and these 3 front fans are hooked up, and we will clean up this cable management once we've assured that everything's working as it should. That's the very last step. Obviously, if you were painting a picture and you wanted to protect that painting, then you would cover it with an acrylic, a clear acrylic. But you don't do that until you know you're done painting. In a similar way, we won't worry about our cable management until we know everything we've built functions properly. Because having to take something back apart and deal with uncabling it can be a little frustrating. And so we want to make sure we keep this as happy and positive along the entire course of the journey to ensure you'll want to come back again and again. Now, when it comes to hooking up our power cables, we have to go to these bags here that contain a number of different cables for us to use. And there's the largest cable in the bag, which let me take out of here right now. That's our motherboard power cable. It's bigger than any other cable. It's very unique looking. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to plug in this large end of the cable, the very big connector right here. We're going to plug that right into the motherboard right now. There's only one place on the motherboard where that's going to plug in. It's a very unique looking connector, and the clip almost always faces the edge of the board. So if you're using the same parts as me, you'll follow right along. We're going to just line that up and push it on, and we should hear it click. And that locks into position. Oh, almost lost my microphone. All right, and we're going to run that out right through the back. Just like this. Keep that cable management looking nice and pretty. Right out through the back. There we go. See that? That lovely? And now over here, back in our bag of cables, we'll have another one. It's going to say CPU on the edge of it. If you see cables that say PCIe, that's for your graphics card. So this cable right here says CPU on one side of it, and there's actually two of them. And on this board, there's an 8-pin connector, and each of these represents 4 pins, so we push them together to make an 8. Once again, we're going to start here on the board with the clips facing the outside edge. And we'll reach up in that top corner and align it. And this is a bit of a tight fit, folks. You got to really focus and have good lighting. And of course, be patient. I need my flashlight again to see in there. There we go. When it finally does align, you will feel the difference. You'll know when it's in the slot properly, and then you'll press it down until you hear it click into position, and you give it a light tug to make sure that doesn't fall out. That ensures that you've installed it correctly. We take the rest of that cable, we're going to run it out through the back. There we go. There we are. Okay, finally, we have to power all the pump and the NZXT logo here. So we need a regular SATA power cable, which is going to be in the other bag, which I haven't opened yet. So here we've got the other bag. And this will have the SATA cables that we need right here. I'll turn the case around so you can see what's going on back here. Now, one of the things the SATA cable needs to hook onto is our NZXT logo that's going to light up. So we'll set that one up right here. It doesn't matter which of these connectors you use, just think about what your cable management's going to look like. What's going to make it look the best. That connects that one, and we're going to need one here for not only our water pump, but our 2 fans as well, which should be part of our liquid cooler. So going back to the parts that came with our liquid cooler, we have a USB to hook up, and we have power and fans to hook up. So you'll see there's a very narrow connector here. It's very different than any of the other connectors. And that's going to plug into the pump itself. That's what's going to give the pump the power it needs. And once again, I'll get my flashlight out so I can see around the edges of the pump. Ah, here we go. Let's just turn this around a little bit more. Right up on the top center of the pump is the slot for this connector to plug in. It only goes in one of 2 possible directions, so if it doesn't go in easily, turn it around and try it again. When you have it aligned properly, it should seat and lock into position. This little fan connector here goes onto our CPU fan header on the motherboard, which is a different color than all the other fan headers. At least it is on this motherboard. You'll see up here it's white. And we simply slide the connector over onto the white fan header. Remember, don't use any excessive force. If it's lined up correctly, it should slide on with ease. There it is. And now these are the plugs for our fans to plug into, and then this is going to give it power. So we're going to run both of these up through the back and out. We're going to keep our cabling nice and clean inside of here. And we'll do that with both of these. I don't like the way that cable's run, so I'm going to correct it right now. We'll run it behind these other ones so it looks a little bit better. There it is. And we can turn this back around. Here we go. So there's our SATA power cable that we've hooked into the NZXT light. And then here is our power cable for our water pump, which again, we can plug anywhere on here. So we'll just plug that in like this. There we go. And then we've got our fan plugs. Now there's 4 fan plugs here, and that's so you can have 4 fans on that radiator, 2 pulling air in and 2 on the other side of the radiator pulling air out. So we got pushing air in from the bottom and pulling air out from the top. Now we're only using 2 of the fans. And these connectors, if you look inside of these connectors, this one has 3 pins inside of it, and this one has 3 pins inside of it. This one has 4 pins inside of it, and this one has 3 pins. You must hook up one of your fans to the connector that has 4 pins. That's the very first connector or last connector, depending on how you look at it. But if you just look inside the connector, you'll see one has 4 pins. And so we must, let's take this extension off. We must plug one of our fans that goes to the radiator on that 4 pin, and then we'll just use the next one in line just for cable management cleanup purposes. We'll plug the other fan right beside it. Now finally, the last step is to plug the ends of all these cables into the back of our power supply unit. And we've got 3 of them. This one, and this one. And it can be difficult to get in there with bare hands, but I'm going to try it. Might have to take the power supply out. Let's just give this a go. Let's see what happens. I apologize, it's not going to be a very good camera view for you guys, but to be honest, I'm right in front of it, and even I don't have a very good view of what's going on in there. All right, there's one connector. Oh, no, it just fell off, so I didn't have it all the way in. Try that again. That's better. And now we can plug in the other large connector right beside it. That one's going in much, much easier. You'll often hear them click when they're properly seated all the way into the socket. Sometimes you can get a connector in just enough that it provides power, but then it ends up not being fully seated and create unusual problems with a system such as random power offs or random blue screens. Now this one that says CP or PSU on it, it says PSU, that's the end that goes to the back of the power supply unit, PSU. There's certain connectors on the back of the power supply that have different amounts of holes, so you cannot plug this into the wrong place. So you can have peace of mind knowing that if the connector is in the right place, it fits. If it's in the wrong place, it simply won't go in. There we go. And then we have our final connector right here. I think I want to put this one all the way into the back. Let's take a quick look here and see if I can reach back there. They're all equal. It doesn't really matter which of these bottom row connectors I use. Really just doing it for looks. Tell you what, we'll meet them in the middle. There we go. Now we're ready to turn it on for the very first time and check to see if it's going to work. It's kind of exciting, isn't it? So we're going to start with a power cable. I guess I can put my little flashlight away. These are all our extra power cables. We're not using those the rest of this build, so we'll go ahead and put those back in this bag, and we'll keep them for future upgrades or repairs. Now I have to find my power cable, which I had here somewhere. But we'll just grab a different power cable. Here we go. We'll make sure the switch on the power supply is in the off position. And we're going to apply the power, plug the plug in, and we'll give it power in from the wall. And we're going to need a keyboard and a mouse. Let me go grab a keyboard and mouse. My hair's a little funky today, folks. You like my funky hair? So to test our build, I've got a Logitech wireless combo. It's a wireless mouse and a wireless keyboard that run together off the one little USB receiver that we can plug in any USB port at all. And let's clear a little room here. My little thermal compound away, so we'll get that cleared from the counter. And then we need to grab an HDMI cable so we can plug the video in. We're using the video built into the CPU. We'll be adding a graphics card a bit later when graphics card prices come down. My guess is after the first of the year. But if there's a good sale between now and then, we'll pick one up. So I'm going to go ahead and plug into the HDMI here on the back of the motherboard. Okay, folks, we're ready to test our computer to see if it's happy. Are you excited? I'm pretty excited. Before I hit the power switch, I need to make sure the power on the back of the power supply is in the on position. And I'm going to turn this a little bit so you can see some of the lighting, both on the case, the motherboard, and on the liquid cooler. Here we go. So we're going to switch you over to the video input right here. So this screen here shows there's no video signal being sent. We're going to hit the power button. Now that sound is this little nylon here hitting the front fan. Get that out of the way. Now your first boot up may take a little longer than a normal boot up, so be sure and be patient. System has turned itself off. Be patient, it may come on its own. And it did. And something's happening. Now there's no Windows or anything installed yet, so we should get some kind of an error, or we should go into the BIOS itself. And we got the error, reboot and select proper boot device, which is perfect. It's great. The reason the NZXT logo is not lit up yet is we have not hooked up the USB cable that goes from the water pump down onto this other USB header. And that's going to give us controls for the water pump, but we're not going to do that just yet. I want to update the BIOS first. If I have a USB flash drive here where I've already downloaded the latest BIOS from the manufacturer, and I placed it onto this flash drive before we started today. And so what I'm going to do is plug this here in the back. Again, any USB port will work fine. Hit the power button, and I'm going to hit delete on the keyboard repeatedly until we go into the BIOS. Now here in the BIOS, I should be able to use the mouse. We should get information about what version of BIOS we have, which is right here. It says F4. The latest version is F10. And the way we're going to flash the BIOS is we've already downloaded from the manufacturer's homepage. Back where I was. Go to Q Flash, click Update BIOS, and it sees the BIOS I downloaded on the flash drive automatically. We click on that, and we just wait a moment. It's important your computer does not get interrupted during this process. We want to make sure that the computer's left alone and given every opportunity to do this very critical step. If you lose power or reset the computer during this process, you may end up with a motherboard that no longer works, and you'll have to contact your manufacturer to make arrangements to send it back to them for them to correct it for you. So we're going to give that just a moment. It's a little tough having this much hair in this day and age, and it was easier to do in the 80s. We're 88%, 89, 90% done. And it's going to automatically restart our computer for us. And we're going to let that do that. Hands off. Just be patient. The system is physically shut off. And it has physically turned itself right back on again. Once again, it's important you're patient during this process. It has turned itself off again and back on again. This is all normal. One more time and back on. And we should see the BIOS screen this time. There we go. We're going to be back right where we started from with no bootable device. That's because we've not installed Windows yet. We give it a minute while it processes, and it determines there's nothing for it to boot from. Oh, it's turned off one more time. Once again, all completely normal. And we're back in the BIOS. And here, as you can see, we're on version F10. So we're at the latest version of the BIOS. We'll go ahead and turn the computer off and remove the flash drive. We won't ever use this BIOS update file on this motherboard ever again. Now here I've got a Windows 10 bootable installation media, which you can make yourself following. Carey's got a video. If you just type in CareyHolzman Windows 10 USB, you'll find his video on how you can make the media that I'm going to use right now. We're plugging into any port here on the back of the system. We're going to turn it on. And the system should determine that that's the only port we have to boot from. It's the only bootable device is that flash drive. And so therefore, without touching anything, it should just boot from it because it has nothing else to boot from other than that. As you can see, the little dots going around in a circle, that tells us it's booting off of that flash drive. And here begins our Windows 10 installation, where we're going to click Next. Click Install Now. We're going to click I don't have a product key right down here. We're going to go to Windows 10 Pro and click Next. We're going to accept the license agreement and click Next. We're going to do a custom install. It sees our 1 terabyte Samsung 970 EVO is the only available drive. This is correct, so we hit next. And now Windows 10 will partition, format, and install Windows. And we just have to wait. And that completes our build. I hope you guys enjoyed today's build. If anybody has any questions for me before I return back to heaven, I would be more than happy to do my best to answer any questions my friends have here. So friends, do you have any questions for me? Suppose while we're waiting, I can do just a little touch up. We've already done our first boot for the Windows install. What size of a flash drive do you use for the BIOS update? I recommend you use something 16 gigabytes or smaller in FAT32 format. Bob, if there was a video card in there, would it need more fans, or are the fans in front enough? Oh, the fans in front are plenty. It's ready for a graphics card. We have a power supply that can power 2 graphics cards, and we have enough fans up front to cool down 2 graphics cards, so no additional parts would be needed. Thank you for your question. Does increasing from 16 gigabytes of RAM to 32 gigabytes of RAM make video editing faster? In most cases, it probably will. However, it depends on what video editing software you're using. It also depends on the kind of video you're rendering or editing, if it's 4K or 360 or 3D, or how many edits and transitions you have. These things consume more resources. So the more complex the video is, the more you'll notice the benefits of more RAM. A simple short video with few edits or transitions or titles, that would be probably less noticeable from 16 gigs to 32 gigs. But one thing's for certain, it won't make your computer any slower. Now we can finish our Windows install by clicking United States for yes here. And we'll click US and skip. And we're going to skip our Ethernet configuration for now. And we're just going to put a user's name in here of user. And click. It doesn't look like it says user. I suppose it does. We'll click next. And no password will be needed for this system. We're going to decline Cortana. And we're going to click no. And we're going to turn off all of these settings here. Although you can adjust them as you see fit to meet your needs and your preferences. There we are, and accept. And that completes our Windows 10 installation. We'll go to Windows Update and download some updates. Of course, we've got drivers to install and Windows to activate after we've confirmed everything works correctly. And we can finally do our cable management and put our panels back on, which should be good and dry by then. Kind of feel like my face is crooked. I have to adjust my face. There it is. Very happy. Donnie Seeger has contributed $5 to today's live stream. Thank you, Donnie. He says, what a coincidence. I'm also working on my build. Glad to see you are live. I used to watch Bob Ross when I was a child. Very nice, Donnie. Thank you for your contribution. Bob the Bomb has contributed 10 pounds. He says, thanks for the entertainment, Bob. Buy a couple of happy little brushes on me. Well, thank you, Bob the Bomb. And of course, from earlier, Tommy Ellis, 10 pounds. Way to go, Bob. Thank you, Tommy. There's our build. We can go and we can confirm all the hardware is installed properly. We can go into our control panel. I like to go to the large view and go to System. We can see our 32 gigs of RAM is installed. We can see our processor is properly recognized. We can go to Advanced System Settings and we can go to Startup and Recovery Settings and turn off Automatically Restart on a blue screen. That way we have time to read the blue screen or perhaps even take a picture of the blue screen with our cell phones to get help with that. With that box checked, the screen may go blue and the system will restart, and you may not have enough time to read everything. Now, how fast does the system boot, you might ask? Well, let's do a restart and let's try. I'd say that's a pretty good fast boot time, and we don't even have our drivers installed, which will only improve that and make it better, including the Samsung Magician software, which we'll use to update the firmware, which will more than likely need to be updated on our M2 NVMe drive. Thank you guys so much for joining me for this very special Bob Ross presentation on building a PC. I hope all of you have a happy Halloween, and no matter where you're watching around the world, you can have a little piece of candy and celebrate the American Halloween holiday with the rest of us. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much for being a part of the community. I hope I will see you at some point again, although eventually we'll all be together. Until I see you. He wants me to say bye for now? Okay. Bye for now. He wants me to do it again. Thank you all for joining me today. I hope you have a lovely day. Until I see you, bye for now.